and deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, there's not a thing can stop us down. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to cross another river. Got to stand and deliver now. We can do this. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah. Oh. We can do this. We can do this. Woo, 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 woo. We can do this. Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down to the nightclub.
make me feel so good that I can't believe it's true. Yeah, yeah. I have to pinch myself once every day. Since I heard you say such a hurt, you say, baby, baby, I can't believe it's true. Yeah, yeah. I have to pinch myself once every day. Since I heard you say such a hurt, you say, baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, yeah. You know I feel so lucky just spending time with you. Yeah, yeah.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, how I used to be weren't so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be.
Hello, hello.
In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel.
You've got myself, you've got Lizard, and a little friend here covering the games for the Western European region. How you doing, Liz?
Doing fine, doing fine. Just as we started, the rain started outside. And of course, the cat, the only time she likes me is when the weather is bad. So she jumps in, joins us for... And I don't know, I just like this. I feel very ominous right now, you know, just...
You look like
let
Mr.
me
Burns
analyze
if he had a
some
cat.
Dota. Exactly. Let me analyze some Dota, you plebs.
Very good. Well, it looks like she's having a great time. What's her name?
Her name is Shevala. It's you know, so the name is like in Bosnia we have these super old school names that no one archaic names that no one uses anymore. It's like my grandmother's name. So yeah, that's it.
That's pretty sick. I mean, the last time I had a pet was a bird, and it was called Fuzzy. So, you know, like that's the level of complicatedness that it happens down here in Australia.
I feel like that's the opposite direction that you can take. You know, just
Pretty much.
just call it Fuzzy or something, or have some Mr. Kreolophius the Second. You know, that's the path that I chose. But we're both very excited for some new season of Dota. We're opening it up, right? Like more or less, this, for me at least, this is the new season of esports gamers gaming.
Gaming, electric
Heading
sports,
out.
we love to see it. We love seeing all of the stuff coming through. And I mean, I think there's a few tournaments going on right now, but this is the big one, right? Because not only do you qualify to DreamLeague, but that's the way to the Esports World Cup as well. So, you know, you've got to get those points in. You've got to start getting to qualify towards that Granddaddy event. Of course, we've just had TI and no patch yet, Liz. So do you think there's going to be any sort of changes that might be happening in the meta, or are they just going to stick to basically what Falcons did?
Honestly, man, like I've been playing some Dota, and people in my pubs at least are sticking to what worked pre-TI. They're not even adapting to like the meta of TI as much. Besides some of the DOMs, like DOMs are being purchased all the time. I'm excited. You know, it's not like he's been cooking on one side, and on the other, of course, we have some pub stars too. So it's going to be a very interesting match. I think we might, at least from OG, I think we'll see something innovative. That's what this organization has always been known for. So, yeah, I expect it. I expect something new.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just to refresh everyone, this is OG versus Zero Tenacity in the first round of the upper bracket. And I mean, let's just start with OG. Newish roster, right? 4 out of the 5 players have been playing together for about 3 or so months now. They recently said goodbye to Stormer, who was both their mid laner and their captain. And then they picked up Stoikov. I think Lelis is captaining them now as a result of that, but they've only played 2 tournaments since that changeover, and they won both of them. So they might have been smaller tournaments, but that's good signs, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just winning anything. I feel like at this point is important, right? Like smaller tournaments, they still contain talented boys that are playing this game, talented teams, and very rarely do you find a tournament that you can enter and just breeze through. You always have a strong opposition, so the scene itself has grown in that way. I remember back in the day, dude, I would join some tournament for $10,000, win it versus some local guys, and be like, okay, I guess no one knew about this tournament, you know? Like,
they're just giving money away,
just,
basically, at that point.
Yeah, back in the day, you would win a tournament because on this tier 2-ish, tier 1.5-ish scene, you would win a tournament because no one else knew about it, not because you were the best, you know? You just joined did some weekly tournaments and stuff. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I feel like every tournament is contended for by big organizations and strong teams. So we'll see. My bottom line is, it's good to win. OG has been having a rough time. They didn't really qualify for a lot last season, even though they came really close. So it's the cat agrees. So it's good for them to start in a winning way. Opa. There we go.
Yeah. And just to go over their 5 players, you got Shad, Stoikov, Mixer, Daze, and Lelis. So, you know, again, 4 out of those 5 have been playing together for a little bit now. Stoikov, obviously, the newest joinee, I guess you can call it. No Tail, head coach, and Hobate is their assistant coach. I think he came along at the recommendation of Stormer, and OG really liked a lot of his theories. He's the assistant coach for them, kind of in like a liquid style format where Blitz handles like the macro gameplay and how to communicate with each other, and he's more about the Dota 101 stuff, like bringing up the skill floor.
Yeah, I feel No-Tail is he's got a lot of ideas which currently might be outdated. Who the hell knows? Like I've watched a lot of his streams with Thompson and Seb, and sometimes he feels very strongly about things that to me seem absolutely wild, but sometimes, even though they seem absolutely wild, they're kind of genius. So there's that. On the other side, Hovey is, I don't know, like Hovey never broke out into the Dota scene, and I think he's like a personality and a character and a player that definitely, in my opinion, deserved it. Like, he's a super nice guy. Overall, I feel like they have a pretty cool team, a team that I'm kind of biased in most tournaments towards right now. They have double XU boys on their side with Stoikov and Mixa, Hovey, No-Tail. Not in this particular series, let's say, because Zero Tenacity as well are very close to my Slavic heart, but I hope that both of these teams make it far, let's put it that way, in their Dota careers. All individual players, with this orgs or without them.
Absolutely. And with Zero Tenacity, I mean, not as much of the Slavic route anymore, right? Now they're playing with, I think, 4-2-3 and Ser, the Mongolian pair in that safe lane. You've got Mirage, Kazakhstani, I believe, in the mid lane, and Nefrit and Jeezy, who's the newest addition from Turkey, I believe, who's just come in. Have you encountered Jeezy much in pubs? Because I don't know much about him at all.
All of these guys are honorary Slavs, man. When you look at some Kazakhstan, it's I mean, of course not, but in a way they kind of understand each other. They can speak the same language more or less, besides the SCA, of course. I haven't seen him in my pubs. My pubs are trash, so I don't really see a lot of pros. Like, when you're around rank 1,500, you get a lot of games with like rank 5 people, but you get a lot of games with like rank 4,000 people. And then I dropped to 2k plus, so now I'm getting only the rank 4,000. I need to get a bit back to get.
Now you're in my rank. Now you're in the 2k area. That's my breeding ground. So it's rough for sure.
Yeah, it's rough, but it's fun. It's Dota. For when it comes to Zero Tenacity, LeBron left them, like you said, right? So it's he was always a guy with very strong opinions in Dota. I feel like he was almost certainly always drafting and captaining. I wonder how that's going to impact Zero Tenacity and what they can do to alleviate the loss. Or maybe it's not a loss. Maybe it's going to come as a benefit.
Well, he's moved to being like a content creator, kind of like a Bulldog style with Alliance sort of thing. So I'm sure if they like need ideas, he's still with the organization, so they're going to be able to go to him and say, "Hey, got any input on this?" Yeah. So he's still around. It's just that he's not with the active team anymore. So we'll see how it all pans out. Like you said, maybe they just needed a different in-game voice leading them, but he's still going to be around for that out-of-game stuff that might be needed.
Okay. Shout out to Nikola Popovic Lebron, the new content creator of Zero Tenacity. I'm not sure what content he's creating, but I'm sure that it's gonna be good. I know that they have this organization, like in general, has one, two. Okay, so Zero Tenacity right now has 3 of my ex-teammates in their organization side of things. So that's interesting. And keep in mind that Stoikov played for Zero Tenacity and now he's on the other side. So of course, out of everyone, he only knows Nefrit. The rest of the team has switched. So it's not the same squad. So he won't be bringing too much good info. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Their head coach is right now spamming me.
Sounds good. What do you think? Like you mentioned, it's just been Nefrit that he played with for what, 6-7 months or so on Zero Tenacity. But is there anything that you think an offlaner specifically can provide to the team? Like, if you're a mid laner or if you're a support, you might be able to have some insight onto like where the wards are going in the game for the early game and the later stages. But offlane, is there anything specific that you think that role lends in terms of information that might still be available for Stoikov to say, hey, this is what Nefrit really likes to do?
Yeah, of course. You can abuse him in a certain way, right? Like, you know what his hero pool is, you know how he likes to roam the map. Offlane and position 4, of course, with the mid as well, but offlane and position 4 can dictate the pace of the game quite a bit. So if you can counterplay that in a sense, then for sure, like, you can use that to your advantage. But right now, what they need on Zero Tenacity, and why you guys are looking at the beautiful face of Danog for so long, is what they need is internet, because they don't have it. They don't have it for their mid laner on Zero Tenacity. That's what I'm getting from their coach. He has no internet, and he's going to some god-awful gaming arena to play this best of 3, so it's not gonna be that great for him, but hopefully he makes there in time.
Hopefully he does. Nah, stop lying though, Liz. You just wanted everyone to see our faces. You're not the one pressing the start button on the game. It's all on you, but no, hopefully it'll be underway. I think there might be a small draft penalty for them as a result of that delay, so hopefully we'll get up and running really quickly. I know it's not the series that we're covering right now, but let's talk about maybe the second series that we're going to be covering today, which is Virtus Pro versus Pipsqueak +4. Now, I don't know who the Pipsqueak is on that team, but they were able to beat Mouse in the open qualifier, in the first open qualifier. Mouse still got through the second one. What do you reckon about VP branching out to have like a non-Eastern European team?
I really like it. I feel like it's kind of cool that they are getting like out of their own region. I feel like this Eastern European, or whatever you want to call it, region is super highly contested right now, and it's hard to break through if you want to have like a secondary team. I just wonder what the real reason behind international org for the international side of business it is for them. But in any case, I feel like it's cool. It's a cool set of 5 players. And when it comes to that game itself, I think Pipsqueak is not going to be an easy I know the name sounds kind of silly, but all of these players are really good. Like Kaori, Kidaro, Palantimos, I believe. So it's gonna be kind of rough if these are the players that are still in the team. I'm not really sure. What I'm seeing is it's Nande, Palantimos, Kidaro, and Kaori, but I'm not sure if that's currently the same.
I think it is because they've got
roster.
It's them, and then they've got like a VP CIS as well, where it was kind of like Navi NA and that sort of thing. But enough about that series. We're going to get into the draft of this series because looks like we might be up and running. So OG versus Zero Tenacity. We're going to be getting into it hopefully very, very soon. As any particular picks and bans that might be coming out. I know in the series that I've been looking at, it's been like the Naga, the Sand King, that have been at the very top of the priority list. But anytime that you're going up against 4-2-3, you got to get rid of that Lycan, Nefrit as well. It's probably their most played hero as a team overall.
Yeah, like overall, I think Lycan right now is in a really good spot, regardless of the team. But against them, you must get rid of it. And keep in mind that OG won't shy away from taking it too. So it's kind of interesting that they accepted this route of actually just banning it out, even though they have the first phase, first pick. But we'll see, you know, like we'll see what these two teams cherish the most. Shaker for me is still even higher than the Sand King. I feel like there are ways of dealing with the Sand King. With the Shaker, it's very hard. It's just almost impossible to properly deal with him. This hero kind of always comes online. Sand King, sure, at TI, he was the most important hero in certain best of threes, in certain series, I should say. He was banned out quite a lot, but I feel like that there are still ways of dealing with him that teams haven't really discovered at TI. But Naga Marcy, of course, on one side, super casual bans that are always banned out. Enchantress Chen on the other, protecting the beast. And we'll see what Zero answers it with.
Yeah. If I had to guess, it would have been this Gyrocopter. I mean, 4-2-3, he's known for playing his like really unorthodox style position ones, but the one really normal-ish one that he does play is the Gyro. And, you know, Flat Cannon, of course, great answer for the Hawk, great answer for the Boar, so might be just forcing Mixer to go into an Axes build on this Beastmaster as opposed to any kind of like full-on pushing build. So we'll have to see how that one pans out here.
Do they have flex with it, by the way? Yeah.
Don't think so.
Do they
no.
have flex? Oh, that's interesting, because I guess then they just value it so highly that they don't even care about flex. Because in my mind, I feel like Dota has entered the place in which, when you're playing, you kind of, if you're a tier 1, tier 2, tier 18 team, you still need to have flex on your opener. Like even this Beastmaster, this hero is very flexible. Can be mid, can be offlane, can be safe lane. I'm not saying that OG's players can do it, but in theory, it should be possible to flex him. But because opening up like with a Gyro like this, I feel like just leaves you exposed a little bit. But Zero Tenacity, they just don't give a damn. Gyro, Invoker, they're just opening with what they find strong for them, and that's pretty much it.
Now this is one where they do have flex, where both Mirage, but I think this is in particular going to be Jeezy's hero. Like he spams Invoker, so this is a position for Invoker that's going to be coming through. Something that we don't see all that often these days, so interested to see how that's going to pair with Nefrit's playstyle, particularly because Lycan's already banned, Beastmaster's already banned, there is the Dawnbreaker and the Bristleback, so maybe they just want something like that you can kind of leave solo a little bit and let this Invoker start roaming and making a little bit more havoc happen around the mid lane.
Sure, I want to see it. Like when you tell me a position 4 Invoker, I mean I'm not sold. Let's put it that way. Like I know there were patches when this hero was legit on a 4. I don't think this is one of those patches, but you know what? Like anything can work if you're good enough. This hero, however, on the other side, I mean.
Oof.
During TI panel, like one of the first days, I was telling the boys that were paneling with me, Misery and Storm, about how strong Hoodwink is, and both of them literally dismissed the idea. They were like, Hoodwink, whatever, I find it bad. You know, these kind of, this kind of sentiment. Because on paper, this hero has been nerfed so many times, and it really doesn't bring you any saves like a Snap does, or Shadow Demon, you know, and she's kind of squishy, but so damn annoying. Like, at the same time, the break is nice, so much burst damage, you can never kill her. Like, level 10 gives you +1 scurry. Like, you have 3 scurries with the range facet. Like, you just have a built-in Aether Lens the moment you hit level 10. Like, I mean, you have it before level 10, you just have it always, almost, once you hit it. I don't know, I really like it. I feel like it's really good with Beast as well. It can look kinda silly versus certain heroes, but yeah.
We're not seeing any of those heroes right now, I think, is the thing. I mean, maybe a Gyro if you end up getting a homing missile onto her. I mean, that's the thing, right? You mentioned that she's squishy as hell, but if you can't catch her, you can have 1 HP, and it doesn't really matter, you know? Like, if you're just not taking any damage because you're constantly playing in the tree lines or whatever it might be. I mean, this seems like a Falcon's draft that OG are putting forward, right? Relatively hard to kill, good push, good scaling, relatively decent lanes. It just feels like very, very stable, whereas Zero Tenacity is like kind of trying to make their own meta still, I guess. Like with this, I'm still saying it's probably going to be a position 4 Invoker, a very early Gyrocopter 1 in response to the Beastmaster. So they're kind of going down the, let's say, Paravision route, where Paravision with Astini just say, hey, we're just going to pick what's good for us, and then, you know, see what the enemy team does. But we're not really going to worry too much about what they're going to try and do. And they do end up going that Dawnbreaker that we were talking about, something that's just able to be kept somewhat solo to enable this Invoker to start roaming if it is indeed played as a 4.
Yeah, and I mean, the Dawnbreaker usually, this hero fell out of meta, kinda, at TI at least. It wasn't contested a lot at the end, because people found ways of dealing with her, and one of the main ways was through a certain support that went through a Silencer unpicked, untouched. But now that OG have picked Hoodwink and Pugna back to back, it kind of left them open to a couple of these picks, Dawnbreaker included, and I do think that this is a really good pickup. Disruptor into Pugna, we saw what happened in Grand Finals. Like, this is like, I think the Grand Finals went the way they did, but this matchup of Disruptor into Pugna perhaps isn't, like, it's not that great for Disruptor. It's not like, okay, I'm gonna Static Storm this guy every single time and glimpse him. Good Pugna is gonna hide. You're not gonna have an easy time finding him, especially if your team isn't able to play up front and be the ones that are going in first. And right now for Zero Tenacity, I don't see a hero that does that. Like, Dawnbreaker is reactive, Invoker can kinda set up, but he cannot set up and contain. He catches you and then he needs some control afterwards. None of these heroes do that on Zero Tenacity, which is something that OG does with ease. Like, look at this, Beast roar into burst damage, Ember going in, Pugna following up, Hoodwink. Like, Hoodwink, I stop me because I've been talking for too long, but this damn Hoodwink just, it connects everything, dude. Like, this is a position 4 that just makes Ember work, makes Beast work. Like, whatever move you make on the map, as long as Hood is there, and you can always be there on Hoodwink because she's so mobile. You don't need anyone else.
And you kind of
just
like,
need 2 heroes.
Hoodwink is being enabled by the cores as well, like, rather than the other way around, which a lot of supports are trying to do. Like, Hoodwink is that good when you've got the Sharpshooter available that all you need is the Primal Roar or the Searing Chains, and then that's just so much damage coming through that they might not be able to deal with. And I'm totally in agreement with you that they need something that's going to jump forward, because like, I was thinking some sort of Blink Dagger hero, or just something that's going to zip in. So Puck's already gone, Ember Spirit's already gone, Batrider's gone. So Sand King, Storm Spirit are the 2 that I'm really thinking of for Zero Tenacity's last pick, just because I don't think you want to only have that Solar Guardian for reactive defensive purposes. I think you need to be willing to jump in and make plays happen with it.
I think the way that Zero Tenacity are drafting right now and everything that you talked about leads
10
into
seconds remaining.
the position 4 invoker that you mentioned, and like you
seconds
said, they need some of these mid laners that can perhaps go in first, with the invoker definitely being the 4. I like it here even more so that they have, now that you see that they have the ultimate last pick, so they can counterplay some of OG's picks as well. Like a position 4 invoker, if you're going some tornado EMPs, pretty nice versus Pagna, pretty nice versus Ember. Like you have some dispels for the saves, for a lot of things. So overall, yeah, I think Dragonite
5
was
seconds
also a
remaining.
very good idea for Zero Tenacity.
Yep.
Just something dumb, big and upfront, you know. The DKs, the tinies, like you mentioned, Sand King. Sure, Sand King even is maybe an
Ooh.
option.
What do you think about something like a Leshrac as well? You know, it's something that Mirage plays a little bit, and you're not really going to have as much of that save from the Pugna, and it really lets them up the tempo in quite a big way.
It's all right.
remaining.
I wouldn't mind it. I'd still like something juicier.
5 seconds remaining.
Lash is also fine. I just think that they need ease of execution on Zero Tenacity, and if you go for Lash, I guess you have Glimpse and stuff. It's doable. It's doable. I like your idea. I wouldn't mind Lash. I wouldn't mind. I mean, if they wanted to, they can go for Huskar or something as well, right? Like into Ember on mid lane. Like if you really want to dumpster the lane. Like there are these options too. You have Break on Hoodwink against you, I guess, but who the hell cares? If you're a
Yeah.
sneaky, breaky, cheeky, breaky player, that's doable.
Yeah. I mean, Pango is always viable, but not so much against a Beastmaster and a Luna, and even somewhat the Ember Spirit with the chains until you can get into the roll-up or a Lotus Orb. So I'm a little less happy about that, but yeah, for me it's either Sand King or Leshrac or Storm that needs to be this last pick for Zero Tenacity. Frontline, big burst damage, good combo together with the Dawnbreaker, good lane against the Ember Spirit.
Let's see what they go for in the end.
What do you reckon about this Luna, by the way?
I don't know, it's kind of cool. A lot of stacks are being made in the game right now. The hero itself, like there are many different skill builds that you can go for. I feel like Luna just rounds the draft up nicely, and that's basically bottom line for me. Like you have this Beast, Luna, Ember, 3 core that aren't necessarily, like Luna isn't the most broken hero at the moment, but she's definitely playable. So we'll see. Maybe Luna is a bit stronger than I'm giving her credit as well. Like I honestly can't remember the last time I saw Luna in my own game. Like it's always the same core, same carries, and Luna is not one of those.
Choose your hero.
Okay. Fine enough, right?
So
Fills the role that we were kind of hoping for, and you get with the Aghanim Scepter as well another way to be able to get onto that Pugna and stop any kind of decrep, life drain, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it lets you play Dota, I think. Like this Void Spirit just allows you to play Dota. I still like OG's draft a bit better, I have to admit, but Zero Tenacity's draft as well is in their comfort zone. Let's put it that way. I feel like it's not OG. We're picking to the comfort zone plus the meta, and when I look at Zero Tenacity, I feel like they only pick to the comfort zone. Of course, these heroes are played as well, but on the other side, I'd rather have the Beast right now, let's put it that way, with the Hoodwink as my opener than a Gyro plus Invoker, with Invoker being some crazy possible flex to afford that. If you called it, I'm sure that OG knew about it as well. So it's gonna be interesting in any case. What the hell is this Disruptor head, by the way? This Mount's head
good
is
question.
ginormous.
I have no idea. It just looks like a rock, basically.
It looks like a
and
rock,
Luna's
yeah.
riding a wolf now as well. I'm interested to see with Jeezy playing the Invoker. He's gone the Mide of Tornaris. So I haven't actually checked if he gets into like a early-ish Aghanim Scepter on this position 4 Invoker to upgrade his Tornado. But certainly the EMP with the Shard is a fantastic one to have when you're going up, when you've got a Gyro that you're looking to play with, which just enables further glimpses, things like that. It makes it harder to run away from a Dawnbreaker ulti as well.
I feel like the Ags on Invoker right now is purchased more for the bonus points than it is for the mini tornadoes. So when people are like, the mini tornadoes are kind of a nice addition to what you would usually get, I guess. So overall, yeah, we'll see what he goes for. Is there something specific versus this team that they need? Not really. Maybe some glimmers, some solar crests. I'd like to see that, but that can be bought by a position 5 as well. Is a vessel necessary? Not necessarily too much. Like, you are playing into a Pugna, it's not terrible. Maybe that's something that he can go for as well. We'll see. He's a level 13 Walker. I'd suspect it's gonna be some like vessel build, you know, just because it opens up the game for you. Like, if you're playing position 4 Invoker, whatever else you buy, it doesn't have to be a vessel, by the way. I see that he queued up Urn. It can be an Urn as well. I feel like that kind of opens up the game for you. You can play alone a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's Grandmaster on the hero, so clearly knows what he's doing in this position 4 role. And, you know, if you're able to open up the map a whole lot, you do need this, like we were saying before, Stoikov on his Ember Spirit really does feel like he's the one that's enabling Hoodwink once Daze is level 6. So that's really the trend that I'm expecting to see, like a little bit passive-ish in the early stages of the game, and then once it gets to level 6 on the supports, that's when OG are going to start trying to make their move. Whereas I think on Zero Tenacity, you've got this Invoker that doesn't necessarily need his level 6, so you can just start to maybe try and make a few things happen before that point and get a little bit more aggressive in that fashion.
Yeah, they have some nice Ghost Walk into Dawnbreaker ulti, Solar Guardian combos. They are smoking up as well. But I have to say, again, I feel like Zero Tenacity's draft is a draft that needs to outplay. You know, it's not a draft that can... on OG, I feel the draft just plays itself. It's very simple. If you play normal Dota, you can execute. If you execute nicely, you don't have to be like talented, just nicely, it should work out. So ease of execution for me is definitely on OG's side.
Absolutely, and well, they're just going to end up popping each other's smokes at this point as they walk on forward to try and contest this first bounty rune, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any major fights breaking out. I was actually having a look at that when you were talking about Zero Tenacity versus OG and what their drafts are kind of like. I was about to say, like, well, Zero Tenacity are just banking on, we know these heroes back to front and we're going to use our individual skill to be able to make it work. But it's gotten late enough with like the levels on heroes, like, you know, your bronze, silver, gold, etc. up to Grandmaster, that even OG have a lot of like platinum and master and Grandmaster heroes. So I don't think you can just necessarily rely on that anymore.
Yeah, I 100% agree, absolutely. The one thing from OG that I'm not really sure how it's gonna work for them is Lelis on 5 and Daze on 4. I feel like from what I have seen, at least in the past, Daze playing, which is quite a few games, I think that he suits a position 5 a little bit better, a little bit more. And Lelis, for me, has always been this playmaking guy, right? Like, he played offlane for quite some time, so... we'll see how he adjusts to the 5. So there are some role swaps on OG that might be a bit hard to adjust to immediately in the season, so they might play a small part in this game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm thinking of Daze as well. Like, his heroes aren't necessarily the type that you can necessarily flex to 4, the ones that he's most comfortable with, and especially early-ish on into a new roster, you certainly want a lot of that comfort so that you're not, you know, just trying to reinvent the wheel, basically. But on top of that stuff that you were saying with Lelis, I'm interested to see how he's going to go with the captain role as well, something that he hasn't really had that much experience with either.
Yep, absolutely. Which also puts a strain, right? Like, you're playing a new role, like you said, and you're a captain on top of that. We'll see. Right now, when it comes to the lanes...
Mirage is doing well mid. You might be able to
mhm.
get first blood. Oof. Just with that Fairy Fire, able to dodge it out is Stoikov, but still performing incredibly well at this point. He's already broken out to about a 350 net worth lead on this Void Spirit versus the Ember.
Yeah, he had a much earlier bottle. Was it something about bounty runes? Bounty runes were 3 for 1, so they won the bounties. He got the bottle a lot earlier. Like Ember still does not have his.
It's coming out right now.
Issue.
As actually first blood on that bottom side of the lane. I mean, any time that you're going up against a gyrocopter, there's always that threat of death, especially just as the disruptor hit into his level 2. So Glimpse was available. I think they used a blood grenade as well, and that was necessary because you'd been spamming out that lane on Cez Disruptor. He'd already used 2 mangoes up until that point. They wanted the wave to push forward anyway so that they could go and grab that 3-minute Lotus. And yeah, they're rewarded with a first blood. Goes to the Disruptor, but that's honestly not the worst if you're just trying to keep a lot of pressure.
Mid lane.
Going in onto
Stoikov.
Mirage, but... Oh,
Yeah, this is really close. Back to your point about the bot lane, Hoodwink is not great at Disruptor. Like, Disruptor can catch you and glimpse you back. The problem is the Thunderstrike gives vision even when you try to scurry through the trees. So the Zero, like, he can't catch you at the same time. Any time Disruptor is caught by anything, Sharpshooter probably kills him. In the laning stage, at least, Disruptor feels better. Like, this hero deals way too much damage right now. That's why he's picked a lot. It's later on with Static Storm, of course, he brings a lot of impact, but his laning stage is legit now too.
I'm liking these rotations coming through, particularly from Zero Tenacity, realizing how even this mid lane is and bringing both supports there. Of course, the first blood helps. The fact that you knew that the Hoodwink had rotated as well meant that you weren't all that concerned about leaving Gyrocopter solo up against the Beastmaster, who, by the way, has still opted to go into that Call of the Wild Boar and Hawk build, despite going up against this Gyro. What do you reckon about that, Liz?
I think it's normal. No, I think people are almost always going Wild Hunt now with almost no axes days. It should be fine this time. Runs away. Yeah, I mean, he is feeding a couple of boars here and there, but which isn't great. But overall, I think the build is alrightish. As long as he buys the Helm of Dom, he gets so much attack speed. And he gets that solo kill potential immediately after.
I'm just a little worried about, like, the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. It's fine.
I was going to say, like, I'm a little worried because the boars do give so much XP as they actually glimpse back Mixer here, and, well, the Hawk is going to end up tanking up a lot of those Rock Barrage hits, but it's going to be enough for him to be able to get away. Basically, that's what I was touching on, you know, the fact that this Beastmaster is in danger of dying pretty frequently if you get into a level 6 early on the Gyrocopter, you know, and those Hawks and Boars, they give a surprising amount of experience, so he's going to have his level 6 a good minute probably before the Beastmaster.
No, absolutely. Even without level 6, I feel like they have full potential. The only reason he lived there is 20 Magic Wand charges, right? Like, he had a lot of stacks in the wall. However, stacks are being made in the jungle. They're going on Gyro, speaking of.
Is it going to be fine though? The Lotus Orb has just spawned. Yeah, they're going to get the return kill as a result of it, maybe even more. Bringing Hoodwink back into the meat grinder, and they end up getting a double on this bottom side. Already a 2k net worth lead opened up by Zero Tenacity down here, and
Top lane?
this is kind of what we were talking about as, yeah, a little bit of pressure up on that top lane, but Shad on his Luna fast enough that he's going to be able to just bound away from that. But now you've got that level 6 on the Gyro that I was talking about, and it's only 30 seconds away from the Wisdom Shrine coming up, so potential to try and contest against that. Seth has already popped the Clarity, and looks like that's the pathway that they're moving towards.
Yeah, they can be super punished with the Ember, because he's the only hero that can TP in, leave the Remnant, and doesn't care about getting glimpsed. But Mirage is also coming through, so we're gonna get a big fight here.
Oh, a huge one, and it's with a haste rune though for Mirage. the thing that causes the difference here. Good use of the cooldown coming through, hitting onto multiple heroes many times. Will still die on the gyrocopter though, and
This would...
it is... Oh, actually it's not the greatest mix. It ended up getting the Shrine of Wisdom as well. So it could just be a 3-for-1.
Maybe even more. Never mind. He's gonna leave the Void Spirit. But yeah, this was. So basically, as you were saying,
Oh,
that
could
they
still
can
happen.
go-
Dire's top tower.
Got one remnant charge left, and they actually get the kill. Turnaround, nicely done, Jeezy. He's got LFT in his name, but shouldn't be if he's able to make plays like that, as they might
gonna
end
be
up getting
one more.
another on the top of it. Yeah, Pugna caught out here. Glimpse level 3, so we'll have plenty to be able to just feed another kill over towards Mirage, who sitting up towards the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, they made a like strategically they made a really good play. I think for Radiant contesting the Shrine was really bad. I think the considering how hard they were winning the lane, it was unnecessary. It was a level 5 Disruptor versus a level 2 Hoodwink. You didn't need to go for it. However, after doing a really good play on OG, they did a really bad one, chasing the Void Spirit a little bit too far. Everyone respawned by that time, so... That's
So
great.
early into the game as well. And, oh, actually, another play here onto the Ember Spirit, who will be able to get away, but not without having basically all of his mana drained, health ticking down very, very low with that Urn Charge, starting to give a little bit of an effect. Still has one available on Jeezy. They wanted to continue the pressure, and we were talking about the Hoodwink levels. Well, you've got Static Storm available on Says Disruptor, so want to try and perhaps contest some of these stacks that are starting to be built up here by the Pugna.
Yep, and you have such good heroes to do that. You have Gyro already. He's probably going to use the cooldown as well. If he wants to take any of these, we'll see. Nefrit does default
No one
off.
ends up going down. 3-for-1, so it's a likely thing to happen, but even Beastmaster making his way towards that stack area really isn't going to do all that much. You know, you mentioned that most people are still going to Call of the Wild Boar, as they're going to get another kill here onto Stoikov. He's getting absolutely bodied by frequent rotations coming through here, and 423 spent a little bit of time away from the lane. Hasn't been the peak optimization of his time here, but they should still be able to get the initial objective that they wanted, which was taking away at least the hard can.
Yeah, they need a Dom. They don't have Dominator on Mixa right now. I feel like that's slowing them down a little bit. Once he gets it, he will be able to join these fights, but it's a Beastmaster gameplay, you know, like you don't really want to leave the lane. Even once you, when you get the Dominator, you want to continue pushing, but you can see the difference that Dom Breaker is making just by being in the game, by the way.
Yeah, especially now with the level 6, nearly level 7 picked up, and you just need to be so careful about overly committing to a lot of these engagements. You know, there's always that turnaround potential coming, and we said we didn't want them to be playing completely reactive Dota, but I think when you've had a relatively decent start, like you have, you know, it's a 2k net worth lead still, despite a bit of a misplay around the Wisdom Shrine, you could still look to try and kind of keep this up, at least until Gyro gets into that accelerated farm level, and once the Void Spirit has not only the Manta Style, but the Aghanim Scepter, I think that's when they're going to start going on the front foot. But it's Beastmaster that's the target right now.
Damn, that's Breaker took a lot of damage.
Should still die though on the Beastmaster. Pretty tanky with the help of the Dominator, but actually ends up...
Look,
you got the kill? What?
Yeah, that was 5-for-1. I mean, 5-for-1. 5 heroes came there to kill the Beastmaster. That's what I meant. And they still got the... And he still gets a kill on Invoker. But this is super worth it for Mixa. Like, of course, you do kill the Beastmaster, maybe open up the tier 1 tower, which is nice for Zero Tenacity as well.
Yeah, particularly for this game, right? You see a lot of games where the Radiant side looks to take this tier 1 tower bottom, but it's not really for any purpose. But for this one, absolutely is, right? Like, you've got the Gyrocopter with the Flak Cannon, you want to be taking away a lot of these stacks that are being built up for this Luna. It just gives you a different angle to start to invade into some of these ancient camps that are starting to be stacked up. But well, they would have loved to get a much better trade out of it than that.
The thing that I'm seeing right now is 2 Helm of Doms are up. Luna has one, and so does the Beastmaster. Like in the next 5 to 7 minutes, you might not even see these heroes in the lanes anymore. Like you're playing into Invoker Disruptor that want to be making plays and catching people. 3 bounty runes, by the way, you don't see that very often. At the same time, I feel like if you wanted to, you could just chill on OG. Like just use your beast to push out and chill in the back.
Potentially. They're making a little bit of a play here onto the Pugner. Will get caught, and he's already actually uses the decrep now, has the life drain available again, but shouldn't be able to channel it with that cold snap plus earn. But it actually is Mirage that's taking the majority of the damage here. And he'll end up going down as well. Won't need to use the 10 stick charge that he's got. He was dead meat, being revealed by that dust. So nice little reactive plays here, and I'm a little surprised, honestly, that Nefrit didn't end up using the Solar Guardian to join in.
Yeah, he had it, but he was too busy stacking, I guess. Well, failing to stack. Unfortunate. Not really sure. Like, he definitely could have maybe scared them at the same time. There was a sharpshooter up. Pugna had everything. Ember with the shield room probably was not killable, so... They smoke up though. They, let's see where they go. Usually in this kind of a game you would move to the Beastmaster. He's your strongest hero on the map.
Yeah, and they themselves want to start opening up the map for themselves as well. This bottom tower just sitting at above half HP. Would love to be able to take out this Gyrocopter who's having an amazing game. Like we were saying in the draft stages, 4-2-3 plays a lot of unorthodox heroes, but of the quote-unquote normie ones that he likes to play, Gyro is certainly up there, so they were able to just limit a lot of the space that he has to be able to farm. That would go a long way towards an OG victory, as Dave's just being a little bit cheeky, blocking the camp, making him think that he messed up a little bit himself.
Yeah, that was a good play. What I find good about that is the fact that they didn't try to go for a kill, because that kill was impossible. Invoker on top lane, if they see the Ghost Walk, is possible. They have a Dust as well. Oh. Oh, he did connect.
It's being pinged out now. Nice use of the sharpshooter to be able to get away. No mana though for the Hoodwink to be able to make plays with, so it's really just this Ember Spirit plus Dom creep that are going to be able to do anything, and that's why they back off completely. Don't want to be put in danger of getting caught with that glimpse into the static.
You know what now happens? Now the Gyro is vulnerable. Now you can go on him. And that's why 4-2-3 is actually going through the Twin Gate up top. Yeah, this is a good play, heads up play from him as well, because basically what OG just did is they baited out the Dawnbreaker ult. And by baiting it out, Gyro becomes free game. Like you can actually go on him. Open up the tier 1 bottom perhaps.
So do you reckon he's just going to be going back down bottom, I suppose, just because they've still got a tier 1 tower to be able to play around with there. They'll see that he's come back through the Watcher that they've got available. He's just able to get away is Stoikov. Maybe just keeping the Disruptor down here for now, right? Giving a little bit more protection to the Gyrocopter, at least until that Solar Guardian's back online. But in terms of farm, Nefrit's done a pretty decent job. He's already halfway towards that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he's caught up for sure. Disruptor covering is not the best cover in the game, but it's still solid.
They're making
I love the Invoker gameplay. Yeah, I love the the smoke up.
Oh, I was just saying he's not sitting back on his laurels, just sitting back and farming. They want to keep this pressure up. They want to try and find, and they get a double patch. No Static Storm use though. They're going to glimpse back Daze into it, not wanting to use it just for a support, but that means that he's going to get away.
Yeah, I don't think that was a kill, even with Static Storm. There's Pugna behind. Luna also was not caught completely. He managed to get away. It's a decent attempt, right? Like when you have... that attempt wasn't really that much about Gyro. It could be any hero that gives you some extra damage. It's more about the Disruptor, the Glimpse, and Battlefield is really strong right now. But Invoker is doing a lot of work. Like, it's not quite visible, like, no pun intended, but his Ghost Walk, running around, like, he's giving so much info, and he's stealing creeps all the time. Like, he just walks in, uses Tornado, steals creep camp, and goes away. Like, and also burns your mana. It's kind of very annoying gameplay from Easy. Jeezy. Easy Jeezy.
I was wondering, like, it kind of feels like ever since the map's gotten so much bigger that these invis heroes that used to just be, you know, devastating in your Legends, your Archon games, your Ancient games, it happens at pro level now as well, where there's just so much areas of the map and there's only so many sentry wards that you can buy that you're gonna get away with doing something while invis, and that's a pretty juicy target, but Pugna's right there behind him. Won't be enough to be able to get the save. TP's coming in though. Mike limps back. No, they've already used it, so they're going to go in and very, very nice prizal here. Raj still hanging around, potentially looking for that backstab with the Observer Ward in the lane to be able to go back in and make something happen, but it's going to be a 3 for 2 at this point. Still looking to try and converge onto this tower with the Helm of the Overlord, but it'll be enough. Nice use of the dust again to be able to catch out this sneaky Invoker. That will be the death of it.
Yeah, usually as Invoker, that's the gameplay that you want to have, but this time around, honestly, that play was really greedy from Zero Tenacity. They just initiated on a Beastmaster, the tankiest hero on the enemy side. You initiate on him as Pugna is behind him, under a tier 1 tower. Like, that's probably... Plus, on top of all of that, you're using the Dawnbreaker ulti very aggressively. So you do get the Beastmaster kill, but that was so not worth it. The only kill that they did get is the afterwards is the Pugna kill, and that's because of Lelis messing up. Like, he had 20 Magic Wand charges, he had Essence Ring, like he could have just popped the charges and he'd be fine, he wouldn't die, but he didn't. I think he just misclicked or didn't remember, whatever the case was.
He was busy coaching. I think that's the rule that we're going to have with Ellis here. If he messes up, he was coaching. You know, he's the captain. He was making calls at the time. It's a lot harder than
I really
it
think
sounds.
that's the case. Like, like I'm not even joking. Like, I actually think that's 100% what happened. He was probably saying, go more, go for Invoker as well. Something like that. Like, 100% I'm sure.
Even just the choice to going onto the Beastmaster when he had the Helm of the Overlord finished, so tons of HP. Even had the Elder Black Dragon, Ancient Black Dragon, excuse me, so extra 3 armor on top of that. He has a Poor Man's Shield as his neutral item. Like, he is tanky. He's got a brawny one. Like, he knows that he's the main priority because he's the one giving a lot of the tempo. So, oh, once again, Jeezy getting caught out a little bit here, but the nighttime might save him. Bearing off. He just broke out of it.
It's a lot of effort, right? Like, that's something. The only problem is he kind of led them into the
Next to
Tormentor. Yeah. Let's see if they go for it. I would be surprised if they
the freest
didn't.
Tormentor of all time, surely. They got to be able to take it. In the meantime, they were able to get the middle tower on Zero Tenacity, so not the worst. Maybe that's what they were more interested in doing anyway, just opening up the map a little bit further, giving them another avenue into that ancient camp area, because it's fairly well warded off by Lelis inside of the river in front of the bottom Roshan. So if you could make a bit of a move towards the left-hand side of the dire ancient camps, that'll be quite nice. Seems like the mission that Daze is on right now, though, is a bit of a warding mission of his own, just placing some really deep ones down. Again, though, is that the best place to make the play if Gyro is farming there? Maybe if he's patrolling towards the right, towards that ancient camp area, because kind of similar to what we just saw happen to the Beastmaster. If you're making a play when he's moving a little left, then it's next to a tier 2 tower, you've got the Solar Guardian available. Really feels like Zero Tenacity could make a turnaround happen.
Yeah, they don't have Solar Guardian, by the way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know what that was, but...
Let's see.
Yeah, I think he misclicked probably or something. I'm not sure, I didn't see it. I know it was shown on the screen of on Twitch, so...
This is the power of this lineup though, right? Like, I was about to mention, like, when we saw the Luna at the very end of the draft, if you win any team fight, the whole lane is gone, basically. I mean, you've got a Pugna, you've got a Beastmaster with his Inner Beast, you've got a Luna with the with auras coming through from her innate ability. You've got, you know, splash damage hitting in onto all of these creeps. Like, towers will die, and they will die very, very quickly. Sunstrike's going to scout out them going for this Roshan, but I really don't think that there's too much that Zero Tenacity can do about it. It's just a matter of what can you get in response. I'm not sure if chasing after a sneaky hoodwink is going to do anything.
These boys take objectives, for sure. They take objectives and they take them fast. As long as they take a team fight first, because team fights where Dire are in a certain position that you know for a fact shouldn't be too difficult for Zero Tenacity. They should still be able to set up. They have a lot of circles, a lot of nice AoE damage. So you still gotta be careful on OG, but right now, as long as there is no Aghanims on Void Spirit, I think the game is still in your control. I'd be surprised if they didn't push the moment AC is completed on Mixa, and that's up in 5 gold.
Yeah, that's basically the next question that I was about to ask you. Like, what do you think Zero Tenacity can even do until that Aghanim Scepter is online for the Void Spirit? I mean, he's got a few power runes in a row, which is nice, but up until he's able to get into that level 15, until that Aghanim Scepter, it really feels like into this Aegis, into this Beastmaster, who's tanky as hell, into this Pugna, who's providing so much defense for him, there's really not too much they can do.
Are scanning.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is something that we talked about when it, like, even in the drafting stage, right? Like, eventually this draft of OG becomes much easier to execute. Like, this is exactly the timing that I had in mind. Like, and there are even no BKBs on OG, by the way. So I would say that right now it's maybe even possible for Zero Tenacity to make a play. Once the BKBs are up, I feel like, I don't know what you have to do. You have to kite them like crazy to make your draft work out.
Trying to go for a bit of a backstab here. Doesn't end up connecting with the Tornado. They will get the Hoodwink and trying to potentially catch out Lelis there, but that is the Aghanim Scepter for the Eclipse coming through for the Luna, and they're actually going to catch out Void Spirit as well inside of that Roar. Decent amount of damage actually coming through though. 4-2-3 and Nephrit are putting in some work, and Jeezy, he's going to be coming in with that Spirit Vessel trying to help out a little bit. Is it going to be enough though? 4-2-3 basically needs to do it all on his own. Might be doing a pretty decent job of it so far though. Looks like he's just trying to retreat, push out the wave, prevent them from going up onto that high ground because the two dangerous cores in the Ember Spirit and the Luna were still alive.
Honestly, this fight was like really damn good for Zero Tenacity. The way it started and the way it went.
Hold on. Ooh, just able to get away on 4-2-3. Didn't connect with the slight chains.
Has been killed.
They have ulti on Luna in 10. They might still catch him.
He's got Satanic available. We'll use it to break out of the Searing Chains. Respawn's coming through. Set has the Solar Crest, but that's only going to do so much when you've got that magic damage coming through and no BKB on this Gyrocopter. He's going to try and stand his ground, but like we were saying before, no Satanic. It was used to just try and escape and get back to the rest of his team. And
nice meta dodge. Nice meta dodge on the glimpse, but irrelevant really, like nothing happened there. But really cool play overall from OG, the fact that they knew that Aghanims is coming back up. This Eclipse has very low cooldown, by the way, 65 seconds, so he basically had it at the beginning of the first fight and then had it to clean up the Gyro in the end too. Maybe a little bit reckless from the Gyro, not to fall back immediately after, but you can see the adaptation. He's instantly going for good old faithful BKB afterwards. Disassembled a couple of items. That's gonna be the
even
case.
then though, with the BKB, like maybe the BKB will make him a little more willing to pop the Satanic for stuff like that Searing Chains like we just saw. And I mean, Luna's almost level 20, so you're gonna get an extra bunch of Lucent Beam damage coming through once he gets to that stage, and it doesn't block all magic damage like back in the day, the old BKB. It hasn't been that way for quite some time, so he could still potentially die if it's a dead-on Eclipse.
I mean, what are the other options, right? Like, there is nothing that you can do that's better, I would say. Like, you can buy some Glimmer as well and someone pop it on your hero. Walker,
Bell can try and make a jump here. All combinations used together. Pugna doing his best to try and get the space to be able to get a life drain off for the Beastmaster, but not going to be successful. Bit of a backstab happening though, with Hoodwink coming alongside the Ember Spirit, but will just be a little bit too late. They at least clean up though. Mixer able to get the kill onto Se.
Yeah, Luna wasn't even close. Ember wasn't connecting, so I feel like yeah, they just didn't want to. They didn't want that smoke. They just left. That's it.
Let's see if they can pick
So
off any
overall-
stragglers, basically.
Yeah. It's a nice move by Zero Tenacity once again. I feel like because of this Invoker, they're still getting a lot of nice pickoffs. They're getting pickoffs in a stage of the game where OG are in more or less full control.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
But it does feel like Zero Tenacity have they haven't hit their critical mass, right? Or they haven't even hit the period where they feel really comfortable in fighting. You're not level 20 yet on the Gyrocopter, so you're missing out on 3 flat cannon attacks. He has the BKB just coming out to him now. Void Spirit is 100 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, and he's now level 15, so you've got that extra Resonant Pulse barrier. Like, they've got a lot of effective damage that's about to come through on Zero Tenacity.
Absolutely. This next fight will be telling. Like you said, level 20 Gyro with Alacrity, it's like your whole team is melting in one go. The Aghanims, of course, the Aghanims being purchased by Disruptor too, like he's queued it up. He's very far away from it, of course, but eventually that makes a difference as well. He's got the Greedy on his Essence Ring, plus 75 GPM, so eventually he's gonna get it. As long as he doesn't buy this Blink first, he's 100% gonna get the Ags.
And it'll be necessary because Beastmaster seems like it's target number 1 for Zero Tenacity, and he's working in towards his own BKB. Only about 1400 gold away from that, so it shouldn't be too long until he's able to get it. Might actually have it before the next Roshan as well, which has the potential to spawn in about a minute and a half. So it's going to be pretty telling of which team looks to set themselves up to have the best vision outside of the pit. Beastmaster again, priority number 1, no Blink Dagger, he's poured out.
Yeah, I think this kind of a move could have been broken by a support. It is your own triangle. Yeah, just standing there on the hill. Because I was looking at the two supports and they were standing so far behind their cores on the left side. No one was covering Mixa. Of course, like, what came first, chicken or the egg? Like, you could also go back on the Beastmaster as well. In any case, some miscommunication on the team, and a really good smoke from Zero Tenacity, of course. Now there's a full Revenant's Brooch on Gyro together with the BKB, like disassembling shenanigans, of course, as well, coming into play.
Radiant are scanning.
So he's decided to go for the Revenant's Brooch. I was about to mention that I saw the Gyro, both him and the Void Spirit had the Nullifier queued up, but it's just Void Spirit now, with him choosing to go down that route instead. Really still concerned about this Pugna for sure, and what it's going to be able to do. A little bit of an interesting choice to move well away from where the Roche could potentially be spawning, and wouldn't you know it, it's a pretty short spawn. So they've kind of given up their control of the area right now, Zero Tenacity, by moving away, and look at all the dewarding that's happening as a result of it.
Yeah, they're gonna have they're going to have Invoker now, right? Like, he was dead, so now that he's up, he'll be able to Ghost Walk and maybe scout it out a little bit, maybe some Force Spirits into the pit as well. They should be able to see it. Meanwhile, OG just snatch up the Torby. Unless Daze dies.
Yeah. He'll be right. Alright. Like we were saying before, though, this does feel like a much more telling fight that's about to break out. How close is he? About 1,000 gold away from a refresher on Nefrit, and he's hit up onto level 20, so that Solar Guardian radius is so much bigger as well. Much harder to escape, even with 4-staffs coming through from the Hoodwink in particular.
Both teams.
I mean, it's happened way too many times that he's just been moving forward, Jeezy. So this time around, they're setting up to be able to spot out any kind of Ghost Walk shenanigans that he's moving forward, and OG, they're the ones making the play.
I think Stoikov needs the dust. Like, he needs the dust in his inventory. That's the only difference here. But they might run into Gyro. They see him.
He's getting caught out here. Decent saves, but look at that damage coming through. Ag's already used, and they ended up using the Raw after the fact, so he's able to get off everything, but it means he's also used everything, and yeah, Gyrocopter just ends up falling down. Mirage nowhere to be found, and he actually might get caught out here. Daze was looking for the catch, and will be able to at least hit him with one acorn, but it's not going to be enough. Ends up using himself as a little bit of a celebration, perhaps. I'm going to call it that. Yeah.
Yeah. Most of the time, you're just clicking where you know he is, and you click yourself if he's out. But overall, yeah, like a really good smoke from OG. Invoker, once again, I feel like he's gonna get caught.
Spotted out the Hoodwink though, very squish, but looks like he'll be able to get away from this. And how long until the Eclipse? It's only up in another 7 seconds, so they're still getting kills despite that. And Void Spirit might be able to get away, he might not. That Manta style, not gonna be able to do enough to do it, and they just drop the hammer. Why not? And I mean, do you even need to go to Roche? I don't think so. You've got everyone up.
Dude, the Fogged voice line is the best voice line that I have heard. And also, it's so cool to hear it from Fogged, you know, like...
Yeah.
In any case, you mentioned this before. Towers, objectives, they melt. This could be two sides, or at least another tier 3. Gyro is up, but Void Spirit isn't for 20. I think this is another side, honestly. You just don't fall back. And now you
down
go
to
for
try
Rush.
and scare them away, and yeah, why not? You've got a minute and a half where it's still on that bottom side of the map, so closer to your outpost, going to give OG the advantage anyway. But yeah, I'm in agreement about Fog. One of the nicest guys in the scene. Or is it a fake back?
Yeah. This Aghanims on Luna with... on its own, it's strong. But keep in mind you have multiple amps on your side. You have Decrep and you have Hunter's Boomerang. So this deals so much filthy damage on a 60-second cooldown, man. Like, holy hell.
You know what it feels like? This feels like a no-tell thing. This feels like no-tell saying this is the Gigabrain theoretical astrophysics play that you're going to need to be able to do it. And, well, it's working out pretty damn well for him so far.
Yeah, the meme with the lady with the matte symbols around her head. That's no-tell right there.
Zero Tenacity, you're going to need to make a decision right now because the smoke's about to run out and they haven't run into anyone. And the base is kind of exposed a little bit. They're going to start moving towards the Roche pit. Can they take it in 20 seconds? The answer is most likely. It doesn't really feel like Zero Tenacity is doing anything, to be honest. Like, this jungle is the last place that they want to be.
Yeah, this feels like they've already lost. That's how it feels. Like, in their mind, they just couldn't find any solutions. Now they're two sides down. And then they were kind of building up to their items, and once they got their items, they lost all the fights. 20k behind now. Butterfly completed on Luna together with the Aghanim's Blessing, so yeah, this is going for a refresher next. Oh, ult will be...
That is a hate eclipse being dropped for this Invoker. Just, Grandmaster pause for Invoker as annoying as hell, and, well, at least they know that there's no ulti. They've got 50 seconds now to be able to try and make something happen, but that's the downside of losing 2 sets of racks this early on. The waves are always going to be pushing in, and it's the 35-minute double siege creep wave as well, so it just takes that little bit longer to be able to clear it out.
Dude, 50 seconds. It's 30 now. Like, this ulti needs a longer cooldown. It's kind of silly. Yeah.
Oh, they caught out Invoker. Has buyback if he ends up going down here, but the sharpshooter does not connect. Gonna need Void Spirit back here this time, contributing to the team fight. Eclipsing in with Luna. Might be able to kill the Aegis. Still has 15 seconds left for it to be available. It has the BKB, and they do not have a Dawnbreaker. He's got Satanic available. Need to time it. With the Eclipse coming through in 1 second, it uses a little bit early, so if he gets caught out and kited, this could just be a turnaround back onto the Gyrocopter. No BKB, no life for anyone. Invoker goes down, Disruptor will go down with the dieback, and GG is called as Mirage does his best to try and escape with his life, and will do so, but the game goes the way of OG.
Yeah. I would say this is a bit of an outplay, a bit of an outdraft as well, some very cool ideas coming from OG that Luna had. That Luna had some really cool ideas. I just have to say once again that Aghanims was brilliant. Aghanims is really good. I also think that Helm of Dominator is what allows it to even happen. If you go a level deeper, without the Dome being online on Luna, I'm not sure if you can get this Aghanims as comfortably and have as much impact. So, yeah, cool.
It was
stuff,
crazy stuff. That was kind of what I was expecting to see from Nefrit with his Dawnbreaker, right? Like, what they were doing with the Eclipse was one I wanted to see a little bit more of from Zero Tenacity with when they made their initiations. Like, they tried it a couple of times, but it didn't block off an entire team fight, right? It was always just onto one hero, whereas the Luna ulti just completely makes one huge area a no-go zone, especially once you get past that level 20 mark. So the big brains of OG come through again, at least in this game number 1, but that's the thing, it's a best of 3. So we're going to go to a short break and come back with game number 2 to see if OG will close it out 2-0 or if Zero Tenacity are going to bring us to a game 3. We'll be back in not too long. Stick around.
Anything you've ever wanted could be right there at your feet. Take your dream and take the power, be the best that you can be. Oh, we can go higher, higher, yeah. Gotta take the chance to rise above it all. Come on. Oh, we can go higher, higher, yeah. Gotta take the chance to rise above it all. Yeah. Ooh, face your fears, yeah. There's no limit. Can you reach the sky? Keep the faith and rise above it till you reach your high. Even when your body's aching, get up right back on your feet. Feel the message of forgiveness as your heart begins to beat. When you feel the fire spreading, nothing left to be. Oh, baby, get your signal on up. Oh, you can go higher if you try. You can do it, baby. You can go higher. You can do it, baby. We can go higher if you try. Oh, you can go higher if you try now. Ooh, if you try. You can do it if you try. You're gonna be a gold winter, baby, without you loving around.
welcome back for game number 2 of Zero Tenacity versus OG. OG looking pretty clinical, pretty solid all throughout that game. Number 1, didn't really feel like there was any point where they were in too much danger other than maybe the first 3-4 minutes. The Zero Tenacity laning went pretty well, but just a couple of unforced errors brought OG back into the game, and then it was smooth sailing till then, right, Liz?
Yeah, I would say so. I think like it's kind of hard to say after only one game, but the way Zero Tenacity drafted for me was, I think it was very inspirational, very cool, but they didn't execute very well as well. For OG on the other side, it was very clean cut, simple, just simple Dota, wins a lot of games. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was more of Perivision-esque kind of drafting, and that kind of drafts are usually like, it's very easy for us to flame those drafts for things that they are lacking when it didn't click, like we didn't see the big picture. I really think that there was a big picture behind it. Like, you can see some glimpses of it when they had that one fight versus Luna Aegis, with an actual fight where they glimpse the Hoodwink, they start off like that, they electrocute the gyro, and he just blows everyone up. That kind of a fight, if they fought it 2 minutes earlier without the Aegis on Luna, maybe the gyro gets Aegis, and then you don't care about the Aghanim's Luna for a fight or two, like I don't know. I don't think the drafts decided the last game. I think OG played a bit better, and Zero Tenacity, they need to take the lead this time around. Like you said, that they get in the laning stage, they need to take that lead and run away with it, not throw it away in a couple of unnecessary fights.
Yeah, particularly around that first Roshan, right? I think that was the biggest point of the game, where Zero Tenacity actually had control around the area. Pretty decent control, and they had pretty okay Rosh damage as well. But they gave it up for some reason. They all retreated as a team, and it just let OG cement control of the area. They placed down every single ward they could possibly want. They secured it for themselves, and like you mentioned, that next fight broke out, and they killed Luna once, but once is not enough. They needed to be able to kill it the second time, and they just ran out of gas at the end. So it's really just about hitting those timings and taking the big objectives when you really need to do so. I don't think the Tormentors would have changed much of anything, even though OG got both of them that game, but Roshan absolutely would have, in my opinion.
It's kind of a snowballing effect, right? Like you let a Tormi go, then you lose a fight here and there. It's, for me, losing Tormentors like that is maybe more telling about your idea how the game, that your idea of how the game should be played at that moment is wrong, and that you don't really have a clear idea than anything else. Because if you can contest it, I feel like at this point you should be contesting it. You should be fighting after, especially if all of your heroes are up. Like you have everyone up. You're losing the Aegis, then you're losing the Tormi. At some point, you're like, okay, are you gonna contest any objectives, or are you just letting the enemy team play any way they want to?
Even at that very end there, right? They just kind of let OG walk into Roche Pit, walk up onto their high ground while they were smoking inside of the Dire jungle. Felt a little bit odd to me, but it is what it is. It's in the past, and what we have now is Game 2 drafts, so we can look into the future and see how the rest of these qualifiers are going to shake out. So let's see if there's any differences in the early bans for that stage. I would imagine no. Lycan was a first ban last time when OG had the first overall pick, and this time they don't. So I wonder if they're kind of baiting Zero Tenacity to try and take it themselves. Maybe they feel like they've got the right answer for it.
Yeah, let's see. A lot of differences, I would say. Like Zero Tenacity, like you mentioned. I honestly, like, for Zero Tenacity, I would like to see something else than a Dawnbreaker. Like, there you go. The Lycan and the Beasts are out. I feel like OG just valued the Beast a lot higher, and I think this is correct. Banning that hero or picking it, if you you leave it true. If you're first phase, you just leave it true. On the other side, there's Naga now for Zero Tenacity that is left true, so they can snatch her up. I feel like she's probably the highest first pick material here, and Shaker as well. We have Shaker and Naga. Now you have to ban one and pick the other, I think. Unless you go ham and ban out the Luna or ban out the Gyro or something like that from the last game. which is I would.
There's still Bristle
I
in the
would
pool
think
as well.
pro. Yeah, yeah.
So I don't think Sez much of a Naga player is the thing. So that's probably the main thing holding me back from thinking that's the avenue that they're going to go down. So Earthshaker makes a lot of sense for all the reasons that you're saying. I'm much of a bigger fan, not that it's ever or was really ever played at this last TI, but Shaker 4 just feels like a do-nothing hero to me, whereas Shaker Mid, or even Shaker 3 sometimes, is actually a lot more active, and you're going to make plays, and you're going to win the lane, and you're going to snowball. Like, it just feels like such more of a comfort way to play it, getting into a lot of those early items, dropping Echo Slam onto a stacked Ancient, so that you can get into those early items and start making plays.
Yep, 100% agree. I think this hero is almost uncontestable right now in what he wants to do. Like, you can very rarely stop him completely from accomplishing his goals, and he deals way too much damage. I think that's also like he's been one of weaker heroes for quite some time as a core, but right now he's back. Even when I've seen some people trying to play the SF into him on the mid lane, like the Magic SF, because you actually can lane against him.
10 seconds.
Eventually, this Shaker, if you're out of position, will just blow you the hell up. So you gotta be careful that way. But yeah, Clockwork might be contested this game as well. Really good into SF, really good into Shaker as well. You mentioned the Naga with SF, probably the best combo in the game. Currently, because you can play it on safe lane. If SF is mid, the combo is nice as well, but the safe lane is really where it shines, because you can reel heroes into multiple raises. The song plus ulti is good, so yeah, definitely a necessary ban. And the clock,
Absolutely.
there we
and
go.
it just
So
makes so much more space. Yeah, good bans called out there, Liz. And I mean, the big thing, I almost feel like this is a certain mid SF, just because of what Shaker does to a lot of like mid laners in general. Like, even if Puck was available, which it's not first banned, but like if you get hit once as Puck, you're just taking half your HP because of how much Shaker hits like a truck. So it feels like the Huskars, the Shakers, the Sand Kings, the Monkey Kings of this meta are just so devastating to any kind of melee mid laner that you just want to take the best ranged mid laner that you can that deals magic damage and isn't going to be constantly harassed. So SF makes a lot of sense to me.
yeah, you know that song "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." That's how I feel every time I'm playing against the Shaker mid lane. He's just so damn annoying, dude. Like, these dead creeps are just hitting me. Yeah, I'm in a mosh pit and dead creeps are just hitting me and destroying me, and I can't do anything. Like, I tried to last it, there's a creep flying at me. It's like Half-Life 2 with that gravity gun, you know, like just objects hitting you that
Half-Life 3
you're
when?
trying to dodge.
That's what I want to know.
So my, you know what? Like, they've been talking about Gaben's yacht and all this stuff. I'm telling you, he made that yacht to. He's making it so that he can promote Half-Life 3 off of it. TI 20 is gonna be on his yacht, and he's gonna promote Dota 3 and Half-Life 3 off of it. Calling it.
I'm hype. I'm ready for it. You mentioned that you wanted to see Zero Tenacity move away from the Dawnbreaker. I like it here for OG. Like you were saying before, this Shaker, if he gets on top of the Shadow Fiend, can just blow him up. What better response to have than anywhere on the map? You're just able to come in, provide a little bit of that extra healing. Once you get the Ags, you can somewhat prevent the combo as well that Shaker might be looking to put out. So it feels really nice to me.
Yep, absolutely. I like the Dawnbreaker with SF for sure, because because of everything that you said. I like Disruptor into Dawn. Because of glimpses, of course, and static storms. I don't like the Phoenix that much, in a way that Phoenix is bringing the light, and Dawnbreaker has max attack damage because of that. But at the same time, like, Dawnbreaker cannot really threaten the Phoenix that much. These two heroes on OG, if Shadowfiend is mid, do nothing to the egg. Like, they're not egg hitters. SF, if he's a carry, he can literally solo it at some point, but like you said, this is more likely mid SF.
Not against a Snapfire pick, though. Going up against a Phoenix feels kind of nice. You can use the cookie to get away from a Fisher if you really wanted to, especially early on into the game before the shard comes up. As long as you're staying out of line of sight, kind of similar to what a Hoodwink does, you're not getting glimpsed during your ultimate either. So, it's going to be a decent enough pick. This is a pretty good one too, though.
Team pick.
Honestly, I liked your snap call a lot more than the hood. I don't think they actually dealt with the egg problem right now with the Pango and the Hoodwink at all. Remaining. I feel like Phoenix into Hoodwink is actually really damn good. Like, now you have two supports that really don't care too much about the hood. They can chase, and just like a couple of spells from Phoenix, Hoodwink is most likely dying to the dots. Like, if she gets the Q off from Disruptor on her and Phoenix gets like a Fire Spirit or two and an Urn, like, you're just dead. But that's my obsession over support interactions. Now they get the Morphling too. Very interesting. Okay. This is like, once again, we're going back to the comfort zone, right?
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about the Invoker last game. That is by far Jeezy's most played hero. Phoenix is number 2. We saw the Disruptor come out last game from Seth. That's just because a lot of the jungle-ish heroes were ending up banned. What do you reckon... are they last picking their position 5 on OG here, just as a response to all of this? And if so, what could that potentially be?
There is some flex potential on OG, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I still think Dawn is going to be the core. Like, there's some crazy flex potential in which you put the Dawn as a 5, Shadow Fiend safe lane, you put the Pango on offlane with Hoodwink your last. But I don't think it's going to happen. Basically, what I'm saying is, I do think the 5 is necessary, and right now when you see the Morphling, you could even go for an AA, right? Like, it's not great hero versus Phoenix Disruptor or Shaker to an extent, but it's not bad. It gives you some extra damage as well. You can get some Magicam.
What about an Elder Titan 5 going up against the Morphling, and then put Shadow Fiend 1?
It's also a good idea. It's also a pretty decent shout versus the Morphling. Like, Elder Titan always makes him like very weak through the game. Maybe even a little bit easier to execute with it instead of the AA. I think Elder Titan also makes more sense in the laning stage. Like, just the lane itself feels maybe a little bit less wonky, but yeah. Well, let's see. You can also go
once it gets to level 15. If you went ET as well, right? You have somewhat of a way to deal with the egg, just with the attack speed bonus from your Astral Spirit. So there's things like that to think of.
You're not attacking.
I'm stretching
the egg, Zelda. Yeah, that's quite a stretch. I feel like right now, at least, they can't deal with the egg. And for me, on OG, you have to decide whether to deal with the egg or to deal with the Morphling with this position 5. If that's what you're aiming for, maybe there is some craziness happening, flexibility from these heroes, which is something that I'm not seeing. But Doom was also a really good ban, of course, with the Morphling picked up. But what I'm seeing right now, Snap, AA, Elder Titan, all 3 are good for OG. All 3 have their weaknesses, all 3 have their strengths. We'll see which one they choose to go for.
It's just a matter of
maybe they have some better idea.
What are they more worried about, right? Like, are they more worried about Jeezy's Phoenix in position 4, or are they more worried about the position 1 Morphling? And they're the ones that have the last pick overall, right? So they're going to be able to flex their lanes to be able to make whatever they choose work. Hell, this could still just be like a 5 Dawnbreaker, and we've still got a offlaner or a mid laner to go. We don't know.
It could be a core Phoenix with Shaker 4, by the way.
10 seconds
it could be offlane Phoenix with Shaker 4.
I would hate that so
there's,
much,
yeah.
5 seconds
honestly, in a game in which Phoenix is good, I think this hero is... They go with the Storm. I think this is actually a Phoenix core. Yeah, they're gonna put... Maybe there's some craziness with Morphling that I'm unaware of at the moment, but I don't think so. Looking at this game, Phoenix core is uncontested. Like, this is a free game for you as a Phoenix to just roll with it. And that's why I like it. I think Helm of Dominator actually activates this hero on off. We've seen it a couple of times at TI. And now on OG, you're presented with another problem. Like, you have no catch. Like, Pango roll ain't it. And you need that as well.
You may now select your
There you go with
heroes.
Medusa.
Well, it's a way to hit
guess-
the egg, I suppose. A little bit.
Yeah. You know what? It's kind of a cool approach because, okay, we suck at hitting the egg, we can't deal with the storm, we don't really have a morphling counter, let's just get some shit that's really hard for them to deal with as well. So instead of trying to fix their problems, you just get something that's really strong for you. I mean, it's nice. I think Medusa right now is a really good Skadi builder into the morphling. Like, eventually you get a lot of attack speed into the egg. I mean, there are some nice things about her. Is it like the best Medusa game? It's not. But by the way, position 5 Dawn that I kind of
10
just
seconds remaining.
on the margins mentioned. But yeah, that's gonna be it for
5
OG.
seconds remaining.
All right. I mean, it's an interesting draft for sure. This kind of feels more like Zero Tenacity's draft from game 1, right? Where they were just like, look, we're going to pick what we like, and we're going to be a little bit more reactive. Of course, they had second pick, so they kind of needed to go down that avenue.
Why is Phoenix bugging out?
What is Jeezy doing? He's having a good
doing
time,
this,
you know.
or-
That's, he's changing his
By the way,
facet back and forth.
Yeah. I see. By the way, it will be the Shaker core, right? So I was absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
It's the Phoenix 4. I mean, I'm just a big Phoenix enjoyer in general. I still think that, but in any case, what you talked about earlier about Shaker being a much better core, I absolutely agree with that as well. I would much rather have a position 4 Phoenix and a position 3 Shaker than vice versa, even though I'm a big enjoyer of the hero on the core.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think it would. I'm in agreement with you, actually. I think it would have been an amazing Phoenix core game. It's just that I hate Shaker support. That it
for
just
sure.
outweighed it far too much. And I mean, again, Jeezy is the newest addition to this Zero Tenacity roster, so kind of like what you've seen over the years. I mean, we've got No-Tail coaching in this game. Remember back in the old school Fnatic days where Excalibur filled in for them at some BTS event and they just let him pick whatever he wanted and they based their draft around him, basically. And I think it's a similar sort of thing. The newest edition is the one that gets what they want. They get the comfort. And if they're not going to go Invoker, go his second best hero in the Phoenix.
Absolutely. Just it makes everything easier when you don't really have a general plan of how the game should be played. You just play how you're playing all the time in pubs. And it makes sense.
Bit of a fight about to break out, potentially. I mean, the smoke just
You have
breaks.
Fissure.
With Day's actually the one to go onto the front line. That is a ballsy place to be with a squishy hoodwink and should end up going down from that. It's Seth that gets the first blood once again, but it costs them a morphling to be able to do so, and it'll probably be even more so with Storm Spirit ending up getting taken down as well. And well, they know it's that big roller coaster of damage potential for the Phoenix as well. Fire Spirit still on cooldown for the next 30, and so they're going to be forced to retreat. So hard to see who actually wins out from that. I would have to say probably Stoikov, right? Like, he gets the kill onto his opposing mid laner. He's already got 3 souls stolen through the Necro Mastery, and it's going to bring him a whole lot closer towards that first bottle.
Absolutely, I think this is a big win for Radiant. Also, he's fed a mango by Lelis, so he's not even struggling with mana going into the lane. Like, yeah, obviously, 3 bounty runes as well for OG. Yep, and on the other side, maybe if Storm got first blood, you know, this would have been even. But like this, it's 100% a win for OG.
He's, what, 230 gold ahead on this Shadow Fiend, so that's going to be a very early bottle. I guess with spamming the wave out as well, Storm is going to be able to get some creeps hitting into the tower, so it'll be a little bit easier for him to secure some of those later last hits, but still, he's going to be bullied a fair amount here by Stoikov. also just, you know, we talked about Shaker and how strong it can be, particularly around that enchant totem. You just got to think, how much does removing Gossamer Cape have to do with that? It's my favorite item by far as a support main, and it's gone, and I just feel so much squishier without it against the likes of the Shakers and the TAs.
You don't like the Sister Shroud? Not an
I mean, it's
enjoyer?
pretty good, I'll be real. Yeah, but
I mean,
nothing beats Gossamer Cape on a 4-second cooldown.
yeah, that was silly. Sister Shroud is just as silly. I feel like I'm keeping that item if I get it until the tier 3. I just enchant it with different things and keep it. It's just stupid. On a support.
Way too good. Especially with you being a Hoodwink enjoyer as well. Like, how are you supposed to kill it?
Yeah, one of the heroes that is almost unkillable with it. What's happening in the lane so far, Mr. Danog? How are they going?
Not
Mid
too
lane
much. Seems like it's going to be
evenish?
pretty chill. I mean, there's a lot of bullying happening, sure, from Stoikov. Won't have enough to be able to get the last hit onto him. Although water runes are coming up. No people rotating. Still a little bit too early for that to happen. Probably going to see that more around the 4-minute runes. As looks like Mirage should be at least able to secure that bottom water rim for himself. It's pretty standard. I think
feel
we're
like
going to see a lot more passive game, right? Like, we've got an SF, a Pango, and a Medusa on OG. Even the Dawn, you're very happy to drag this towards the later stages because of your scaling.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless some mistakes are made on one of the lanes, I don't see, like you said, very laning stage as well is very passive. Laning stage is passive. Post laning stage as well. Mid lane at least is fun. They're keeping each other really low. Just no kill
An amount
potential
of
on these
harassment out
heroes.
here from Lelis on the bottom side. He's actually, I was surprised how low Stoikov's actually gotten. Using the most out of that water rune was Mirage. 3-minute bounty runes coming up, but can't be leaving the lane. Too much damage scaling potential coming through. Looks like Mirage should be fine enough. Actually pinging towards the mid lane, perhaps anticipating a dive coming through, and that's why the Phoenix is TPing in, trying to catch him
He
off
has
guard,
nothing,
but
though.
doesn't really have anything. Yeah. Is the blood grenade enough?
Still.
Looks like it just is. He was winding up for that second raise, and it probably would have been enough to be able to take out the Storm Spirit. He had one debuff of the Shadow Raise onto him, and Shadow Raise was at level 2, so nice little move coming through there, especially with where the lane was positioned. For Nefret was under no danger of dying. Will result in him losing out on a few creeps, I suppose, but you're certainly going to give an easier lane to your mid laner if you can afford it.
Yeah, it's just cool to get a counterplay like that, especially when he is owning the mid lane on the SF. Quite a lot of value for Storm and for Zero Tenacity in general. Especially because bot lane as well was pushing him, so it's not like Shaker cares. He could literally solo against these two heroes at this point.
Is under attack.
Yep. I think Lelis got a nice little pull off at least, so he was denying a little bit of creeps away, but yeah, Nefret was under no danger of dying at that stage. Means he's got the boots coming out for Jeezy. Make a few more of those movements a little easier, but doesn't have any regen for himself, so might be a little bit of danger there.
Good. Phase. I mean,
Glimpse already
it was a nice attempt. Yeah, it was a nice attempt, but Morphling didn't want to commit. Like, he's baiting them super hard. 4-2-3 is so damn good, by the way. So far, at least. I don't want to jinx him, but I've been watching this lane, and he baits out all the damn spells and morphs just in the right time. Like, he's been baiting out Bushwhack like 4 times in a row now.
Much more applicable once he's up to level 3 as well, just for that really quick shift coming through there. So we see a few movements come away, and it's SF again that ends up going down. Nice movement coming through from Jeezy, and this is the comfort that we were talking about. A man that just knows how a certain play is able to work, and they ended up getting a triple as a result of it. So nicely done, already up to level 4, 4 3/4 actually on this Phoenix, and gives him a full Tranquil Boots as well. So doesn't have to retreat back all that much. It's going to be able to certainly use that early-ish Supernova as well to start taking some fights in the not-too-distant future. Might just build up a stack and then go towards the power runes. help out the Storm Spirit get even further towards that damage potential.
Nice block by Lilith,
Level
right?
6.
Yeah.
Yep, very nice
Dire
block.
are scanning.
The ancient
Radiant
block
are
is
scanning.
very important here. Like you said, the stacks usually are taken by the Shaker. It's what allowed this hero to become so popular
And fight on
recently.
top.
Yeah.
Is this the Pango and the Morphling fighting against each other? Nice little use of the bushwhack there from the trees as Daze ends up helping Mixer get that kill. And, well, we were saying 4-2-3 was good, and he was morphing towards strength, but just a little bit too little farm at this stage of the game to be able to survive through that burst.
Yeah, he needs more. Unable to. I mean, for him, I can completely understand why he's fighting the Lotus. So good on Morph, but
Radiant's middle tower is under
didn't
attack.
work out this
Trying
time.
to take
He
out
was alone.
Lilith here. Long zip coming through, but the Celestial Hammer will
Oh,
make
Phoenix?
it at least that you need to dive under the tower. It'll be fine. Ends up popping a...
Almost.
Not sure if that was a Fairy Fire or Lotus, but it's going to be fine.
It looked like
5 now.
both
and
at some point. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to be able to retreat back, and Mixer not wanting the shrine for himself, saving it for a support perhaps. Really wanting to. I mean, yeah, the supports are both level 3 at this point on OG, so it would have been disastrous if you're holding back that long without having that Dawnbreaker ultimate, because again, you know that they're going to be coming at you. You know that the Phoenix has had a very nice start to the game. He's level 5.5 now, building up stacks, getting a lot of this farm for himself, and he wants to try and engage as quickly as possible once he's got that level
Radiant's
6
middle
available.
tower is under attack.
Something that I have noticed from OG in 2 games, their supports are really low leveled. The laning stage. I'm not sure if it's about the rotations or... I think they're just very sacrificial, that's it. Because basically they have more or less 2 position vibes right now.
He went out there from GZ and ended up cancelling it so that he could contest one of these power runes. It's going to be Dawnbreaker that ends up taking a lot of the heat. There will be a kill going the way of Mirage as a result of that. Just again, don't think the Phoenix actually got any of the XP from that as well. He used the haste to be able to get away far enough that all of the XP went over to the Storm Spirit, so it's already almost level 8 now as a result.
Yeah, maybe a bit unfortunate for the Phoenix. Would be nice to get the 6 here.
Haven't really been talking much about Shad, and honestly, as a Medusa, that's probably what you want at this stage of the game. Out of sight, out of mind, and then you come out of the jungle 10 minutes later and you've got a couple of extra items, and you're undeniable at that stage. So it's just going to be continuing to just chill next to his tier 1 tower, build up his own stacks, and who knows, maybe even give Lelis a little bit of that XP in the lane, but probably not quite at this stage. Like, yes, you need that level 6 for the Dawn, but far more important that you get this multiple scaling cores in action as quickly as possible.
Echo Slam.
Oh, and now he does nothing for 2 minutes, but that's fine. You know, it gets him so much closer towards that Blink Dagger for himself. And, I mean, we hadn't really been speaking much about Nephrit anyway, so it's just going to be A-okay with sitting back a little bit.
Yeah, this first set of stacks, I feel like if you have a Shaker in your team, he needs to get it. He needs to get them. Gets him so much closer to the Blink Dagger. Doesn't really have to do a lot until that point. There are...
What else? At level 5, he's got the Scurry available, but the Kinetic Field
SF though.
probably make it a little bit. Are top, and that's what Thresh is going to be able to have. They are pulsing
Shadow
back.
Fiend?
Shadow Fiend's... Oh, how did that miss? The Fire Spirit hits though, and so does the Sun Ray, so GZ on a killing spree on the Phoenix. 3, 0, and 5. This is the power of comfort. And giving your
a really
new
deep
player
ward, by the way.
exactly what he wants. Yeah.
Really
Should
deep
get
ward
at this
enabled
stage,
it.
but
Yep.
so level 7.5 on the Phoenix, going back to start building up more stacks. They've even given Seh a little bit of this solo XP. in the mid lane, so he's one creep away from hitting his own level 6. Even more potential to be able to make plays.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Mirage. What is he? 200 gold away from SF. Just TP's on top of him, and I mean that's a pretty understandable why. You've got a couple of extra
Radiant's
people
top
there,
tower
forces him to
is under
expend a
attack.
fair amount of mana just to be able to zip out of harm's way. But now you know where a few people are, and you know that SF doesn't have a TP. So I wonder if that causes them to maybe make a play towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's possible. I feel like if you're Zero Tenacity as well, SF is still the easiest target for you to go for. Medusa is a bit harder of a kill. It's also possible if you have the egg, of course. They have some very deep wards planted by GZ.
4-2-3 got the strength to morph off, so didn't end up going down to that one. I was wondering if he would, you know, look to try and waveform through the wave so that he could move through the twin gate and look to try and make a little bit of action happen on the bottom side, but instead it's mid. And they're trying to make that sort of thing happen. Glimpse coming back for the Shadow being pretty soon, not dropping the Static Storm for it though. But a lot of ultis being used. Will be enough probably to be able to kill that SF. He's ticking out slowly. He's going to able to just get away perhaps. Glimpse coming up in 2 seconds. 1. Seth not quite in range to be able to get it, and Mixer's going in. He wants to try and pick up something else, but he's left on an island on his own. SF feels obligated to be able to help out, but no one dies after that entire engagement. Even Disruptor getting away on about 5 HP.
They have Echo.
Look. Surely this is the kill. Washbuckle came up in 1 second and
Dire's bottom tower is under
just
attack.
come up a little bit too late.
Radiant's
So,
top tower
how many
is under
ultis was that?
attack.
Whoop. Make that about 6.
I don't know how many
Going
ultis
through
was
there.
that, but the one I didn't see is Requiem of Souls, and I feel like Stoico will need it. I mean, not only him, you need to help your Pangolier. Like, he created so much space, he saved the SF. He basically single-handedly rescues that fight, more or less, and no one is helping him out, even though the enemy team has no mana, no spells, everything is wasted. I don't know, I feel like you could have helped him. It's still not bad for OG because of all the spells, like you said, were used on the other side, but it could have been a bit better even. Smoke up and
Yeah,
the
they ended
blink on
up,
Shaker, by the way.
Oh, nice. He doesn't have that echo though, so I wonder what he's going to look to try and catch. He ends up walking into Mixer as well, who's got a Diffusal Blade, and it's a really aggressive blink forward by Nefrit, who was kind of expecting him to just drop that Fissure because it would have interrupted the roll-up for the Rolling Thunder, and the reinforcements have arrived. With Shaker probably going to die here? He's not. Ends up walking further into harm's way to be able to make that happen. I don't know how I feel about that. That smoke coming through with the Echo Slam off cooldown. It wasn't like they were even heading directly towards an objective, but I suppose the fact that that Observer Ward is still alive as Daze should die, surely. Oh my god, he's going to get away, and there's even an ulti going on in the mid lane, which means that Pangolier going to go down, even with the safety coming through from the Solar Guardian from Lelis. How did he live?
4-2-3 is an amazing.
How did it happen?
4-2-3 is an amazing Morphling, but Daze is just a better Hoodwink, I feel like, at that point, and he
Dire's bottom
out
tower
hoodwinked
is under
him
attack.
in the end.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's a nice little Wisdom Shrine as a
Radiant's
reward as well.
courier has been killed.
Yeah, I completely agree with your sentiment about the blink, no echo, smoke. It was a bit messy. The way they did, the reason they did it is they had an ops very deep, scouting out behind tier 1 tower, but it was still maybe a little bit early.
Because if I'm Zero Tenacity, like, they've got a 3k net worth lead. They're not doing bad by any stretch. Like, they're up 11 to 4 in terms of kill score, but I really still am worried about this Medusa that just hasn't been involved in anything up until this stage. And I'm worried that you just need to be able to try and reduce the amount of farm that Shad, one of the best farming cores in Dota, is able to get. And I feel like the way to do that is taking this bottom tier 1 tower. So if that smoke had started coming more towards the bot lane rather than just through towards where that Observer Ward was, I would have been more on board with it, right? Because it probably would have linked up, they might have been able to get a kill, and then open up the map after the fact.
They're going now.
That's what they're doing now. Stone Gaze. Gets the Diffusal Blade active onto the Shaker, but still got plenty of mana to be able to make plays, but seems like that's all they wanted. Maybe Mirage hoping for a Haste Rune or a Regen Rune on the bottom side of the river, but it's going to be a DD up top instead. Not the worst.
They didn't have the egg, it was on cooldown, and Shaker didn't insta-pop his Fissure on Medusa, so they didn't really chainlock Curse. Decided to move out, forced a couple of TPs. I feel like if you really want to kill the Medusa, Morphling needs to join as well at this point, maybe through the Twin Gate. Or at least you have to have the egg. I think it's pretty big with the Whale and Urn SF.
He's going down again, even without Observer this time. Actually, there is one, but they are going to be able to get rid of that Sentry Ward.
It's just a much easier kill to make, right? Like, this is what we talked about earlier as well. SF right now should be the prime target for Zero Tenacity. Anytime he is in vision, glimpse him back, kill him off. +1 is all that you need.
It's a very different story to the Beastmaster last game with 2.8k HP at this stage of the game. Ton of armor on top of that.
Yep. Needs a BKB eventually, and when I say eventually, I feel like he needs it. Maybe the next item. Yeah.
Yep. It's going to be very important for OG to try and defend this bottom tower. They're preemptively bringing people down here just to try and quick pick off. He's morphing strength though. Enough to be able to save 4-2-3. They've even got the Dawnbreaker ulti available, but just feeling like that wasn't going to be enough to be able to get the kill anyway, so they'd rather keep that in their back pocket. But with that Whirling Thunder being used and Storm Spirit with a full mana pool, this could be very dangerous with all of their ultimates still available except for the Static Storm up in 10. Disrupt it. Feels like they need to cut their losses and run. Disruptor that ends up going first. I'm a little confused. There's no Sharpshooter, there's no Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
I thought they were dead. They were fully pincered.
They were fully pincered, but they just moved in a weird way in which Disruptor gets left alone for Pango to kill him without even having his ulti or anything. Like, Hoodwink also just doesn't fall. Sister Shroud too strong. Nerf, please, Gaben. Like, I don't know. I also, one extra thing that I noticed in that whole engagement is that Phoenix you need Phoenix and Storm to jump together in that situation, right? Like, then you have all the damage and you can even go threaten Medusa with the kill, but Stone Gaze may be one of the reasons why they decided to just fall back. One Ultimate Orb, is that one Ultimate Orb away from Skadi, by the way, or... Yeah, one Ultimate Orb away from Skadi. This Medusa is online. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's the thing, like that's why I've been hyping up how important it is for them to be able to try and take out this bottom tower. I mean, they're using glimpses onto a Hoodwink, and spell usage isn't perfect either. I mean, I'm starting to bring some people down here. Might just drop the Echo to try and kill it. Have the glimpse to be able to get it back? No. 3 seconds left on that cooldown. Storm Spirit still half of the map away, and they're going to get the Morphling instead. They're just not playing together on Zero Tenacity right now.
Storm? Okay, never mind. Yeah, like you said, they're just not playing together. They're making some disconnected moves constantly. Like, this tier 1 tower is still standing. Just, guys, go as 5, please. That's it. And that's all they have to do.
I mentioned last game that, sorry, they see Phoenix is TP'd away. They see that Storm Spirit is here solo. They might just, force out a lot of his mana, take away a lot of his status as being able to make a lot of plays. Turning to daytime, he's going to see that they're starting to converge in onto him as a little bit of damage coming through. Won't end up being the death of him. But last game I said that, you know what, the Tormentors weren't really that big of a deal for Zero Tenacity to lose. It was more the Roshan. This time around, it's a completely different story. Like having an early Sunray Aghanim Shard for the Phoenix is enormous. And I'm a little surprised that with that fight going so well for OG, they didn't immediately Twin Gate up and look to try and take it away.
I think, well, it wasn't the time yet, right? Like, it was minute 19 or something. They could have set up...
like 19:45.
They could have set up... they could have set up the area, but I still don't think they're stronger when it comes to the team fight.
Are scanning.
They used a couple of their big spells too. But overall, I also think Zero Tenacity, this game, are not gonna let any objectives that easily. Like, I think they've learned their lesson. The fact that they TP'd top on tier 2 while the fight was happening, they separated 3 heroes, just smoked up and ran towards the Tormy. I feel like someone screamed at them, like one of the coaches, I don't know, content creators, whatever.
Dire's
LeBron
bottom
was
tower
like,
is under attack.
guys.
LeBron. This would never happen with me.
He was like, "Allo, bre."
But yeah,
Yeah.
he'll be okay. Daze was able to steal away the Wisdom Shrine though, so that's a lot of XP going the way of OG. Of course, probably would have
Radiant
brought
are
Phoenix to
scanning.
level 12 as well, having that. So a little bit of a downside there, losing out on that one. He's only 1,300 gold away from being able to pick up a Shiva's Guard. It's one of the things that I love about a Phoenix as a support. You really only need like that 1, maybe 2 items to really enable yourself. And you've got just so many farming tools to be able to make it happen. Good at every stage of the game. He's going to walk into a smoke here. Actually gets caught out and might die. Oh, that was a cute little attempt at play there by Mirage. He wanted to body block the sharpshooter and might end up getting a kill onto 2 as a result. Playing together, Lizard, that's what you mentioned. Phoenix and Storm need to be hanging around each other, and you just see what happens when they do.
That was a lot on Shaker as well. By the way, the cool play from Storm there was not only breaking the
Radiant's
sharpshooter,
middle
it was
tower is
killing the
under
tree,
attack.
because it frees the Phoenix. Like he could also not even use the egg there. I think the sharpshooter didn't have enough damage. It's still level 1 sharpshooter, like, because it wasn't wound up that heavily. As Phoenix probably could have just moved out after the tree was broken. But in any case, they got 2 massive kills. They finally utilized their spells, even though it didn't look like it looked like OG gave it to them. Let's put it that way.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
But to be fair, Zero Tenacity have kind of given OG a few fights as well through
Yep.
no movement of their own. The unforced errors that I keep going on about. Got the blink now on set as well, so he's opted to go blink before Ags this time around, really wanting to, I suppose, pick out Pangolier in particular. It just takes away so much of their team fight tempo if you're able to just stop this Pango before the team fight's even begun.
Yeah, interesting atomization from him. And he goes straight up for the blink. Like you said, it allows him to get on Pango right with the Shaker. I get it. It's not bad.
You never want to be building into a BKB on a Pangolier, right? Like, it's just so anti what your kit has, but you might be forced into it with this. Even, could you see maybe a Yules on the Pango just to survive a little bit further inside of the Static Storm, and it's still somewhat useful against, let's say, a Phoenix that might be diving in?
Yeah, I think that's also an option. Might just tank up as well. He's going for a shard next. You know, I mean, it might be enough. Like, he might be able to live anyway. No echo though.
Ends up catching the Pangolier after it gets pushed back into it. It's a dead Pango, nicely done. Looking for more. It's position 5 Dawn, so why not continue going down? Not as beefy as you might expect, as Chad slowly slithering his way towards the team fight with the Skadi, so he is certainly a scary prospect if they were looking to man fight, but they've got what they wanted,
Radiant's middle
and they're
tower
going
is
to
under
get
attack.
on the retreat with Nefrit using the downstream current to be able to get away, and finally,
They
this
might
should
go for
result
more.
in them being able to secure the tower.
Yeah,
Radiant's bottom tower
they're
is under
converging.
attack.
SF is not ready. Medusa,
Radiant structures
even with the
are
Skadi, needs to be very careful here. They have Echo as well.
Oh, that's a hoodwink that's gone way too deep, just trying to get a cheeky pick off
Medusa?
onto the Disruptor.
What?
Medusa's gone in into 5. Everything's being dropped to be able to take her out. Ends up getting off the Stone Gaze, but should still end up dying to the stun coming through from the Phoenix. And
What?
it was an unnecessary commitment coming through there with SF not ready at all for that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he saw every single hero. He was working with all the vision because they were killing Hoodwink. And then he just decides to go in and use the snack on Morphling. I mean, even with the Shaker just blocking her with Fissure, so he knew that believe that Metric was also nearby. Lelis now falls as well. I mean, Zero Tenacity were falling apart last game. This game, it looks like
Oh,
OG
Storm
are...
though, out of mana. Ends up just going a little bit too deep into 3, and they're trying to get a little bit of reprieve here. Nice stun coming through there from Nefrit. Now focusing him down. Will they be able to follow up on this one though? BKB being popped, that's not the way that you want to use that first one. The Glimpse is being used as well. Nicely done by Set. They're going to be able to get Daze's Hoodwinked as well. Fisher makes an absolute certainty of it.
She's alone again.
Well,
Kinda.
She's alone again. Oh, she's got a +1, but no Rolling Thunder to be able to make plays with. Any ultimates coming up soon? Not really, just the Static Storm available, and they've run a little bit too low on resources to continue the fight.
Yeah, okay, this time around, they do get something. They got the Storm at the beginning, right? So they got a nice pick off. Storm now does have a 9-second
they
BKB.
regretted it.
Yeah. Yep, yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Disruptors blink. He blinked max range, and then max range glimpsed the SF. That was beautiful. So he caught the SF as well, which was really damn nice. Medusa still posing a big issue, but she needs an MKB, which isn't like the best item to buy on Medusa, but you kinda need it. Morphling has a butterfly. This game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're just going to go straight into the pit, or are they maybe looking for a pick-off beforehand? They've got
Radiant's
no
top
great
tower
vision
has
on the
fallen.
Radiant side of the map right now, so they're just
Radiant's
going to need to
middle
use their
tower
bodies
is under
for this
attack.
purpose. They'll see Deucer Illusions hanging around, so guess as to where it might be, and it's going to be Daze that gets picked off. The exact one that they were wanting, and they haven't used the Glimpse yet, so they're going to be able to bring it back inside of the Static Storm. There's that early-ish Aghanim shard coming through as well from the Phoenix, so being able to pop it above the second Sun Ray if necessary. Still wants more. Deuce is still out of mana. And the Echo Slam comes down too. Will the response come through though? That's a big Requiem being charged up. Might enable the Deuce to live. He's basically on no life at all and ends up going down at the very end. They've used a lot of everything on OG's side. This is a magic SF, not a right-click one, so will he be able to have the sustained damage to be able to take out 423's Morphling? It seems like the answer is no. Just dodging out every little ability is Mirage as well on the front line. Said, give me a lot of the attention and let the rest of my team do the work. And that is a 4-for-1 trade.
You know, there are some fighters in these combat sports or whatever that you see that are very methodical. They're dodging each other, moving away. Everyone is thinking about the strategy. And then you see two bros on a street just hitting one another until someone falls. I feel like this is the kind of a game. OG and Zero Tenacity, there's no dodging, there's no blocking. It's just all out. And this was that fight. Just everything out. No one even cares if the Medusa isn't completely controlled. The egg and the shard that you talked about was kind of too far. They had to go a bit too deep on the Medusa, but it still worked out. I think one mistake that I saw from OG was a little bit late BKB on SF. I feel like maybe it could have been done a bit earlier for the Requiem, but it was still good enough. It's just that Zero Tenacity in the end had more firepower. That's it. You know, like all the spells went through. It's just that more firepower on Zero Tenacity, and Medusa already lost like 90% of the mana when everyone else from
And
OG
it's only
joined.
gonna get worse as well. You've got a Diffusal Blade now on Morphling as well, and he's level 20, so he's got a lot more agility for attacking. He's going to be attacking a lot faster, going into that Disperser after the fact, and they're going to be the ones, you mentioned it before, objective-based gaming, and it's going to be them against the major one in Roshan. I think Phoenix was forced to egg because he was facing the Stone Gaze, so he couldn't wait an extra little bit. He was kind of forced to do it just so that he would have the double Sunray for that fight, but it ends up working out for them at the end. In terms of that just manning up and 1v1 fighting, if you haven't looked at it already, look up Don Fry versus Yoshihiro Takayama. That is the manliest fight you've ever seen in your life. It's just them grabbing the back of each other's head and wailing into each other. It's great.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of a fight I was thinking of. But next time around it won't be that even, at least, right? Like 14k advantage now, Morphling with the Aegis, Diffusal on top of the Butterfly. Not an item that you see very often on Morphling, but why not? You're playing into a Medusa, Disperser as well next. Like now they'll actually
Radiant's bottom tower
have a way
is
of
under
burning
attack.
through his mana. And of course he can afford that because Medusa doesn't have a butterfly yet.
Radiant's
If she had the
structures
butterfly,
are
maybe he'd
fortified.
have to reconsider, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They're
attack.
just going to jump on whoever they see. I think Pango briefly went into vision inside of that lane. See him. A couple of seconds of shield rune left, and they've got a Parasma amp
Radiant's
damage
bottom tower
on Mirage or
has
Storm
fallen.
Spirit. They just want to run into absolutely anyone. 4-2-3 is actually a fair ways away from the rest of his team, though. Putting a lot of
Stoico.
pressure on the bottom side of the map. Finally TPing. Be able to blow up that SF. Just so damn squishy. Stoikov at this point. Is it going to be a blind blink into the trees? No, it's on cooldown. So they're not going to be able to catch him out. And Mixer should just be able to slink away as well, but they're forced all the way back to their side of the map on OG. They've got very little control over the map right now. Still a tier 1 tower remaining on Zero Tenacity's side. And 3 minutes on that Aegis. So as soon as that Dispersive comes up, and that's a big zip coming through, they want the freebie onto the Hoodwink, and he's going to get it with that amp damage. And they're probably going to get a tier 2 tower as well for their troubles.
Radiant's middle tower is
yeah, I
under
don't think...
attack.
I don't know what's stopping them from actually just taking all the towers now. Take this tier 2,
Radiant's
maybe even
middle tower
pressure
is
high
fallen.
ground if you wanted to. No Hoodwink for 13, no 15 for... no SF for
Radiant's
15.
top tower is under
Morphling goes
attack.
up. Yep.
Sounds good.
Radiant's
absolutely.
structures are
Baiting
fortified.
out the glyph.
Radiant's top tower is
Use
under
that,
attack.
there's that Disperser available, so even a little bit of escape-ish potential from like your Stone Gazers. You're going to dispel the Pango's Diffusal Blade debuff on your team as well. They end up getting focused down. With that glyph being used, you could still just look to go into this tier
Radiant's
2
top
top.
tower
Why
is
not?
under attack.
Take all of the outer towers. He'd be the one that's shown
Radiant's top tower has
beefier
fallen.
people standing on the front lines here, so the smoke is the smoke even going to connect onto? They're going the full wraparound, maybe baiting out Shad's Deucer. They want to try and find Shaker if they can, but he's got the BKB now. They all have BKB with the exception of Morphling, and he's got the second life. It's going to protect him until he farms up that next big item for himself.
Good positioning overall from Zero Tenacity. Storm up front, maybe not...
See Storm.
Maybe isn't the best target though, yeah?
If they can, they can't 100
Maybe they can.
Maybe they can. Okay. Shows what I know, as they're looking to try and get an additional. It's actually a pretty big kill if they're able to get it onto Jeezy, and it is a wicked sick going the way of Mixer. 900 gold going his way, and the gem off the top of that, and they might look to maybe go for more. Atos coming through, doing their best, and they do end up taking out Mixer, who just went a little bit too deep with Morphling using the Replicate to be able to turn into the Hoodwink and turn a lot of that damage back against it.
They have Aegis on Morphling. They also had Echo still on Shaker. That chase was a little bit too much. Storm was positioning himself to break the smoke, and I don't think that was correct. Like, he can still be blown up, even with the BKB if they stun lock him, right? Like, that's probably the way that fight started was the best case scenario for OG. They can't kill anyone else. Maybe Shaker as well is a really good target, but Storm is the easiest one and the best one if you can go on him. Unfortunately for OG, they overcommitted afterwards, and Zero Tenacity, I feel like they should be still alright with what just happened. I'm not sure just
Yeah,
what
breathing a
their
sigh of relief.
opinion... I'm just not sure what their opinion is on Medusa. Because a lot of teams are just scared of pushing into this Zero. And right now I'm getting that vibe from Zero Tenacity. They were absolutely dominating, but now they don't have the Aegis anymore. They're 20k ahead, but let's see if they make a play. They have Aghanim's on Disruptor as well, of course, which is absolutely massive in these next fights.
I think they just want that safety net for the Morphling. They want the BKB available so that if they do, like, waveform in and commit, you're not just going to get a Shadow Fiend, blink, BKB ulting, and potentially killing you while you're trying to make the same sort of thing go down the other way. So it's not too far away for the Morphling. 35 minutes in, and Mellis is going to be able to secure that Wisdom Shrine for his team. Speaking of Lelis, he's closing in on his Ags as well, so that's a lot of additional effective HP that they're going to be able to have. Of course, the Deucer doesn't really benefit that much from it, with it just being, you know, health healing that it's going to be providing, but still something. A little bit of a dissuasion, I suppose, from Zero Tenacity diving further.
Yep, I think like there's a couple of... Exactly, Aeon Disc is what I wanted to mention first. Now, I think Aeon Disc is the biggest game changer right now for Zero Tenacity. On Phoenix, maybe even, I know it's very defensive, he's got the BKB, but even on someone like a Storm, it just seals the deal. Because the way I see OG coming back into this game, they're 20k behind. The only way I see them coming back is with some refresher Ags on SF. Like, they need so much control that they just don't have right now.
And even if, like, they do get, with that Aeon Disc, even if they do get that perfect initiation with a Requiem that ends up clipping the Phoenix, he's still going to be able to, you know, turn around Sunray, pop the egg, and make it a whole lot more challenging for them to continue going in. And with the second Tormentor, the 423 was able to get, he's now got his own Aghanim shard. Like, he ended up claiming that one as a result of it. So, Chain Stun isn't the be-all and end-all answer anymore. He's going to get that strength shift off. Might even be, if he's really quick on the fingers, able to use the Outworld Staff to dodge the majority of the damage coming through from the SF Requiem.
It's a really good item, this game. I mean, every game
yeah.
it's a really good item. Some games it's just a bit better than others.
Dodge the Dawn, ulti, Pango, potential, dodge the Chain Stun, SF, already mentioned, dodge a Hoodwink, Bushwhack. It's a lot of good stuff there. Just waiting for someone to make a mistake, but OG not giving it to him. It's a 19k net worth lead. They know that they're not quite as strong as Zero Tenacity in a full open field fight right now, so why not just stick in the safest areas possible for them. They see the SF though underneath this vision, who's briefly there. That's exactly where Mirage is starting to make his way towards. Not doing anything too suspicious, just shoving out the lane. I have to imagine he was really hoping that the rest of his team looked to try and join him, because the map is damn dark, Lizard. That is the only observer ward that's up on the map right now. There's one just inside the lane on the bottom side of the map. Anything that really gives a ton of information.
Right now, I'm just waiting for Zero Tenacity to grow up here and go uphill, you know, get rush, go high ground, take down these buildings, because Medusa is a problem, but you can just ignore her at this point. Currently, at least.
They should see Roche. Morphling's got an illusion in there.
They saw it. I'm not sure what they're waiting for. Maybe they're waiting for a smoke
either
from the enemy team. No.
Maybe. Don't have Brook. Is he going to dive all the way through, potentially catching them out as they're going for that smoke? I mean, it's a very long wraparound from OG. They've got to be careful about hugging too close to the left-hand side. They're going to put their tankiest hero on the front lines with a Pyrrhic Cloak, by the way. As the Morphling have, and they're going to get rid of some of the vision that they have at this stage.
I feel like fighting here is better for OG than fighting in base. Actually.
Yep.
Like, fighting around this objective just feels better to me. I'm not saying they're gonna win the fight, but contesting this...
They're even taking away the tier 1 tower, stopping some buybacks, potential quick return to the team fight. It's a big difference, though, that Deuce having the BKB. I think that's the big thing that enabled OG to finally say, alright, let's leave the base. But because they've left the base, they're just getting ratted a little bit. Morphling using his Manta Illusions to try and shove in that mid-wave a little bit. Won't pop the glyph to be able to protect it, so ends up losing a tier 3 tower. Still has a good amount of shield on as well, does Mirage. Just the one observer ward up where they've already trying to stand.
I think they just push high ground now, right? Like, Medusa now needs to either go bottom for rush because it's daylight, or go to defend. Like, there's I mean, you're gonna lose the Raxes by the time you get back.
If they don't take it that quick, they're going to need to absolutely defend, otherwise it'll be almost guaranteed 2 lanes of Rax going the way of Zero Tenacity. They just get the mid-range for now. As trying to actually get a quick pick-off onto the Phoenix, but I'm not sure how effective that's going to be. Him hanging around with the rest of the boys. They've caught out the Medusa. But again, there's just so many ultimates available. They've got this great ward that's still there for the full duration that just has complete vision. Do they have any smokes available on Zero Tenacity? They don't. So they're just going to need to walk up into it if they were looking to try and contest this. They could just go through that top lane. It's a juicy creep wave that they've got. Double siege as well. They won the fight.
Medusa.
They're going to go in onto the Medusa. Wasn't able to pop anything because it's the Ag Static Storm that's about to expire. Run out of mana, so can't pop the BKB now. Even got chain stunned after the fact. Still doesn't have BKB mana and is able to get taken down. But there's a lot of damage going back the other way coming from the SF. The Death Requiem ends up taking out the Morphling, and, well, it's a lot that they were able to recover for Dusa, doing basically nothing that entire team fight, but still, overall, strong winners of that would have to be Zero Tenacity, with Nephrit getting the triple kill to just put a nice little bow on it.
Yeah, they could even buy back and perhaps threaten more, but probably will not. The other side are the ones that need to buy back. Let's see if they take down at least one side. I feel like this is very dangerous now for Zero Tenacity, actually, because how many buybacks? Oh, only 2 buybacks available, never mind. Ain't dangerous, can leave the Phoenix uphill, I guess.
I'm just looking at the damage done in that team fight, and Medusa did basically none. 800.
Don't Google it. Don't Google Medusa's damage.
This much fun. Well, oh, that little bash here onto Jeezy. Be very careful. Very rarely do you see a position 4 Phoenix being the one sieging the Rax, but this is 2025. This is the world that we live in. It's going to be able to get away. Not quite able to get it. You could tell Nephrit wanted to blink in and just use that enchant totem, but just way too close to the respawn times coming through from the rest of OG. He might get Seh.
Oh, Static Storm.
They will get Seh. Alright, they'll take 1 kill, take what you can get.
The question now is, are you willing to go into the pit knowing that there's no Static Storm? Because he can buy back on Disruptor for sure, but maybe you can fight. Because why did Uza die? She died literally because of Static Storm. She couldn't pop the BKB.
We've caught the Storm Spirit. He's got a regen rune though, so he's very happy to just zip a long way back. To be
That's
able
just a waste
to,
of time,
to pop
I think.
that one up,
Yeah.
and it is. And with this, he's going to have his Aghanim Scepter as well, almost up to level 25 too. Off the top of it, he talked about the little damage that the Medusa was able to do in the previous team fight. Storm Spirit's in a similar sort of boat. He did about 800 himself, and we've seen how much Mirage has been able to open up these team fights at this
Radiant's
point.
top tower is under attack.
I feel like the play was to YOLO the pit with Disruptor being dead. I'm not saying that's like a good play. I just feel like that was maybe the best play for OG, just because you're
They're far enough behind,
21k
you gotta try.
behind. Yeah. You gotta risk it
Better to try
sometimes. But
something.
maybe they. You know what the case is though. They're only 1 range racks down. I don't think that they feel that they're that far behind. Like, you have this massive Medusa, you have the Aghanims on Dawnbreaker, Pango about to complete his Aeon Disc as well, which is something. It's not
Pretty big.
like, yeah, it helps for sure.
Oh, that's a very, very quick kill onto the Hoodwink. Didn't have any vision at the time, that was just running into him. Didn't have any Observer Wards 1 on Seth. They might look to try and drop a little bit deeper here. They actually catch out the Pangolier and end up dropping everything just to make sure he's taken out. That Aeon Disc, it's coming in clutch for him. Going to be able to live a little bit. We'll drop
Refresher.
the second Echo Slap to be able to take him out. Oh, he's still alive though. Ends up getting off the Rolling Thunder. But he's caught. He's doing burnouts inside of that little corner. But Dusa this time around is able to dish out a little bit of damage here. It's a level 25 Morphling. So he's got that lower cooldown on the waveform and will be able to get away with a lot more regularity.
Shaker!
There's a... Oh. Ends up
That's
getting
Shaker.
caught. He's got the buyback available. And Roshan has been down there for long enough that he's making his way back up top. It's going to be an advantage for OG being able to fight around their outpost area. Although,
Couple
it's in
of
control of Zero Tenacity at the moment, actually.
Dire's middle tower.
A couple of buybacks on OG, but well worth it. This should be rush for them. Let's see, Shaker buyback, but yeah, he's got Echo. He's got that level 25 talent.
Doesn't have mana though, is my concern. Like, he's popping a Clarity just to have enough to quickly shove out this wave, but
Is under attack.
be very careful about spending too much.
He'll have a 10 mana region from Galvanize at this point.
I love this sort of play, like just using the Fisher, using the Enchant Totem, using Morphling Illusions to get that roar off, to put a little bit of fear into OG, make them panic, make them perhaps make a bit of a hasty move. Testing it too early, but cooler heads prevail. They end up backing off in time.
I gotta say, like, they're in a... Like, I was... You know, when I mentioned that I'm not sure that they feel that they're in a deficit at the moment? Like, I feel they're not in a deficit anymore, especially with the Shaker buyback. This is a much better situation for OG.
Ooh, they want that buyback, the dieback out of the Dawnbreaker, and they might be about to get it. Might be forced to use the ultimate. Ends up just walking away. Does open up a lot of space though for 4-2-3 and Jeezy to just walk on into that Roche pit, get that second life. Do you give it to the Morphling, or do you give it to
Medusa
Shaker
is
now
coming.
at this point with the buyback being used? Yeah, they do. See that it's coming.
Scanning. Dire are scanning.
Morphling just putting his life there. Ooh,
he
ends up
BKB.
popping the BKB, gets stunned anyway. Oh, he ends up getting it all. He's going to need to retreat entirely. Using the cover of... Ooh, that's a lot of damage from the sharpshooter straight after the Supernova ends up popping. And they still want more. They've got eyes on Jeezy, and that Aeon Disc was just popped, so he is very squishy if they end up being able to catch him.
By the way, don't be fooled. Jeezy is
Radiant's bottom
taking
tower
as much
is under
damage
attack.
as he's dishing out to himself because of the Zoom Blood, right? Like, dive takes your HP instead of mana, right? And then now on top of that, your fire spirits as well do, because you have the Zoom.
Dire's turret
Like,
has
you
been
lose
hit.
20% of your HP once you use that combo. It's kind of silly.
Who will be found? Hoodwink up on the top side. It is a dieback. But they're able to catch out here. Mirage doesn't have too much in the form of mana, which means that they're not going to get that full zip off and be able to catch Stoikov TPing away inside of the tree line. But is that what they need to be able to open this one up? Storm Spirit just going back to base, refilling his mana, and then going out knowing that it is a 6v4 with that Aegis on 4-2-3's Morphling. Sitting in the jungle. He's scared. That's a lot of respect to this Deucer Lizard. Do you think it's a bit too much?
Nah, more or less. This is the current patch. Something that we kinda expect every game. You respect the buybacks, you respect the high ground defense as well. They've got almost everything that they need at the moment. So, Hoodwink, how far are they from the buybacks even? 3
Radiant's
minutes, okay.
bottom tower is under attack.
The only question is, like, what else are you waiting for on the side of Zero Tenacity?
Yep.
Like, what's the item that allows you to go high ground if what you've got right now with the Aegis does not?
This is big though. You've got the Swift Blink now on the Medusa, so this gives me shades of that game one, playing around the Luna. Luna didn't, of course, have Blink at the time, but basically he's just saying, look, I'm going to blink into the center of everyone in following up on Mix's initiation, and then just Dawn ult on me. You know, like, what are they going to do against that? Medusa's just going to go absolutely bananas in the middle of a lot of these team fights, and even if they do start to right-click him, he's going to be healing, there's going to be damage from the Dawn ulti, he's going to have the Pyrrhic Cloak still available as well. It's just so much damage that they're going to have to deal with on Zero Tenacity, and it finally gives them a reliable form of initiation.
Well, I would argue Medusa's Blink is amazing. I love it. What I also love from OG is the Blink Hex from SF. I think that's literally the game changer. as well, right? Like you blink in, you hex up,
Yep.
you can blow anyone up as long as you use the BKB and don't get static stormed. So like, it's massive, but he's reaching the refresher area as well. If they allow OG to get to refreshers, this game, the 23k advantage won't really mean a lot.
No, it's very clear what OG's game plan is, but I don't recall seeing anything in the last like 2 minutes that Zero Tenacity have actually gotten that's going to change the outcome of this game. Like they basically just waited for Hoodwink to respawn off of a dieback, and now they're slowly going back in and keeping them funneled inside of their base. Like we've been saying, a net worth lead doesn't really mean that much at this stage of the game. Like yes, it means something, but with a refresher on the SF, like that is OG's win condition.
Yeah, they're buying refresher on Storm. It's flying out right now, so he's gonna have that double BKB. He's got the Axe as well. It's got quite a lot of damage. It's like a disgusting amount of damage coming from Storm now, so that's also nice. And his teammates, of
Bots
course,
too
with the Axe.
On Nefrit as well. He's a fast boy.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case anyone gets gone on, or if you're catching someone on the map. With Storm Spirit, of course, boots of travel too are ridiculously good.
You can't bots onto an egg, can you? I don't think you can.
No, you can't. The way I go about Dota is, if I can't recall seeing the thing, it's impossible, like 99%.
Yeah.
You know? Because all these interactions become really hard to follow after 20 years of patches, but if you don't recall it ever happening, it probably is not possible. You can't. Egg is basically like a ward unit. You can't TP on wards. So
Yeah, it's just a
one of those
on
old
unity
Warcraft
sort of
interactions.
yeah.
They're smoked. Shaker is in
oh,
vision, by the way.
Do they? Yeah, they do see him right on the very edge there. So interested to see who's the one that gets the jump happening. I don't think you can just use a Rod of Atos from the Hoodwink. He's going to blink away in time. There's nothing reliable coming through from the Pangolier. It's going to have to be SF with that blink into the Scythe of Vice, and I think it's going to need to be a bit of a guessing game. They don't know when he blinked last, so they just want to try and get as close as possible, use the current to get themselves a little bit closer, and then just go all in.
Blink hex, that's
try
it.
and take out that Shaker. Does he have buyback? He does
Relax.
not.
It's okay.
So this would be a pretty huge kill.
Oh, he's going back.
Oh.
Okay, he's dead. He should be dead at least.
He's
Like
absolutely
now, blink
dead now.
hex. Yeah.
Goodbye. 2 minutes on the deck. 23k lead, shrinks to 22. Mixer tells him to get fogged. And this game has burst wide open now. You still have at least 3 minutes until Roshan's going to be up. You can finally start to fix lanes with some reliability because there's not that 100-0 burst threat anymore. It feels like this is the time for OG to group up and make something happen.
Yep. Time to do stuff. Which is basically get out on the map a little bit, ward it up, nothing too crazy. By the way, Shaker not having buyback is the reason we were both dumb. That's the reason why Zero Tenacity didn't really do a lot or anything. Maybe they
It was
could
still a
have with the
6v4,
ages,
Liz.
but yeah, it's 6v4 with high ground push into a Medusa. It's that never feels that way. They are.
They had the banner. Surely they could at least get a melee racks.
The mighty banner.
Who would win in a fight, Banner or a Repair Kit?
That's a 7v4 with the banner.
Dire are scanning.
Well, it's pretty clear where OG see this game going. Late. They're going to go Aghanim Scepter next on the Medusa. Get some of that Skadi applying to every single unit hit by the split shot. And then if it gets late enough, we're going to have tier 5 items and a Rapier for Shad coming soon. It's going to sound not as weird after this past TI that we've experienced, but 54 minutes in, and Shad is 1, 3, and 6. That is horribly low kill participation. But he's making it work. He's top of the net worth. He's leading his team. He's the centerpiece of all of these team fights. I'm just still shocked that this is the state that Dota's in right now.
Yeah, classic Medusa gameplay at the moment, unfortunately, for all of us. Well, let's see, like, they have a shaker up. He traveled.
Yeah.
Did he travel to them? I'm not
Just
sure
use
he
the bots
did, right?
too.
Like,
Yeah. He was thinking ahead. That was the plan the entire time, but there couldn't be more perfectly set up right now on OG to be able to break this smoke if they end up walking up this tiny little bottleneck. They're going to use illusions to do
Who's
it.
the best?
Makes a lot of sense.
who's the best target on them? I feel like... I'm not really even sure. Pango ain't it anymore. I mean, he hasn't been the hero to go for the longest time because of him and Disc and Dawnbreaker. Maybe Dawn is actually the best with the Ags on her. Or Medusa. Like if you think that you can blow her up in Static Storm before she pops anything.
I have a question for you, Liz. What do you reckon is the best next item for Phoenix? I think either Scythe or... Hold on, Day's about to die, potentially, but they don't have protection. They finally place it down and it's going to get them the kill. Nullifier or Scythe for me. I think Nullifier wouldn't be the worst by any stretch.
Honestly, it doesn't even matter. Like, for Phoenix right now, anything that he gets will be impactful, but the items that he has, these are the items that you need on this hero. Like, you need a refresher, you need the Shivas, you'll have impact every single fight. Like, level 25, what did he take? He took +2 supernova hit counts. It's also nice. The only problem that I see with this hero right now is he's not really that good into Medusa anymore. Like, up to a point Phoenix feels amazing into Medusa, and then after a point it feels like absolute garbage, because she hits the egg, and she gets rid of it, and she's dealing the damage at the same time. And she gets all the damage that she needs to actually kill it. Like, I like your Hex idea. I honestly, right now, from both sides, I want to see some Wind Wakers. I think they're extremely strong and potent for Radiant and for Dire. Maybe a bit better for Radiant because of Static Storm, though.
Radiant are scanning.
And I mean, Dusa, even with Phoenix, with the Blinding Sun innate, she's got MKB, so that's not even going to be as effective at being able to just take out that egg in the middle of a lot of these team fights. It really just does come down to me, to the initiation, like who gets the correct jump. I don't know that Roshan is happening, but it kind of feels like OG are happy to stick their flag in the ground and say, we're not leaving our high ground. We're going to wait for these 60-minute items, tier 5 items. We're going to wait for our Aghanim Scepter and Rapier. We're going to wait for Lelis's Courier to respawn as well, so that we have 2 level 25 Dawnbreaker ultis.
Yeah, he got the... he only lost the recipe. Like, he can actually just buy out. He can buy the recipe again and sell it later. It's one of the cheaper recipes in the game. Who cares? Just buy the ring and tiara. Buy another recipe.
Understandably, though, I don't think he wants to put his body out that deep when they know that they're going for this Roshan. They actually get a Tormentor on the Radiant side, so for a Magic SF, not the worst shard to be getting at this stage of the game. Any shards still left to get? Dawn still doesn't have, but should be fine.
Yeah, they've got so many big items, like...
But the lead is shrinking.
Buyback status is pretty good as well, yeah.
Everyone with buyback.
No, there were absolutely places where I feel like Zero Tenacity could have maybe YOLO'd it. Especially like you mentioned, the 6v4 situation, maybe they could have gotten a bigger lead right there. Right now, these fights, anything truly can happen.
And now you actually do have that Aghanim Scepter Dusa to have to contend with, so like everything's getting Skadi applied to it. Everything's so much harder to just walk around even in a lot of these team fights. They've even been able to push in the majority of this bottom lane on OG because they're just, I don't want to say indecisive, cautious certainly is the way that they're playing this.
Look at
And
Storm.
SF yeah, they're keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, they want him, but they need to pop BKB because of Shaker. They don't. I don't think they noticed the
They're on top
Shaker
of each
earlier.
other though. Imagine if he got both. Oh my god. Oh,
The Shaker is good. Oh, oh, what? Okay, maybe then just the Storm.
but maybe
Maybe
now
no
that you know
one.
that. I was about to say, Daze ended up walking forward, and is he going to be able to catch him out? This is interesting gameplay going on for sure. Will end up paying with his life. Ends up committing 3 heroes just to be able to take out the Hoodwink, but he's got buyback and brought them to the other side of the base. Might have literally just been delay this Aegis. See if we can get some time to get out on the map. They're 10 seconds away from tier 5 items.
If Storm was alone, they probably try to go for the kill. But he's definitely not an easy kill to make anymore. I still think that SF with Hunter's Boomerang has enough firepower to take down the Storm. Possibly because of the Shaker being around, they decided not to.
What tier 5 items do you think are even going to change the outlook of this game? Maybe the Regalia. Like just 20% more damage.
Yeah, get the Divine Rapier and the Regalia on someone like Medusa or Morphling, and we're really happy with it.
But it doesn't really feel like anything else is going to have a huge impact, right? Like, Book of the Dead, of course. We haven't quite got to the point where Helm of the Undying is going to be massively impactful, as we'll be able to get the Courier that had half of the Rapier on it. Because they're just too afraid to go up onto the high ground, right? Like, it's... Helm of the Undying isn't going to be like some base diving strat, and I hope for Zero Tenacity's sake that they don't go a little bit too deep here with 4-2-3 and Seth, because you're completely out of mana on Mirage.
Yeah, it would be like, I don't know, like Undying is always good, I would say. It's, like, any single fight, everything can change. Like, let's say you're a Shaker or a support, you get gone on. Helm of the Undying basically allows you to turn the fight, gives you that extra time that you need. On the other side, it's also maybe not as impactful, but still pretty solid. Disruptor, Fallen Sky on him, Book of the Dead on Phoenix. What else do we have?
I don't mind the Book of
Undying
the Dead.
on Storm. Yeah.
Book of the Dead,
old
especially with
TG2.
you know, a smoke plus the bots too on Earthshaker, you could potentially really try and get in behind in this base, particularly if you're able to take out one of these side lanes, tier 3 tower.
It will die very fast, of course, but another thing, Helm of Undying versus for a Shaker, for a Disruptor, for these kind of heroes is so damn good, because you can make sure that you
You're gonna
pop
get your
that one
ulti
big
off.
ult that you need. Yeah, exactly. They're still farming them on Radiant, they don't have them. Like, not even Medusa
Now's
has
the time
hers.
to go. Picking this mid lane. They're just hoping that someone overextends a little bit too much. But Shad, cool, calm, collected, composed, not taking the bait.
Pango
Don't have
has
any
his,
vision
like he
right
can choose.
now. They see him. Oh, they're going to jump in, and he ends up swift blinking away. Initiation gone, and this game will go on for another 20 minutes, Liz. That was their one
Basically.
chance.
They have
This is what you've done to us, AUI. This style of gameplay.
Let's see what they
Enough
get
that
to
he did
on
it once with
SF.
Tundra.
For me, AUI has actually defined Dota through my whole career. Like, the heroes that he played were usually the position 4s that I played when I played competitively. So he inspired me when it comes to the gameplay as well. And then as a coach, to just change the game so many times. They are getting Sacred Relic on a Courier down bottom. So is that a Rapier? That's not a rapier, is it?
It's Hoodwink's courier. So it's a nullifier that he's looking to try and purchase up on
Nullifier,
days.
yeah.
Don't hate it. You've got the
For sure,
Aeon
they need
disc
one.
about to be completed on Mirage. He's got the recipe in his backpack, and I think his courier is holding the other 2 pieces. Even just meteor hammering towers. He might have misclicked something, or are they even going to get to the point where Seth uses Fallen Sky onto the tower and then they like blink away?
That's I mean, it might happen, but
Never know.
100% the worst hero to go for that kind of a play.
He's got Aeon. Never know.
Seen someone bleed out?
But yeah, I was talking with Snare about this the other day, and like, a lot of people talk about various different people being like the goats of Dota, and yeah, they're going to use Meteor Hammer to do what I just said. So Fallen Sky not good enough, but Meteor Hammer will do the job. I don't know why AOI isn't in that discussion as like literally the top pick. He's the only one to win TI 3 times.
Oh, absolutely, he is. I mean, there are some flashier players. I think that's why.
Hold on, he's going in onto 2. They're going all in, and they're going to use the ulti from the Dawn to try and save, but he ends up ulting into the Disruptor ulti. Will he be able to get off the refresh to be able to use it again? He's on 1 health with the Helm of the Undying, so will be able to if they need it. And they're going to end up getting him at the end of the day, plus the Shadow Fiend. They end up getting away, end up popping the Stone Gaze as well, doing his best as Mixer to try and just keep them isolated, but it's into an amp damage, it's into 4 people just wailing in onto him, and they finally ended up breaking into the base. It was just off the back of a ballsy initiation coming through from Mirage, breaking their backs once again, and that Deso doing a little bit of damage into the racks and finally giving them some passive pushing power inside of the base. 1 buyback being used just on the position 5. Probably going to get a second, although that's a nice little initiation coming through. Static Storm again onto Shad. He's used all of his cooldowns already, and he's barely getting tickled by a lot of this damage coming through. Again, the Sunray doesn't do much at all. And they're going to get in on the Storm. Yep, Helm of the Undying coming through. Is he going to potentially do a little bit further? I mean, he's going to dive a little bit further away. Not that it's going to change much of anything. I mean, 2 extra buybacks being expended. Not the worst. Top lane's going to push in with those super creeps. Yep. Mid-wave, it kind of feels like OG are forced to make something happen a little bit here.
Well, you would like to. You would like to think that they might try and force out a buyback on Storm. The only problem is, if you're too out of position while forcing it out, you might just fall. Rapier queued up by Medusa, 10k gold. What was really cool about that last fight, one thing that I want to talk about is that Storm, Morphing, and Phoenix dealt the same amount of damage. Like these 3 heroes more or less dealt the same amount, which was kind of cool.
Jeezy is just full ratting. He is taking their entire base. They are getting mega creeps off the back of this potentially, but the buyback being used from Stoikov should be able to get the kill. It's very much worth it, but as a result of this, like, you've used another buyback now, and yep, Aegis going the way of Zero Tenacity. And they still ended up taking the full mid lane. They ended up taking the tier 3 tower down bottom as well. There is a Roshan's banner in the pit that no one's picked up, but just little wins going the way of ZT.
Yeah, I think that was kinda weird from OG. Going back to defend versus a Meteor Hammer Phoenix when your Medusa is in the pit, literally hitting Rosh. I think Aegis at this point is way more valuable. It's not just Aegis, it's Refresher as well. It's, I guess she is on Shaker too, so.
So you end up still losing a bunch anyway, right? Like, you get an extra buyback expended, you lose the Aegis, you lose a tier 3 tower as well. Not a great trade for OG, and sorry, I was looking at the Hoodwink Courier that might end up just getting killed by this gigantic creep wave coming in on the top side of the map. It's just going to hang around in base though.
They're probably just waiting Phoenix here, right? Like you wait for that Phoenix.
Yeah.
And you try to close out the game, at least get mega creeps. I'm not saying, look, it's only minute 70, it's 25 Dota. We're waiting for at least 100 minutes of this game. So, what we are waiting for right now is Phoenix to respawn, and then for nothing to happen the next 3 minutes. Maybe Phoenix will meet your hammer down the side while everyone protects. That's it. Everyone needs boots of travel too, by the way.
Everyone needs Meteor Hammer. Just Storm zip through while Meteor Hammering.
Yeah, he's got Block of Cheese as well now on Storm.
He actually does, holy.
Very savory.
Come on. It's scrumptious. Try it. I love the flavor text on items like this. First there was the Belt of Strength. Then there were the Boots of Travel. Now, at long last, the Block of Cheese. Oh, eats it. There we go. 500 perma shield, essentially. Could think of better heroes to give it to, like the Shaker, perhaps, just so that he's not tickled by a little bit of wayward damage and can still actually get the blink off at the start of the fight. They're actually going to initiate in onto Shad. It's a really early use of the BKB. They end up being able to take out the Disruptor, and they'll get the Morphling possibly as well, but he's hanging out around his Supernova, so he should be A-okay. They're going to want to go back in. They choose the Pangolier as the main target. And they're going to be able to potentially get him as well, but pops the Ghost Scepter, gets the Refresher, use of the Solid Guardian by the Dawnbreaker as well, and they actually end up taking out the Morphling's first life. Egg ends up going down. They've still got 2 uses of the Echo Slam, finally uses 1 onto the Pangolier, and we'll get the first life out of him. We'll get the second. That's no buyback on both Pango and the SF, and the Deuce is going to go down. Deucer has the buyback, but that's the Rapier on the deck. There's only so much that a Deucer plus 2 supports is going to be able to do. No point in holding the buyback right now on the Shaker. You just use it, join the rest of the boys, and finish this game off. For both the sake of Zero Tenacity in this series and our sanity.
You'd think that would happen, but why not wait for 90 more seconds? They will all go back, heal up. Like, look at Morphling, look at Storm, they're too low. They might. Like, all jokes aside, they don't really have ultis. No eggs. They don't have Disruptor ulti as well. But they do have two cores travels, right? Yeah, 2 cores. That they might. I'd be very surprised if they didn't.
They have to, surely. There is not a better scenario to do it. All right, here we go. Ends up even buying out a Moonshot for the Morphling does the Shaker after the buyback. They're still kind of just hanging back a little bit. I mean, Morphling still has the buyback, so there's no real need for him to do it. Just walks on forward, uses the Disperser, starts hitting into some of these towers. It's just a question of when the glyph needs to be used, and it's now 40 seconds still left here, and they just want to control the Medusa. They're happy to let Morphling just hit into these towers while they control, and this game is done. There's nothing that they can do about it. Finally, 72 minutes in, 46k net worth lead. At Zero Tenacity, get the balls to go up onto that high ground. They take 2 really successful team fights, and they don't make the same mistakes that they did on game 1 off of a pretty good laning phase. You know, they were in the lead for quite some time this game, and they got off to a good start. Once again, the OG support's just a little underleveled, and it let Zero Tenacity do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, it's just a very, very cool game overall. I feel like this one was maybe a little bit more satisfying than game number 1, considering just the fact that we got to the super late game, the fact that both teams kinda had their own plan going into the game, and they executed it more or less to a very, very good level of Dota. For OG, I think they had this Medusa lineup, and then a couple of times they just... I'm not sure what happened. Like, if you remember yesterday when Medusa was defending the tier 1 tower on a safe lane on her own, like, there were a couple of these plays that could have been maybe a little bit cleaner from OG, but I still respect the idea that they had, especially this position 5 Dawnbreaker, moving her away from a core position. It was kind of cool.
It was cool, but there wasn't that same synergy that we saw with, like, you know, the Naga Siren plus the Deucer that we saw at TI Grand Finals Game 5. You know, the Dawnbreaker, not quite as effective, still good, but the real standout for mine was Mirage and Jeezy. They came in clutch all throughout this game. Mirage being the one to start a lot of these engagements, and Jeezy showing why he is a Phoenix spammer. So it's a 1-1 series with OG taking the loss in Game 2 against Zero Tenacity. We've got Game 3 coming up very shortly, so we'll go to a quick break, let the players take a bit of a breath, and we will be right back. Make sure you stick around.
Take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Camels and Jack. Go ahead and take them all. I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah. From a dark cloud, it's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud, it's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. Take away the pain. If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you
It's a game 3 that we're going to here. OG versus Zero Tenacity gone the distance. And that game 2 certainly went the distance, Lizard. I mean, game 1 felt pretty comfortable for OG, but this time around, they really made Zero Tenacity work for it. And you gotta say that's kind of the mark of a good team, but it also felt like OG never was in control of this game either.
Oh yeah, it felt like one of those Medusa games. Like, you have two types of Medusa games. One type is you get a good lead, you get a Scuddy Butterfly or Scuddy Manta in the first stages, and you end the game, or you take the enemy tier 3s already. The other kind is what we got. Your lanes do not go as well. Your team is not ready to fight. And if you're not ready to fight, and if you don't contest those first aegis, you end up just hiding on your high ground, and it becomes a 4 protect 1 eventually, which is what we got. I hope that we don't get Medusa in the last game. But just personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the gameplay. Like, Medusa for me looks like Arc Warden from back in the day. I love playing her, and I love playing Medusa or Arc, but watching it as it slowly, burns through your sanity, for me at least, I can see better games of Dota, even though the last one, I feel like, Medusa aside, it had a lot of very cool team fights, a lot of cool heroes, a lot of nice interactions that we saw in the end, even with the Axe, Storm and stuff. So overall, it was, I wouldn't mind if we got something similar. Just remove the Medusa and everything else.
Just not Dusa. Yeah,
just not Dusa.
No Dusa, no Naga as well. I don't like Naga as a hero. It's just, oh, we didn't take the perfect team fight, let's reset and do it again. Or let's waste their BKBs, or let's blah 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 blah. It just feels so unsatisfying and unfun. And we don't want unfun Dota. We want constant team fights, constant action, constant contesting over these big objectives. And you know what? We got that in the latter half of that game. It just took a while for the critical mass to happen. So we'll see what happens this time around. What I think will happen is a lot more respect being given over to Jeezy this time around, because he was on point with his Phoenix all throughout that game. I think Medusa probably gets away with a little bit more in the laning phase as well. Maybe even get a couple of kills, or I mean, he's the one that kind of set up Mirage for that good start to the game, right? That early TP towards the mid lane ended up getting the SF killed twice. Then Seh just started moving down there as well. There was a couple of glimpse plays, and it really put Stoikov in a rough place to be able to have any sort of impact that game.
For sure. It's really cool because like, Phoenix in general is not the strongest position for, but I feel like most mid laners he cannot really contest. SF he can. Like, it's one of the heroes that you don't really care about as Phoenix, because the moment he starts channeling, you can wait until the last moment, pop your egg. Also, all the dots really hurt SF. He's kind of squishy, and he played it to perfection with those first couple of rotations, like you mentioned. I still don't think that's the path that you have to go for. If you go for that, then you let through a lot of different candies in this box that are contested in every single game. We'll see what draft brings to us, but they can go that route for sure. They can, if they know for a fact that this guy can play only 3 heroes, you ban those 3 heroes out. But I'm sure that he can play most of the meta as well.
Yeah, I think he can play all the meta. It's just that those two stand a level above the Invoker that we saw in Game 1, Phoenix in Game 2. Let's see what the draft is panning out and looking like as we head into this game number 3. And it doesn't look like OG have really given it any... I don't want to say given it no respect, but they're feeling like they can deal with it, perhaps. Because we were even mentioning during the draft that OG really didn't have any egg answers all throughout that game.
Yep.
Like, it really felt like a Snapfire would have made things perhaps a little easier instead of the Hoodwink. It also potentially provides you with a little bit of extra tower push when you do have successful engagements coming through. It really just depends on what you want. And I said I didn't want Naga, and of course we got the Naga.
Yeah. Later on in the game, the only thing they had was Medusa, and she's wasting a lot of her time hitting that egg, which was successful a couple of times, but not successful enough. I think Naga is still the strongest possible hero in the game. You can combo her up with so many things. She breaks down so many fights, even with the nerfs. This is, in my opinion, still the hero
10
to go to.
seconds
I
remaining.
literally don't know why I don't spam her. The fact that you
5
can stack
seconds
like
remaining.
4 camps at the same time as well. Like these things you weren't able to do back in the day because the camps were too far apart or something. Right now, like, even that is a big plus. The combos with a lot of heroes, I won't mind if Zero Tenacity now pick the
Radiant
SF, right?
team
Like you
back.
have the SF to combo it up with the Naga and steal it away from maybe Stoikov. Wouldn't be that terrible.
Yeah, what is your excuse for not picking this hero, Liz? Like, mine, as a 5 spammer, is that I have terrible micro. But what's your excuse? Because you are a good micro player.
10 seconds remaining.
I have no, like, I played her 3-4 times. Every single time I had
5
more farm than my
seconds
cores and I won. And I'll check, but I think I won all the latest games that I played with her on 5. I don't know, like, I just forget about her, I think. I mean, I played one game this year and won the last year, so I'm really not playing her at
100% win rate, that's all you want.
Radiant
You know?
team pick.
all. 2 years in a row I have 100% win rate on her. But yeah, this hero is silly. In pubs as well, it's silly. It's maybe not as flashy, not as much
Dire
fun,
team pick.
but she
How
just
they pick
makes
this snap, huh?
so many drafts easier.
I wonder about that. Like, it's a little... I mean, it's nice to have Snap as a response to, like, you know,
10 seconds remaining.
Undying, Phoenix, all these sorts of, like,
Dire
unit
team
hitty heroes, even
Radiant
Clockwork
team
sometimes.
Volker.
And I was wondering, like, is it, like, preemptively saying, okay, well, you can't pick Phoenix into this, so we're going to make you play what we thought we could deal with in the Invoker instead. So, interested to see how that is going to all pan out.
Well-
Wonder what position this Underlord is going to be as well. Is it going to be 1, 2, or 3?
10
Because
seconds remaining.
not terrible against the Pango either.
Oh,
5
straight up,
seconds remaining.
when it comes to Snap, I think when your most casual supports are banned out, this hero is borderline broken. She, besides hard catch, Snap brings everything to the game. Like, you get very strong laning stage, you get objective taking, you get some combos with the cookie. Agonyms eventually
save.
becomes a ridiculous save, actually, with the right items. If you get some range neutral as well, it becomes like a better save than most things, because you get to take a target and you get to spit them out a mile away. So overall, I really have a lot of respect for Snap. Shit ton of damage as well in fights.
Oh, yeah.
Radiant team
Great
So-
shot.
They've little bit of drain versus all of these heroes is never bad. I didn't like the Pugna that much into Invoker in game number
10
1.
seconds remaining.
Even though it did work, I feel like Invoker is
5
one of those
seconds
heroes that
remaining.
doesn't really care way too much and is kinda nice. Because you get a
Dire team
built-in tornado, right? So that definitely helps.
This just feels like OG are going back to easy to execute Dota, you know? Like, it's very simple. Just play around the DK Dragon form. Have Pugna
10
pushing
seconds
less ideal
remaining.
lanes, like where you're not wanting to commit a core to and force people to respond to it.
5
Snapfire
seconds
kind of plays
remaining.
itself. Yes, it's got a skill ceiling, but you know what I'm saying. And a Terrorblade coming
Mm-hmm.
through, so they're kind of trying to beat them at their own game a little bit here. Also, another way to be able to somewhat deal with the Pango in teamfights if TB specifically isn't the one being focused a lot of the time, and certainly provides a lot of kill threat
10
when you've got
seconds remaining.
the reel in on the early stages plus the deluge in a lot of these team
5
fights.
seconds
TB
remaining.
is just outputting way too much damage for anyone to be able to deal with. I will say though that if they get a...
Radiant team
We
back.
still don't know if this Pango is being played by Mixer or if it's going to be played by Stoikov. More likely Mixer, probably, but they've got a decent amount of damage to actually be able to kill the TB at like level 3 as well.
I would say they have a lot of damage
10
through the game right
seconds
now
remaining.
as well. Like Pugna on his own, if
5
he's having
seconds
a
remaining.
good game, can just make hell for TB. If they want to put Pango mid and DK safe lane, they could go
Radiant
for a
team
brew,
back.
by the way. Like, you pick up a brewmaster here and it feels like, I mean, you don't really need anything else. Like, you get some brew running around with Radiance. I think your Tricore is really damn strong. I would maybe be worried about Underlord
seconds
and how you're
remaining.
gonna kill him. So Ursa perhaps makes more sense. Like
5
Ursa,
seconds
a
remaining.
Monkey that's banned out already. Maybe some Sven or some Timbersaw even is also a good idea. But if you want to deal with the illusions, exactly, then the Panda kind of becomes nice. Like, you can dispel a
I
lot
mean,
of
Mixer
things.
loves his Timbersaw, is the thing. So
Yep.
that's certainly a
Dire
possibility.
team ban.
Even like the Underlord makes it rough, but PL, where people were picking up that a little bit, and you can certainly have a pretty decent time against the Terrorblade if you do pos 1 PL.
The only question is, where do you want to put Pango and DK? Like, these two are very
10
flexible.
seconds remaining.
I know they like it on off, but
5
mid
seconds
Pango is
remaining.
also good. Depends. Like, you could get some extra damage into the Terrorblade as well from the mid lane, which is interesting. They banned out the Storm and the Quap. Like, these kind of heroes, perhaps would have been good for them as well into the TB. But maybe protecting the option of DK and Pango going mid with these two bans, because both heroes are kind of good into them.
Yeah, and particularly like noticing the heroes that they're leaving in the pool on OG, like the Ember Spirit, the Void Spirit. These are things that DK has a fantastic time against in the lane, so totally get why they're going down that sort of avenue. And right now, it really feels like Zero Tenacity have no playmakers. This is just going to be like GZ moving across the map with his Invoker, doing annoying things, using tornadoes to take farm away, and then using TB illusions and Naga illusions to just keep lanes like ghost shoved, and if anyone gets gone on, Underlord just TPs in. So it's going to be... I think we're in for another long one, Liz. I really need someone to round out this draft for Zero Tenacity that's going to do more than just be annoying to play against. Like, you need an actual way to start a fight and win a fight, because we saw that game. OG aren't going to crack and like take a stupid fight. Basically, they're more than happy to just play very calm and collected Dota. They were just too far behind that when the fights did happen, they barely lost.
Yeah, absolutely. For Zero Tenacity, what's the hero? Like, the Storm and the Quap made a lot of sense. What else is there from if they are
Dire
picking
team
a mid laner?
Could they
which
monkey?
Also, it's banned. That's the
Oh, is it?
that's the only issue.
That is a big issue.
I mean, they could also put Invoker mid, right? Like, that's also, I know they like it on their position 4, but if they want to flex it, and it's
10
not that great
seconds
into these OG heroes though. As a support, I think I
Radiant
like it
team
more than as a core. Ah, there you go.
Okay.
That guy was still in.
I like it. To me, it was either like the Huskar or the Sand King. I know Huskar's a little passive as well, but I mean, going up against any melee mid laner would have felt great. So what can you actually have now to actually contest against this Sand King? The
10
SF's
seconds
banned, the
remaining.
Shaker's banned. DK
5
doesn't necessarily
seconds
love playing
remaining.
into it. Pango doesn't necessarily love playing into it. A lot of like OG themselves have banned out a lot of the ranged mid laners against it. You've picked Invoker. What's even left? Puck's gone.
Yeah, nothing really super enjoys playing into Sand King besides the heroes that have been already banned, right? So, I mean, Sand King is gonna get his farm. I feel like you just round your draft up nicely. You lack some damage, maybe. They just go
You may
back
now
to what we
select your heroes.
talked about 5 minutes ago, right? Like, they go back to the Timber.
It is a mix of
Just a-
timber.
It's just a nice hero, this game. I feel like Naga and TB, maybe early on in the game they can do something to you, but overall it's just a hero that they needed. This kind of a hero. They needed something that can go through the TB, go through the Underlord. Doesn't really care too much about most of these heroes on Zero Tenacity. Like, OG's draft looks good. Zero Tenacity, I feel like they need something extra once again from these players. Like they need to bring that oomph. Like it's very reminiscing me of game number 1 draft that they had.
I don't necessarily know about needing anything mega flashy. I think they just need to. The ones that I'm really going to be looking out for are 423 and Se this game. Not because I'm just a fan of Southeast Asian Dota and they're a couple of Mongolian boys, but also because their illusions are going to be the thing that dictates how this game goes, I think. Like, you need it to be just a menace with these illusions. Let's throw Jeezy in there as well, because he's going to be using Ghost Walk and, like, being annoying on the front lines. Force OG to make a bad move or a hasty move, and then you've got that turnaround with Song of the Siren. You've got that turnaround with Underlord Dark Rift. You've got potential for a blink epicenter from the tree lines to be able to turn things around. Like, these are the sorts of things that you need to force OG into bad fights, basically. And I think the two that are going to be able to do that are 423 and Se, because Mirage is going to win that mid lane, no questions asked. It's just what happens beyond that.
For sure. If they can find the damage, if they can find the angles, and for me it looks so much easier on the other side. Like, if the lane goes the way I imagine it, which I might be delusional here, but I feel like this last pick Timber, like we mentioned it for a reason, and if he goes ham, this might be one of those games where Timber is just up front,
Prepare for battle.
you have to play around him. Your epicenter is great, but your song is great, but you also have Rolling Thunder against those things. I don't know, like the way I see it is the teamfight from OG is a bit easier early on, but there is like this X factor of TB being the end-all ultimate carry of the game, that once he hits, like once 423 hits his like insane 6-slot timing, it
They
might
know.
be
They saw the illusion get body blocked by the smoke. They know it's coming. That's what all those pings are on the map.
Relax. It's okay.
So they're just going to hang back. It's been 2 games now that Se's been the one to get the first blood.
I am a beacon of knowledge.
Seems like that will happen this time around, as 423's illusion confirms this OG smoke.
30 seconds to battle.
Very clever though. Like, I don't think enough people do what Seth just did. Like, literally just watching all of your illusions at once on the minimap and seeing if there's any small delay when it's in like an open area like this, to see if you can catch out any sort of smokes.
Yeah, he probably had, like he was probably looking at that illusion at the exact time.
Begins.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's give him some credit, why not? So, off the back of all of this, Liz, who's winning this game?
I have no idea. It's gonna be a fun one for sure. If this man can see a smallest delay on his illusion on the minimap, I think we should just give him the ages straight up. Like, he doesn't have to play Dota anymore.
It's the level you have to get to in Dota these days if you're gonna stand any chance at TI, let alone various different tournaments. And this is DreamLeague that they're fighting for, such a prestigious tournament. 2013, right? End of 2013. DreamLeague's been running for, and we're in season 27. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been a long set of Dream Leagues that have been running. Invoker down bottom might be dead. Oh, nice jukes. Jukes.
Still running a little slow, but yeah, won't get that last blast off. Should mean that Nefrit takes a few right clicks to the face, though. One of the advantages, of course, of the Pugner is just how fast you are. 330 base movement speed means that there isn't really any scenario where you should be copping a lot of harassment just from right clicks. I mean, it's not really worth Nefrit
It's.
using.
I don't know what it is. This little guy, when he died, I know the lore does not confirm it, but
Yep, he's a
he had to
6-year-old.
be very athletic. Yeah,
Yeah.
he had to be a very athletic 6-year-old, because he has one of the highest movement speeds in the game. That's his biggest strength. That and blast, like literally, very hard for 90% of heroes trade hits with the Pugna.
He's doing a great job. And then on the top side, last thing that we're looking at, 423 was taking a little bit of a beating from Mixer previously with his Whirling Death, but doing a fairly good job, as we saw on his Morphling, of just dodging out a lot of the aggression that's coming his way. Not quite yet at the point where it says wanting to put anything into the ensnare just yet. Just very deep, actually, trying to perhaps snipe a courier, and it might cause his death, although the Deluge ends up slowing them down enough that that's not going to be the case. Early Metamorphosis just to dissuade them as well for continuing the chase, but it means that when he hits that level 3, probably won't have that meta damage to try and go for a kill. So while you don't give up the first blood, it does mean that Mixer should be primed for a really good time in this lane without the risk of dying.
Yep, that was a weird one. Naga just going in. But also keep in mind that Timber doesn't have your classic build without reactive armor. He already has reactive armor, so his like aggressive stance is not as strong. He cannot get these skills this early on. He needs level 3 as well. Mirage?
That's really low on the Sand King. Stoikov doing his best to try and just get up in the face, and it's first blood down bottom. Nefrit able to get the first blood in onto Shad. I mean, whenever you're able to use Cold Snap into the Pit of Malice, I think he got 2 procs out of the Pit of Malice there. Yes, he did indeed. And it was a long, slow death over the course of 7 seconds for that DK, so it's a rough one, especially prior to Pugna getting into that level 6, and might be in danger of that happening another 1 or maybe even 2 times throughout the majority of this game.
During the draft, we were talking about Timber and what an X factor he is for OG. I feel like the same can be said for this Nefrit Underlord, because possibilities for his item builds are quite high as well, and if he gets a good start, like, he can definitely make a difference.
Liking this little movement from Daze, like, this is kind of what I was saying. They've got their eyes on how long this Metamorphosis is going to be on cooldown for, and especially with that 1 point in the reactive armor, there's no way that Mixer's going to be dying. So may as well just use your time to replace the Sentry Ward, go yoink away the Bounty Rune so that it's not in Sand King's hands, although he's going to go and try and take away... Oh no, he used the Swashbuckler, did end up claiming the Bottle Rune off the back of it as well.
Relax. It's okay.
Man, what happened to Cinder and Fog? Like, they got some really good voice lines this year. My voice line is as shit as always, but Cinder and Fog, they had more tame ones through the years.
I'm a little sad
they
that
have some
Garrus didn't
golden
get more
ones,
love.
though.
Nothing beats a Dota 2 holiday. Like,
Dude, I had the same voice line I wanted to send, and then I didn't. We had the same idea.
Here we go, TP's coming up top. There's 4
idea.
people here on Zero Tenacity. They want to get this kill onto Mix, and they realize how good of a game he's having. He actually doesn't have a single point in Timber Chain, so he's just going to be dead meat.
Yeah, even if he had, right, like, you just get impaled. You just get impaled, like, he won't be able to use it. It's kind of too obvious. But yeah, in any case, mid lane.
Not going to go down. The uphill miss, excuse me, by Lelis there, and they might look to get aggressive here onto Mirage, who jumps away just in time, but not quickly enough to be able to get away from the Rolling Thunder.
He impaled away just in time for the Rolling Thunder to hit him again. That's it. He went into... he was stunned, so he couldn't move. Those spikes, that Burrow Strike actually helped Banco in the end. Was kinda unfortunate, of course.
Doing him a favor. But importantly, puts OG on the board. 1 kill early on for Stoikov is gonna do wonders for him, right? Like, just getting into that earliest Diffusal Blade, one of the best early game power spikes that exists in Dota, just provides you with damage, a little bit of extra mana pool, even the slow, just being able to help kite around in the middle of a lot of these team fights, enable the Timbersaw further to start using that Timber Chain once he's I assume level 7. He might put 1 point into it.
Yeah, this is because of the build that he has. I mean, he is a little bit harder to kill, which opens up the map for days, like you mentioned earlier. But no
Dire's
aggressive
middle
potential
tower is
from the
under
Timber,
attack.
unfortunately.
Seems like they're A-okay with letting 4-2-3 just get what he wants out of the lane if it means that this Timber is able to as well, and that's somewhat understandable considering how quickly, excuse me, a Sand King can snowball if you leave him alone to do whatever he wants. So putting a little bit more attention onto Mirage, especially after his great gameplay in game number 2 on his Storm Spirit.
And this man has how many Timber games? Like, I want to open up his profile, but I'm sure it's a lot of digits on the Timbers.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he has an idea of this exact build.
Push it to the limit for sure. I think we're just going to go back to a little bit more passive Dota, Liz. You know, the early game skirmishes have done, and now it's that awkward period where, you know, Timbersaw clearly can't do anything. He's clearly tanky, so there's no point in coming to gank him unless he's massively out of position. Snapfire doesn't have ultimate to be able to make plays with just yet. So what is the best
maybe
thing that you
bait
can
with
do?
Thunder. You can bait with Thunder on top, right? There we go.
Oh, well. He was massively out of position, so that helps.
Yeah.
They also saw Daze
Oh,
looking to place down that sentry ward, but it's slightly out of range, so it doesn't catch the observer ward that's covering that Tormentor area. So they'll see that he's made a move down towards the bottom side, and that's why Nefrit makes sure to just stay well back behind that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, so far so good for Zero Tenacity. I think that they're getting more out of the map. The net worth is basically even. They made some big moves, and Sand King is
Oh,
because
nice
of
little
that.
dodge there. The cookie.
Radiant's top
Tried to
tower.
cook
Sand
him
King is
while,
getting a blink, by the way.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Getting very close to it as well. Just the speed that he's able to take out a lot of these stacks,
Dire's
and by the time he has
structures
it,
are fortified.
Epicenter, probably only about 40 seconds off cooldown. Dodge once again. Moving away from a lot of more spells, and they're going to completely burn Stoikov's mana. Switches in the clarity.
Structures are fortified.
Some time until he can actually contribute anything to this team fight.
Timber is a
Lotus
problem
will
though
load.
already. As well, look
Radiant's
at him.
top tower
Big
is
Sun
under attack.
taking the
Stealing away.
stacks.
Sand King's coming though. Blink is on the courier about 5 seconds away maybe. Still connects with the stun. Going to have enough to be able to take out this Timber, and again, this is where just that point of Timber Chain might have been able to help him. Just had that bit longer so that the Rolling Thunder could come on through. Sand King taking a lot of damage to the face, but they still end up
Angle.
living, and Stoikov's actually the one that's in danger. Go for a blind juice of Swashbuckle, but he already committed far too heavily and ends up going down. So Zero Tenacity, 5-1 lead to start this game 3.
Yeah, he needed that level 7 for sure on Timber. Even though, like, in that situation, there's Cold Snap, Stun. You're probably not getting away anyway, but
Gets it straight away. But not before some stacks are stolen. I mean, to be fair, he did the same to Zero Tenacity. So I think now it's just going to go back to a little bit more passive. I think they just need to wait for OG to bring the attention their way, because 200 gold away from Diffusal. Now you've got the life drain on the Pugna. Timbersaw has that Timber Chain available now to be able to respond if need be.
there's a courier hiding behind the tier 1 tower bot lane. I think it's the most important item right now because it reveals how OG want to play this game. Dragonite kind of dictates it's your position of 1, and now you see that he has Bracer, Power Treads, and a Blink hiding.
It's not going to do much though if they're the ones that get jumped on. Sand King coming inside of that smoke with still a couple seconds of that shield rune remaining and the Blink Epicenter.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
courier off at the very end there, and they don't actually end up committing for it. Instead, moving towards that mid lane.
now.
Do, but they've just been walking back and forth for quite some time. Mirage just walks into a Pango Pugna pair, forced to pop the haste rune, but Blink is now revealed and playing a little bit too far apart, perhaps. Good movement coming down here from 4-2-3 though. Being able to use the Metamorphosis not only to get an objective, but to take the tower as well.
And they just need to go top. I feel like that was the play that could have happened immediately once he got the blink. Because Mixa, right now, he is almost unkillable. We have seen a couple of times that they did manage to kill him, but that's because he was alone and without intermission. If you can stand behind him, I feel like Pugna can just blast the towers one by one. Although, I think that should have already happened, right? Like they should that should have been happening in the last 3-4 minutes. But they lost a couple of fights and it kind of broke that aggression.
Should have happened far before Zero Tenacity had all of these spells at their own disposal. And, yeah, they're kind of doing it now. The Sentry Ward will catch out the Invoker if he gets too much closer, but doesn't reveal this Observer Ward on the back lines. They get vision of him. Actually going to commit even the Epicenter onto the Pugna, wanting to take him out of the fight, but has he committed a little bit too far on the Sand King? The Song of the Siren will potentially save, but not quite. All of that stuff going through the Chakram, the Rolling Thunder, even the Mortimer's Kisses from afar, able to take down that Sand King and finally open up the map for OG. They take a successful team fight, they kill off a couple of heroes. Sure, it costs one for themselves, but there should be a decent amount of damage done into this tier 1 tower. And Shad, he's hanging around as well. I think the courier spotted him.
Yeah, these two heroes are so good against Naga. Like, you get the Pango with the roll, he doesn't care, built-in BKB, and then you have Snap, which is just out of the range. So you have everything. You have the control, and you have the damage. It's really cool. And now you can combo up, finally, the Timber with the Pugna. Timber just tanking the tower, meanwhile Pugna blasting it out. They opened up the map very nicely. Invoker, top.
DK, he has no mana to be able to play around with. Not even enough for a Breathe Fire, although nice stun actually coming through there from Mirage to be able to take out the DK. Okay, ends up just falling off the back of the urn, coming through
more.
Jeezy and a right click. They want more, yeah, Snapfire. This is one of the other areas of weakness that you have, is that if you get caught in the middle of a team fight, you are squish, and so is the Pugna. You could be as fast as possible, but he's slowed down by the Stinger. He's slowed, yeah, a lot of damage coming through from the Sunstrike, doing his best as Lelis and really making him work for it, but at the end of the day, the damage is undeniable coming through.
And the lags. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Best time. We've all been there. You killed their carry and a couple of supports. Ah, sorry guys, lagging, you know. I'm gonna let you simmer a little bit.
Yeah.
After killing all of you.
Even just what that implies, right? Like, I was killing you and I was lagging at the time and I still killed you, you know? Even if it was completely truthful, it's still BM.
Is under attack.
Just unfortunate farming for DK. They took the tier 1 tower, and it's kind of cool that he felt safe, because on paper that kind of farming is safe. On the old map that would have been safe, but on this one, not really, because there are just too many angles. Your supports cannot cover.
But again, this is one of the things that we mentioned about the Zero Tenacity draft, right? Is that they've got this Ghost Walk that's constantly out there. They've got the TB illusions. They've got the Naga illusions. You're going to get scouted all throughout the map, and there's not too much that they can do about it. Like, in terms of split push, Zero Tenacity have this one in the bag. So OG, they're going to need to think of another way to play this game. Perhaps grouping up a little bit more, especially around some of those really key item timings. I think you've got... Let's actually see what Mixer chooses to go for. He's got enough for the full Kai Assange, which he finishes up. It was either that or the Blink Dagger. Had enough for both. Maybe he just wants his level 12 before they're fully committing into this next team fight, because by that time Shad should have his own BKB, and then it really feels like it has to be go time for OG.
Yeah, for sure.
No mana boy.
Specifically because of the item build on DK. I think that's one thing that worries me the most here for OG. Days.
I'll take a freebie on Days.
Like, the way I see the draft of OG is... It's like really strong even without full active build on DK. Right? Like, if
That's
you
just
there's like some...
escape roll used, so now they absolutely can't get active. Sorry, continue.
No, I just think that there's so much early game potential from Pango and Timber that you can completely greed out on DK. But I might be wrong. They might be thinking the other way around. It's actually the Timber that will be winning this game for us. Like he's he's more or less the true carry. DK and Pango, they're the decoys. So with this build, he's gonna have to be, right? Blink BKB.
I mean, we've been saying that teams are playing that Falcon style, and I can't think of too many Timbersaws other than Omar's that you would say give it to, but Mexer is certainly up there. He is a fantastic Timbersaw player. You've just got to give him the space to do so. That's why they've been giving him so much attention on Zero Tenacity, not letting him have that ideal start.
Oh,
They actually catch him out as he's looking to go through Twin Gate. Stun's coming through. He's just getting a little bit too greedy. Will they get anything in this time? Not really.
I think the Timber Chain change that happened in the last patch also messed with him there, because he missed the 3. He Timber Chain then moved, but it he still didn't connect to it, unfortunately. He was dead anyway.
This is
Chad?
a really big deal based on what you were saying before, yeah. I'm watching Chad down on this bottom side of the map, just getting himself mana drained again, so there's just nothing that he can do. At least he had the Arcane Boots nearby from Days, but yeah, unless they really start to get active in the next... Let's give them 2 minutes, around the 20-minute mark when it's daytime, a little bit better to go for the smokes because you're going to see people when you're moving around inside the cover of it. He's level 12, he's got Blink Dagger, he's got BKB. These are fighting items, they are not farming items, and they have not done a lot of fighting right now on OG's terms. They're going to try for Nefrit though. Hanging around, reducing a lot of the damage, and will he be able to just TP away? No, not quite. Mirage didn't end up fully committing. I don't think they've got the damage for him to continue to do so. It does, just to try and take out Shad, and that'd be a pretty decent pick if they were able to get it, and they do. End up taking out the enemy carry. He still has the Essence Ring that he's able to pop. A couple of bottle charges left. Might try and just blow up the creep wave and then Burrow Strike away. Where's Naga in all of this? That's what I want to know. Like, this is what it's kind of designed for. And Blink Dagger on Naga Siren as well is the item that's been purchased up by Seth. So
look at him!
Really
They don't see him!
Oh.
Okay, that's... yeah, that's a tip right there. I can't believe that he managed to get away.
Why you let the man play his pause for Invoker, Liz?
Yeah, that's why, because he can hide behind the trees. But no, like he's having a lot of impact on Invoker. Like he is draining all the mana and stuff, like giving all the info, giving all the vision. Dragonite has been dying multiple times because of the Invoker. And he has the quick fingers to escape all these crazy kills that could have happened on him. Dragonite again, the moment he shows up, Invoker is running at him already with Tornado EMP. Oh, this is the start.
I'm just watching Mirage blink in front of Stoikov's face and take a shield rune again. And again, the thing is, I would really like OG to make a play. You're 150 gold away from being able to finish up the Aghanim Scepter on this Pangolier. But because they've delayed it long enough, you've already had to use the Elder Dragon form. You're going to have the Epicenter back up in another 5 seconds. They will get a quick pick off onto the Invoker, but it's not a killing spree or anything like that. It was just had the 1 kill and the 11 assists, and Mirage, he's got his eyes on DK.
They still want to go.
Now Pugner, to be able to start things off, pops the shield rune, so he's going to survive through a lot of this. Even gets the Glimmer Cape given onto him for a little bit of extra survivability, but that survivability enables the rest of the team to just close in and dish out a ton of damage. 4-2-3 with a triple kill. just wailing in onto that Timber Saw. Reactive armor be damned, poor man's shield be damned, and they take it right in front of the Tormentor as well. So that's going to be another freebie going the way of Zero Tenacity, and Set just gets a little bit too eager.
Relax.
And, yeah, is able to, you know, lick his wounds off the back of that. Nice.
He
Yoinking
wanted to go
EMP
to
though,
base.
gets given. Sure.
That's it.
Pretty
He just wanted to go Fountain. Good song from him, by the way, last fight. Dragonite popped the BKB, so he was the only one unaffected by the song, which meant that he was the only one dealing damage to Sand King. He does die in the end, but very good trade for Zero Tenacity. Nice setup at the beginning from OG, but they're just lacking that oomph. They need a BKB on Timber as well. I feel like they just put themselves in this all-in early game BKB
Early
Blink's
game.
basket. Yeah.
Yep. And it hasn't been working out for him so far. You gotta give credit to Mirage. He's been on point. He might die, but he's the reason that Zero Tenacity are winning all of these team fights, essentially. Like, there's just so much attention being put onto him. You have to try and salvage something out of a lot of these engagements, and he's the one causing that pressure.
Absolutely. Once again, it feels like it's much easier to play on the side of OG, but this time around Zero Tenacity are just finding all the right angles.
They find. Nice, yeah, okay. It's a freebie. They'll take it. Take what they can get at this point. Really does reduce a lot of the stress coming out. Because remember, this is... We were kind of expecting OG to perhaps be a little bit... Well, if not ahead, closer, leading into this point of the game. It's miss another attempt there onto Jeezy, but it's only going to get worse, right? Like, Naga Siren is going to get stronger, the illusions are going to get harder to kill. TB's got Manta now, he's going to have those illusions constantly being sent out. Invoker already just getting more levels in Exort is going to make the Meteor stronger, so he's much more quickly shove out a lot of these waves. It's not easy to have to play into.
Yeah, it isn't. I'm waiting for the Timber BKB and this next fight. I think it might paint the picture of what's waiting for us in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Once he gets the BKB, the fights become a lot easier for OG, but if they can't take that fight, then they're in a really rough spot.
Yeah. DK will have Maelstrom as well, so not just a Blink Stun, Ring Fire bot. Damage plus help him out a little bit in terms of his scaling. Honestly, not doing that bad in terms of net worth on Shad, considering how many times he's died, the fact that he's got basically 0 farming items. Still a little behind the enemy core, of course, but I was expecting a whole lot worse than the situation that he's in now.
Yeah, keep in mind that he's 0-4, right? Like he's 0-4-6, has some assists, but it is a DK, and the way that he's been playing is he's been very quick-fingered on his ults. Like, he hasn't been saving the ult for any big fights or any big objective taking. He just insta-pops it and goes for a set of creeps. And that's it. I think that's one of the reasons why, even though he has died a lot of times, he's been keeping up with his farm. The only question is, there's a reason why this hero is being played usually the way he is, right? Like, you just go for objectives, you want to play fast. That's because generally you fall off. But maybe we should all just relax. Maybe it's okay.
Relax,
maybe he will
it's
scale.
Okay. TB pretty close to finishing up the butterfly as well. Not an amazing butterfly game. You know, it's obviously going to give him some protection, but you know what? It's just great scaling. Going to enable him to be a little bit more of that frontliner. The Nullifier is the one that I'm really looking forward to seeing from the TB, just to be able to get away, to ignore, excuse me, the 4-stars that they've got going on, the Decrep, of course, and even just things like the Solar Crest, the eventual Glimmercape, potentially. It takes an early one, really disincentivizes the Aeon Disc as well if it even does get that late, but gotta say, Zero Tenacity, I would not be scared if I was in their shoes of going late, but this game doesn't show the signs of them needing to go late either. There's not that big raid boss of a Medusa waiting for them on the high ground. It's feels a lot more comfortable for them to just slowly push, even using just illusions to do the high ground sieging.
Yeah, maybe get a Yules on someone. I think you mentioned Nullifier. Yules also really good if Timber does go for Aghanim. Another thing that you can think about, but he has a BKB already, so overall
Radiant structures
I absolutely agree. I think that they're in a position in which they have the raid boss, and OG they need to find a way of dealing with it.
Wanking him in with the reel in. And that's the thing, it's only going to get stronger for Set as well. He's got the Blink Dagger and the Ghost Scepter like we mentioned, so you're always going to be able to just go to the exact spot that you want. Look at this high ground push. They have no cares. They just keep on pushing forward. What are they going to do to stop them? It might require a buyback, honestly, out of the Sand King just to throw
need a
more of his
Timber.
kisses and force him away.
They just
Popping
needed
it.
Timber, but Timber was controlled. That's the reason why they did this. Timber was controlled by Invoker. He couldn't TP out. That's why he's a bit late here.
Speaking of Invoker, he is going for the Aghanim Scepter, so looking to try and get into that Tornado upgrade.
Radiant are
Coming through
scanning.
from that, just the point booster for now. But yeah, I was mentioning the Naga Siren for the later stages of the game. He's going for an Ags of his own, so a way to be able to control the Pango during the Rolling Thunder as well with that ensnare feels pretty damn nice.
Absolutely. Especially for Terrorblade as well, right? Like he can actually stand and hit. Oh, they're going in.
Failed initiation, I think. That's fine, they can back off. Even if they used a bunch of things, they've still got that Song of the Siren to be able
Radiant's
to
bottom
reset
barracks
if
are under
OG
attack.
did try and make a bit of a play.
And they still have 3 minutes on Aegis. They have meta. If they want to use it, they can't go in again.
Don't have Underlord though. Like he is completely on the other side of the map. He just used the Fiend's Gate. I mean, I guess they don't know exactly where he is, where he TP'd to with that Fiend's Gate. If they try and get another quick pick up onto Daze, nice 4-star,
Radiant's
just to
bottom
be able to
barracks
keep
are
him safe. And Mix needs to be a little careful here.
On paper, you should go back.
are fortified.
Right? Like, no Underlord, like you mentioned. This is kinda... yeah, interesting from Zero
Just use the
Tenacity.
TV illusions though, right? Going in. Still no BKB wanting to be popped just yet. Got the potential for the Sunder, but not popping it. He's surviving though. So a lot of this damage coming through. Still doesn't, so no Metamorphosis for the second life. Where's the damage actually going to be coming through consistently? You pick off one support, but kind of a little deep here on Mirage, and he might get picked off here. Shad, he's able to pick up a really clean kill onto the bottom side of the map and take away a lot of this farm. Underlord finally shows up to the fight. Big Aura Man himself, but wasn't able to pop the pipe, wasn't able to have that Atrophy Aura running during the entire team fight. Just getting a little bit too eager with Zero Tenacity, and might be a very small victory, but you'll take what you can get if you're OG right now.
Yeah, Bosnia's antipod is Hawaii, I think. That's if you drill a straight line through the earth, you would end up somewhere there, right? Like somewhere in that ocean. If you drilled a straight line from where TB was, you would find Underlord. He was literally as far away as possible from his team. He had no TP from travels or something. He had no ult. They still decided to push the high ground. They got punished for it quite heavily by OG. Nice read from OG, but honestly, Zero Tenacity, like you questioned it, I questioned it. No reason for them to stay there for so long.
Another one of those unforced errors is they just find it blow up the Naga Siren, and they're going to find the Underlord as well. TP interrupted. Might try for the Fiend's Gate, but you've still got plenty of time left on that Rolling Thunder. Didn't even pop the Pipe of Insight when trying to flee, but it wouldn't have made a bit of difference. Have Zero
that's a
Tenacity
10K
just
into
given
5K.
OG have given the huge window for them to be able to come back into this one. Is that a completed egg? I think it is. It's coming out to him on the courier now, so very nice for him. Level 15 might opt to put the one talent point into the tornado cooldown as a blink forward by Shad doesn't quite catch him, was already in the Ghost Walk on GZ. And we get a rare moment to breathe. It really feels like this has been we're talking about the antipod, but it's been the antithesis of what we saw in games 1 and 2. Very slow, methodical gameplay. This has just been them running into each other, and I gotta say, it feels like it fits Zero Tenacity's playstyle a whole lot more, just to play this, not old school style of Dota, but, you know, pre-TI style of Dota, where you were just getting a little bit more aggressive, backing your team fight capabilities, the extreme gaming sort of way of playing, right? Who knows, maybe more teams would be playing that style if they ended up getting the W in the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. I think from Zero Tenacity, it looks good as long as they bring the numbers. Once they get ahead of themselves and leave someone behind, like an Underlord without an ult, then it becomes a bit scary. They are getting some BKBs though. Underlord as well. He'll have his for the next fight, most likely. Which basically means that Timbersaw will not be as big of a deal, or at least he shouldn't be on paper.
I'm a little worried about the DK now though, like he was in the bin. Make no mistakes about it, but he's a legit right-click threat now. He's got the Maelstrom, Mjolnir, he's going into the Bloodthorn, already finished up the Orchid, he's got the Gunpowder Gauntlet, plenty of attack speed coming through. This is a scary man to have to deal with in a lot of these team fights, and he gives them that burst damage that they're going to need to be able to take out the TB or the Naga at the start of a lot of these team fights.
Very importantly, he's got level 20 talent, so 150 range is pretty important for the Dragon Knight as well, especially when you're playing versus these heroes that can constantly kite you and the Terrorblade with the D-Lance. It's pretty good, right? Like the fact that you can just stand and be a turret.
Is under attack.
So what is the next play? A minute left until Roshan. Bunch of items picked up, like you mentioned, those BKBs starting to come through, particularly on the Underlord, to perhaps make him that little bit tankier.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
See all those tornadoes on the bottom side of the map as a result of Roka, but he's actually caught out for just his second death of the game. Easy will end up falling down here, and
His middle tower is under attack.
I don't think they will be punished even if it is a really early Roshan, but again, it just alleviates some of that pressure. They might be able to walk into this tier 1 tower and start to take that. They might... Well, they weren't able to secure the Tormentor. It was Zero Tenacity that was able to get it, so it's a free Aghanim Shard for Mirage now. Very nicely done, amping up his damage even further.
Yeah, that kind of play down bottom on Walker is why Helm of Dominator is so popular right now.
Oh, they found the
Sand
Sand
King.
King. There's Naga. Naga's not quite there. Has the Blink Dagger available if you wanted to Song Blink in, but BKB already popped by the SK, not wanting to give up another one of those big teamfight ultis, and it was a really quick Roche respawn as well, so it's already down there in the bottom pit. It feels like OG are happy enough to wait. They want it to come towards this top side of the map. They want it to be closer towards their outpost, so wouldn't be surprised if they start setting up a bunch of vision around this area at this point. They've already placed some deep-ish inside of the Zero Tenacity jungle. Are they going to be able to get away with just stealing this away, though, while OG are patiently waiting? Could the passive gameplay come back to bite them?
I think they can just go in. Yeah, they're doing exactly that.
Yeah.
TB is in the pit. You have Fort Spirit as well to hop out a bit. I mean, OG, I think they definitely need to contest this one. They don't have Dragon Fruit though.
It's too late.
It's too late. Yeah.
Freebie. They're able to claim off the back of that, even a shield rune as well, so Mirage already has no fear when it comes to joining into a lot of these fights. He's scared of trees right now though, caught in them at this point in time.
They're just fair men, you know, they like to play a good old 5-on-5 game. They don't like to have a number advantage. 2 games in a row, they're not really contesting Roshans.
True. Feels like they're just going to make the exact same play that they made previously. This time around, they're just saying, okay, make sure Underlord's here. He's picked up his level 20. He's got his pipe, he's got his BKB, he's got his Aghanim Scepter as well, so even just for the purposes of initiation, they might be able to catch out Mixer with that initial route coming through from the Underlord ulti.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's see. 4-2-3 already on bot lane, sending in illusions. What's really cool about this tickle is it forced maybe an overreaction from OG. They TP'd in everyone, so they're just gonna go mid and perhaps top tier 2.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Sure, why not? I mean, they're already starting to... won't do anything, but says sending the Naga will potentially help force, push that wave a little bit quicker. And that's, again, illusion gameplay. This is what happens, you know? Bot lane's pushed in, mid lane's pushed in, top lane's going to be pushed in as a result of it, and just feel like there's nowhere you can go. There's no opening for you to be able to take a successful team fight, and it's going to rely on a Zero Tenacity blunder, it feels, for them to make anything out of this game.
Yeah, they have all the map control now, right? Like you said, the illusions, also the fact that you have the Aegis, the fact that you can just sit on the high ground, send the illusions, creep skip. Rough position to be in for anyone. It's really difficult to smoke out and make a play, but at the same time you don't truly have to. You can wait for the Aegis to be reclaimed. Timbersaw did manage to sneak out on the map, he's farming. Tango as well.
He's looking to go into that Scythe of Ice on the Timbersaw, so would be handy to enable them to just blow someone up at the start of a lot of these team fights. Again, it really feels like Naga Siren is that one, just so that you can feel comfortable popping that BKB that you're going to have a full-on team fight.
You're never finding him. Unfortunately, if he plays the way he should be playing with the blink, you're never finding this Naga. Yeah, it's gonna be way too difficult. They forced out the BKB, by the way, with a single Underlord ult, so no BKB on Dragon Knight. At least for 60 seconds. It's a 6 seconds BKB anyway. Not the biggest loss, but gives an opening to Zero Tenacity.
We've got a Hurricane Pike coming out now on the Courier. They've still got a minute and a half left on the Aegis, so I'd be surprised if they didn't try and make something happen right now. I mean, I say that, but GZ ain't here. And he's probably not going to have that Scythe of Ice by the time Aegis expires. So it feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity to not want to at least use illusions to broach high ground. Because, like, there's no Echo Slam, there's no big Epicenter, there's no, I don't know, Dream Coil that's going to be coming through that you can really be too worried about. Just push with illusions, you know, and have the boys backing you up. Even Alacrity feels like it would be such a huge tool of being able to put a lot of extra pressure here onto OG.
Why do you think they are playing like this? Maybe they just value the farm on the map they're getting, right? They're getting everything.
Sure. Makes a lot of sense. Like, as long as the enemy team isn't getting anything, you're relatively happy for this to happen. And, I mean, we said it from the very beginning, right? They're in no rush on Zero Tenacity. Like, they have got, in my opinion, the better scaling lineup. And they're approaching some of those big timings, right? Scythe of Ice is 150 gold away for Invoker. Naga Siren has enough for Ags if she wants it right now to send it on the Courier. Just got a Lotus, so what are you really even waiting for? Got a pressure roll finished up from Mirage, but he's a long ways away from being able to get into that Nullifier. Really feels like 4-2-3 might even just want his boots and not the Aegis before he wants to go high ground. He wants that extra item coming through. Target didn't buy the Ags though. It's just holding on to buyback, it seems.
Yeah, which is kind of understandable. They have the access to TP, you have the outpost, you are kind of controlling the map, you expect them to smoke out to you. That buyback, if you do die, you know, it might be game changing.
Yeah. if OG win a fight, it's off the back of them
Circle
popping
hex.
BKBs or something of that nature. Yep, they found someone. They found a pretty high quality target as well in that Pango, although it costs them the Naga. OG doing their best to try and claim their spot up on this high ground. There's a couple of bits of vision down there, but they almost just as quickly look to retreat, and they don't even get the gem off the back of that.
Oh, they go in again.
Heard the epicenter start to get channeled up. They've still got a couple seconds left on that haste rune. Wasn't able to get the Ghost Scepter off, but nice force stuff coming through, and it's actually a little bit too deep here on Mixer, where he might be in danger himself, but able to pop that BKB and get himself away from the root. Consistently stunned up as the Sunstrike just a little bit off the mark there.
This straightforward build from TB. No messing around. You know what you're getting from him. It's pure damage. With the electricity, even a Timbersaw dies so damn fast. Keep in mind, he has no ags, so can't really be that absolute beast up front.
And even if he did go Ags, you've got a Nullifier as the next item for Sand King, so it's not even going to do all that much. Quick burst of damage, but in terms of survivability, basically nothing. Maybe it was the 40-minute creep wave that they were waiting for this entire time. Double siege creep wave makes it a lot of value to use the glyph on. Would have been what enabled them to get up into that high ground, but instead, just backing off, going back to their high ground, making sure that OG can't leave their base. Might even look to yoink away the Wisdom Shrine from them that's spawning in about 30 seconds.
It's just that Invoker is so damn strong right now. Like, you have this Ghostwalk Hex initiation. Base is just gone.
Should be.
Plus one.
That damage! That damage coming through for the DK! So low. Lelis just getting the save off there. Making sure that Shad lives to fight another day, but he's not able to walk through that pit of malice. He's still got a couple of seconds left until he's got that blink available. Might look to jump onto the Invoker, and does. Amount of quick damage coming through. There's a buyback on days. Didn't even have everyone joining the fight on Zero Tenacity either. 4-2-3 just going away towards that next item for himself.
Could have been way better for OG, and at the same time it could have been way worse for them if Dragon Knight died, right? So overall, I think they're kinda okay with this. The buyback, of course, is not amazing, but at least they're not just on the receiving end. You know, it feels bad. Like, sometimes we don't talk about the vibes in the game. It feels bad when there's just one move after another collapsing on you, and you can't even catch a breather, you know? At least you demonstrated to yourself you're in a fighting shape. You can't take these targets down. You just have to play all the right moves correctly. Yeah. And it was a bait, by the way. Snapfire was not on the map like that for no reason. That was an absolute bait. 4-2-3. Okay, he's gonna get it. Sunder needed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, has the Lincoln Sphere finished and a couple of creeps away from his level 25. I wonder what he's gonna go for, because they are kind of bursty, you know, with the Sand King, with the Invoker, in terms of the damage that's coming out. So, do you want to go the Metamorphosis just to make some of the sieging a little bit easier? Do you want to go the lower Sunder cooldown? Actually, they're looking to find out on the Invoker, and it's a pretty decent backline disruption coming through here from the Pangolier, forcing some BKBs to be popped, but he needs to get out of dodge, because that damage coming through is going to smash into the Pangolier, and the Sunstrike actually connects as well. DK, he's isolated in the middle of all of them. That Pit of Malice just catching onto the end of the Timbersaw. He's level 25, he's able to get away with that extra speed coming through from the Timber Chain, but with that, another successful team fight, and once again, it's taken around a high-value objective. They go into the Roche Pit. This is number 3, so they're going to get the cheese, they're going to get that refresher, and they're going to get Mixer as well off the back of a move from Jeezy. Use the Sacrifice, the Spirit Vessel, and everything else just to be able to take him out.
Super high-value Spirit Vessel, of course, this game. Into all of these bulky boys, it's nice. Into Pug now, of course, as well. the Hex, the Ghost Walk setting up for so many kills. Nice BKB attempt, I guess. BKB TP out from OG. Nice attempt to make an aggressive move, but damn, I feel like we were waiting for so long for them to make a move that this one felt very underwhelming once it did happen. It's like, the Dragon Knight just isn't tanky enough for a BKB standalone fight. Like, he just can't take this game one-on-one versus the TB.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's that snowball effect, right? Of going the early blink and not fighting, going the early BKB and having to use the first one super defensively. This is not what you went that item build for, and I want to say, like, the damage from Mix has been alright, but it hasn't been game-changing like this TB's damage has been, like Mirage's Sand King has been. That's been next level, and he's got his Epicenter back online, he's got the Nullifier, he's got the Refresher Orb, Pyrrhic Cloak, Ghost Scepter, Black King Bar, Cheese, like, you're not killing Mirage.
Yeah, the difference between game 1 and 2, the way they want to take these fights is so massive. The way they are approaching the game, I think, like, you had Medusa in game 2, all about the Medusa, right? This game 3,
Yep.
Dragon Knight is a side character, at most.
Well, speaking of him, they found him and they forced an early BKB out, and they're going to be very happy with that. Again, you've got the Refresher available on Sand King. Although they found him, he actually walked outside of his invis for a second there. That's just the thing, you pop the Song of the Siren, the damage from the DK just completely goes away. And now you're in a perfect position to just counter it. Mixer is just getting blown up from start to finish. Doesn't have that buyback available. The Refresher's being popped. They're going in even further. And they're going to knock OG down to the lower bracket off the back of this. Dead, and zero tenacity. In pretty convincing style this game. There was no second guessing from them. They got their mojo back in that game number 2.
Well, definitely some tenacity in this series. Nice gameplay overall, nice drafting, nice gameplay. I think this Invoker in game number 1 perhaps didn't look as impressive because, in my eyes, Invoker in game number 1 made all the plays. Like, he had a lot of impact coming from position 4, which I was not completely sure about, like how much he's gonna be able to do. But it didn't really look like much because his team couldn't follow up. This game around, it was completely different because, do you know what's craziest? It's the same, it's literally the same idea, right? Like, you have this Invoker setting up in game number 1 with the Dawnbreaker following up. This game number 2, you have Invoker setting up with the Underlord following up. But it's much easier with the Underlord and the Sand King than to follow up all these plays. So overall, zero tenacity. Yeah, good job to them. Good drafts, good ideas, executed very nicely for OG. I feel like there's a lot of potential in this team. They just need to clean up their act a little bit.
Yeah, and the Naga Siren on top of that as well, right? Like, just the ability to reset every single fight that they wanted. It was very calculated, particularly we saw it in the last fight, right? Just forcing the really early BKB out of the Dragon Knight, then re-engaging, knowing they had the second use of the Epicenter, knowing they had the Song of the Siren if they tried to go in a little bit too deep. So I'm going to give MVP of this series to Mirage. I think even though this game, 4-2-3, didn't die a single time and was an absolute menace, I think Mirage was the one that was kind of coordinating a lot of these team fights, and he was doing a fantastic job there. So,
yep.
Yeah, really nicely done by Zero Tenacity. Any closing thoughts, Liz?
No, I'm looking forward to the next game. This Invoker 4 is already something that I'm looking forward to in my games. I'm just looking at the meta and how it develops after TI, I can already see some interesting ideas. We'll see if our next series brings even more.
We will indeed, and it's not going to be too long of a break because that one certainly ran the distance, so we're pretty much on schedule at this point in time, which means that it's not going to be too much longer before we see the new Virtus Pro roster. Not Eastern Europe, this is the international Virtus Pro roster, I guess you could say, coming up against Pipsqueak +4, the winner of the first Open Qualifiers. Who's on that team? Well, you have to wait and see. You'll have to come back after the break and see some more Western European Dota. So stick around, we'll be right back.
gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen. All the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow. Inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts. Hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. We're gonna keep it going. We got this now, you know. We're getting closer now. We're ready for some more. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. We've seen the magic tricks, we don't care, we've got more. We know we're on the tip, we're ready at the shore. Now feeling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you.
That was a very short break. Welcome back. I'm joined by Danog, my favorite Aussie analyst. I also believe the only Australian analyst right now in Dota. Maybe there's a couple of other ones. And myself, Wizard, we're going to guide you through DreamLeague Season 27 Qualifier. We just witnessed some pretty cool strategies coming from OG and Zero Tenacity, and we're gonna jump straight into Virtus.pro versus Pipsqueak +4. I know Virtus.pro you guys have heard about, but Pipsqueak +4 everyone has, of course. They are the strongest upcoming team, worldwide known, the greatest organization ever. I'm not really sure which one of these 5 players is Pipsqueak. I think Danog, you're not quite sure as well, or do you know? Do you have some info?
No, I have no insight. Cowrie's a pretty small guy, isn't he? I feel like he's... Whenever I've seen him in like team photos when he was on, Quest and all that, he always seemed kind of an Aurora. He seemed on the shorter side. Maybe he's the Pipsqueak. I don't know.
Sure, I'm not exactly sure as well, but what I'm sure of is that we're in for a really good series, because honestly, like Pipsqueak, even though they're, all jokes aside, not known as an org, there is no org, I assume. They have some really strong players, some players that have been around for quite some time, that are in and out of these tier 1, tier 1.5, let's put it, teams, and they're yet to really make a name for themselves. So this kind of a stack might be exactly it. On the other side, from VP, how do you feel about this international roster? This is like a mix of everything. We have some SCA, some NA, we've got some CIS.
Yeah, they've got a bit of everything. And even like, I guess you could call Tomato SA a little, I guess, to begin with. But I don't know, I'm interested to see how it was, because Fly's previous foray into the Southeast Asian region didn't work out that well when it was on that first Talon roster. So I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out with this roster. And remember, Bulb is the coach as well, so you got even more NA involved with all of it as well. So I don't know. It just seems like such a clash of styles. Is there going to be any sort of language barriers there? Who knows?
Yeah, when it comes to language barriers, I don't think so. Like, looking at the players, this should be very simple for everyone to join in a little bit with some full Davai, of course, but it should be simple enough, right? In English. I'm looking forward to Abed having an international stint once again. I gotta say, this kind of a player for me has always been, I don't know, like as a meepo spammer, he has always been one of the meepos in the world that actually makes the hero stand out a little bit more than all the standard stuff. But as a player, I feel like he needs a challenge, and this might be it. Do you think it's gonna be a bit harder for him though here than in SCA? Like, you as a more or less SCA aficionado, how do you feel about this international Abed stint?
Yeah, I'm interested to see, because, like, no one can deny the talent that Abed has, right? He's had it for 8 years or so at this point. But it always comes down to those very clutch moments, and it feels like that's sort of the area that he's been a little more lacking in. And I think it's gone beyond the point where you can say, oh, he's got someone like Fly, who's a veteran, who can kind of coach him through that. At this point, Abed's a veteran in the scene, you know? He should be the one doing that for others. So I think it's kind of time for the results to start coming. The pressure, some people can handle it, some people can't, but hopefully for his sake, he's able to put it together, because on paper, this is a very, very impressive roster.
It absolutely is. Like, looking at the two rosters that we're getting into our next series, you'd probably think that the favorites should be this international squad, but we have had so many times in the past where you get like a bunch of more or less stars, more or less players that everyone expects to do well together, and then they kind of flop. I'm wondering if that will be the case here, because I do think they have a lot of potential. It's just such a crazy mix of everything plus Bulba. I really don't know what to expect. On the other side, like, we have seen
Spirit,
Kidaro.
maybe?
Yep.
You can
Yeah,
expect
5
that.
times in a row, maybe. Yeah. On the other side, though, we have seen these players, right? Like in a couple of teams recently. Kidaro, of course. Kaori, of course, right? Like, these guys might be fighting for your Phoenix, perhaps, in the upcoming series. And they've had some success in the last season, but yeah, not as much as you would expect from these guys. I feel like when they came into the scene, maybe... Did you expect them to go full tier 1?
On, like, Kaori and Kidaro?
Yep.
Kaori, yes. I always thought he had that little edge, and he's able to play those position 4 style heroes as well, even if he is forced to play it as a position 5. You've got a little bit more of that flex there. I guess Kidaro kind of does a similar sort of thing. The thing that I'm liking most about this Pipsqueak +4 roster is that, kind of similar to what we saw from Zero Tenacity, they're not going with just the meta. You know, they're going with what works for them. You've got Nanda in the position 1, who plays a position 1 Pudge very frequently. We see him play position 1 Mars very frequently as well, which I'm really excited to see if it ends up happening. Kidaro plays position 4 Warlock. Don't see too much of that. He plays the Pudge as well. So these are the sort of things that I'm really interested to see if they end up getting broken out. And for quite a while, Kidaro was actually the one that's being played as like a position 5, then he's moved back to like a 4, then he goes back to a 5. Yep. So they've got a lot more flexibility there, which I'm interested to see how it's going to shape out. They're one of the few IO teams as well, so it'll be interesting.
If you open up Kidaru's Wikipedia page, by the way, he looks like that movie Curious Case of Benjamin Button. Like, this guy is reversing in age. He gets younger. Like, if you look at the pictures from 2023 and you look at the picture from 2025, he looks like 10 years younger. OG stint, it seems like it did him well. I know that his stint in OG wasn't very successful, but I'm not sure what happened. I think it's that Portugal sun or something. They say sun
I was
ages
just
you.
about to say that.
It reversed for him. Yeah, but in any case...
It's done him good.
Yeah, in any case, I'm not sure if it aged him, but it definitely did give him a lot of new heroes to play. Like, he has experimented quite a lot with OG. We have heard him be very open, which in the interviews and post-game stuff, which kind of allowed other teams to counter him at times. We'll see if that happens in the upcoming draft of Virtus Pro. If they are going to focus on Kidaro or on someone else, I believe the draft is ready. And I'm going to give you a short info that Enchantress is already picked. Like, last game it was banned out, right? In the first stage. At least one game, they knock.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes, it was banned in game 1, I think, and Chen, I think, got banned at basically all other games. So Chen was given the priority there. Chen obviously is first banned out by Pipsqueak, and again, this is what I was talking about with the flex. You've got both Kidaro and Kaori who are able to play the Enchantress. So you're not even giving up everything that you're looking to do in the draft in terms of the lanes at this very early point. It's actually the POS 4 that's more likely to be played at this stage, and I'm interested to see if, well, you could just see from the bans, actually, from Pipsqueak, some respect's being given to Antares. Like, very few people are picking, let alone banning, position 4 Skywrath Mage, but Antares is someone that makes you have to do it. His stint on 9 Pandas, where they were, you know, getting top 3 at various events, was very impressive, and the Skywrath is a big reason behind that.
I think that hero is underrated at the moment. Like, Skywrath with Shield of Sion actually looks kind of decent. The other
10
facet,
seconds remaining.
yeah, very hard to trade into. The other facet that gives you cooldown is,
5
I
seconds
think it's
remaining.
very situational, but the Shield of Sion, like you said, very difficult to trade into that. Another hero that can just completely blow up Ench through the game, so it makes some sense that you band it out. On VP though, they get Hoodwink, which kind of serves a similar purpose, right? Like, you get this break into Ench,
Radiant team
which does come in handy.
Radiant team dire
Absolutely.
team
I mean, it's the thing that I'm always like slamming my head into the wall watching teams go for an Enchantress without a reliable way to kill it. You know, they always seem to think that they've got enough, but you never do. So something with, you know, high magic damage, high burst with the break, like you've been mentioning, is going to provide you that
10
source, and it means that you don't necessarily need to bring the entire team to do it as well. As they follow up
5
with a
seconds
Mars.
remaining.
Don't hate it. I mean, it's not really something that I think of immediately when I think of Dahak. But he's certainly capable, and it does give a lot of Tomato's heroes in particular that space that they need to be able to play around, because he is very much like the ranged carry specialist. You know, like I think of SF, Gyro, Dusa, TB, Drow Ranger, even though that's not really meta right now. The only real exceptions that I think of with Tomato is like occasionally he breaks out the Chaos Knight or the Abaddon. So when you think Tomato, it's all about that hyper carry.
Yeah, I gotta say that I generally love playing Ench into these hyper carries, and it looks like it's gonna be an Undying core offlane. With, I will see maybe a Lion, maybe Enchantress, most like, I'm not sure. We'll see how they decide to lane it. But they've given away the fact that the Undying is scored
10 seconds remaining.
very early on. Like, they could have perhaps hidden it a little bit, but they just
5
followed up with
seconds
Lion.
remaining.
I guess one of the reasons why is their catch is literally non-existent without him, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is a hero that Palantimos loves to play, the Undying. I think only playing Dawnbreaker more than it. He does play a few of these unorthodox ones, right? Like, not too many people are playing Darkseer. He's one of the few. Barely anyone's playing Brewmaster. He's doing it. So the Undying just seems like a personal preference there. They actually break out the Ursa as well for Tomato. So good answer to the Undying in terms of, you know, Tombstone being able to jump in, but also picking into the Enchantress can be like a double-edged sword, right? You've got the ability to
10
quickly burst her
seconds
down
remaining.
through the break, but you've also got the enchant taking off your
5
Fury
seconds
swipes. So
remaining.
interested to see how the positioning of, I'm assuming it's going to be Kadaro playing the 4 Enchantress and Kaori playing the 5 Lion, because, I mean, that's such a rough lane, right? Enchantress Undying, how are you supposed to play into that?
I think both lanes are just as rough for Ursa. Like, they picked it up, they need to follow it through with some really strong position 5. That's why the Warlock is banned out. Of course, Wirtstro could play it easily. I think that's exactly the kind of hero that they need on Wirtstro, something that just stabilizes the lane completely. I'm not sure Disruptor is necessarily that one hero that does it. Like, he's very aggressive with the Ursa. I feel like there's a lot of kill potential, and man, they're just going through this
Speeding
trap.
through.
No catch, right? On Virtus.pro once again. So free puck game.
Radiant team ban.
It's going to really rely on Dahak in a pretty big way to be able to take care of this puck. What are some of the bans that we've still got remaining? I mean, Storm's in the pool, not that you really want to pick it into the puck. You could mid DK if you really wanted to. Sand King, I guess, is in the pool as well. Not the
10
worst.
Monkey
and
King,
have damage
perhaps.
to be able to deal. Yeah, Monkey's possible.
some
seconds
it's like the
remaining.
way I see this draft of VP, like
Radiant
maybe
team
even maybe you could go ham and take a sniper. They have no way of jumping you. I'm not the biggest fan of the hero, but he demolishes puck in the lane, and you have Mars, you have Ursa to go up front. Just an idea, because this puck, if you don't deal with him in the lane,
10
like
seconds remaining.
down the line, you just won't have ways of dealing with him.
Makes a lot of sense to me, to be honest. Some other options, Abed likes playing the Tiny occasionally, which not the worst against the puck if you want that insta burst. Again, another great way to deal with Enchantress, a way to potentially burst the Undying, the
seconds
Lion, before
remaining.
they're able to just get any sort of spells off. So certainly could work out in a big
5
way for them,
seconds
especially when
remaining.
you're combining together with Hunter's Boomerang, with Sharpshooter. Very viable. Toss
Dire
back into
team
Glimpse.
pick.
And the more common ones in the meta, what are they? Like a Timber or a Sand King, I guess, something like that. But
Yep. Ember's still in the
another
pool.
option. That, yeah, they have options.
Not you'd
but
love playing it into the Lion, but yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
And what does
Let's
Pips like?
see, like
Pipsqueak have huge
5
damage issues in
seconds
my book.
remaining.
Is like you can start fights relatively well, and as long as you're fighting around that small area, it's fine. But what happens after that? You know, once Dream Coil's down, what are you meant to do? And like, I feel like you're going to get kited away relatively easily with Glimpse, with Spear, with multiple people having Blink, with Hoodwink scurrying into the trees. Like, this is not an easy game for them to, like, do they need a, I was about to say do they need a Sven, but you're going up against an Ursa, so that's not viable.
I mean, it's viable. The only question is, like, later down the line, are you going to get completely destroyed by Ursa, right? Like, or will you jump in and just cleave through all of them? That's an option. Jug is, I see, on a rise as well. Something that doesn't care about the arena is always nice. So your lifestealers, Jugs, built-in BKBs that aren't necessarily that great into Ursa, like you mentioned. Most heroes that are left in the pool are not amazing. Like, you want to be able to deal with the Mars as well. Could you just... I mean, you could monkey for
Radiant
yourself
team
as well, but... They go with the morphing.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of... It's similar, right? Like, you don't care about the arena, you can get out of it. Maybe scales... Not maybe, definitely scales a lot better. And they don't have any catch on VP.
Does this help
10
with
seconds
that
remaining.
potential sniper that you flagged? Maybe, maybe not.
5
I mean, I feel like
seconds remaining.
if you're waveforming in, you're leaving yourself so vulnerable to just being static stormed. Like, Disruptor doesn't actually need to do anything aggressive. And it still just crushes that lane, right? Like, you can't even switch things up and throw the puck into any other lane. We very occasionally see it as a position 3, but you're not going to have Undying mid or Undying 1 if you want to do the Morphling mid, so...
That's it.
SF.
Your
Okay.
hero.
It's fine. I mean, they don't exactly have the greatest gank potential, I would say, on the Pipsqueak side.
Yeah. Besides maybe some Ench rotating through right behind, but I feel like whoever is with Undying, he needs to stay with the Undying. Like, you need to help him out in the lane.
Yeah.
Lion or Ench. Like,
Exactly.
you need to kind of continue playing that, right?
And I would say, like, Kidaro has been playing a little bit more of the 4 lately, so I'd be interested to see if that's kind of still the avenue that they're wanting to go down and throw Kaori as the 5, playing alongside Nanda. But to me, this game, it feels much better switched, right? Like, Kidaro able to give the Morphling your actual win condition, a really good start to the game, harass out the Mars, and if Mars isn't having as great a game, then it's like this, again, the snowball effect. The puck is going to have an easier time if Mars isn't able to get into that build that was that XXS loves to go for, right? Like, just Blink, Yules, Spear, Scythe of Ice, Refresher, BKB, like that sort of thing that just guarantees that you're going to get lockdowns onto heroes like the puck pretty frequently.
Yeah, do you think, like, how many times recently have you seen the overprotective wisps as well, by the way, from Ench? Like, usually,
Pretty
no matter
damn
what
frequently,
the
I
build is... Really? Damn, okay.
Yep.
I mean, ever since it got nerfed, most of the games, like in TI at least, were spellbound, and you can go still for the defensive build. But okay, I mean, sure, this works as well. Maybe you're not as potent as a late game hero, but you can still just run in, right?
Prepare for battle.
That's the thing, right? He, like, all he's doing is trying to make space for Nande to be able to carry the game, and I'm still seeing that damage issue, right? Like, this is the other thing that I'm seeing. Not that it's a good hero right now, but when I see Puck, yes, Puck is great in its own right, but I need to see some kind of support that it's able to play with, and I'm not sure if Kaori's Lion is going to be enough outside of Finger of Death cooldowns, because it's such a long cooldown for a support to have, but what's stopping them from running away, basically?
Yeah, absolutely. I hard agree. I feel like this draft of Dire feels kind of wonky to execute, but if the lanes go well, they might just completely style over VP. If the lanes do not go well, the whole draft might fall apart very quickly. Because you do have this Undying on the offlane. He needs to have a good start. And the Puck as well. Like, he has a free game, but now he is laning into an SF.
It's just like... it's so all-in, which I admire. I like all-in drafts because it shows that you've got a lot of faith in something, but it also can just go so horribly so quickly, and the game could be over in 25 minutes if it doesn't go as well in the laning stage as I'm sure the Pipsqueaks are hoping for.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes exactly. Enchantress will be played on top, Lion Undying on bottom. Like, Lion Undying is, in my opinion at least, extremely difficult for the Ursa to deal with. It all depends on the positioning, it all depends on Disruptor as well, of course, on maybe some extra Fury swipe stacks, but in general, the bear should not have fun down bottom.
Definitely not, especially if they're getting these denies off, pulling a couple of creeps underneath the tower, forcing it to bounce back out towards the Pipsqueak side. Just becomes a whole lot more challenging. They've already got a full magic wand on the Ursa, so he knows that he's just going to be taking a constant beating.
Yep. You started with it, right? Like the casual triple branch wand, and then you ferry yourself out the tangos.
The tangos. Yep.
Nice build from the Huck as well, by the way. That's the build I want to see on my offlaner. Screw regen, who needs
Full
that?
strength.
Just your support is there for tangos, you know, like that's the way you play, which is actually what's happening.
Those days. Remember those days where it was like, yeah, 2 tangos, please. I'll have a courier. I'll have a bottle. I'll have all these things. No, let me play my game, bro. You can have a tango every now and then.
I mean, the Hawk is a streamer, right? So it's like this. How would I put it? Main character syndrome, you know? Like, I don't need to buy
it's
regen.
expected.
Peasants, buy it for me.
Yeah, pretty much.
What?
Oh. First blood.
So,
Kaori. That's
yep.
pretty nice, actually. Like, to be able to get first blood in that sort of lane, going up against an Undying. Doesn't have the mana to be able to drop the tombstone just yet to try and dissuade that sort of play.
He had 2 mangoes.
TP.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he just
He
TP'd straight
could've-
back into the lane on the line. Could have got glimpsed back to base and left that as a solo lane, but hopefully for him, didn't happen.
Top lane, though.
Up top. Okay. What happened to him? He got connected
Look,
by just everything.
I think what happened to him is he did not respect the Mars damage that this man packs at the moment because of the build that he went for. Right, like this amount of strength, he's got like 72 damage right now. Like, he hits hard, even through your morph. He's only level 2, not a level 2 morph up yet on Nande.
Yep. Pretty devastating if he ends up getting caught out. Wasn't watching it, so I didn't see if he was even able to get the strength morph off in time. Not that it probably would have made too much of a difference. But, I mean, that's not too much of a better start that you could hope for, and if you're able to get into this very self-sustaining build, let's call it, a couple of braces, no need for boots really at this stage on the Mars, you can start making movements on Antares. And the thing that I find really interesting on this draft is that you've kind of got a mix of the regions all coming together, right? Like, oh, hold on, the Hawk might be in a little bit of danger. The enchant being used onto him, and I think he should be fine. You've got like the couple of Eastern Europeans laning together. You've got a couple of players from NA who've played for a while together, also doing some stuff. And then of course Abed and Bulba, that's a duo as well. So there's no lack of connection coming from both sides. Also should be okay. Just able to leap away from that tombstone. Disruptor.
Gonna be bugged out for me. He had Lotus on Lion, so could have maybe Lotus into Earthspike, but might do it now though.
I mean, you would love the kill, but this is almost as good. Just going for the consistent chase. Look at how many creeps are just being killed underneath the tower as well. Not getting any farm as a result of this, and it's really going to delay that answer that they were hoping for. There's something that's going to be able to burst through this puck, that's going to be able to burst through the Morphling. Burst is still top of the net worth, sure, but yeah, those levels are incredibly important, especially early on.
All things considered, yes, it wasn't the best trade, but Disruptor going back, ferrying in some region to the Ursa now that he has phases. And plus all the mana being lost on the other two on the other side, I feel like maybe it's not that bad for Radiant. Maybe, we'll see. It all depends on how they position themselves on the Lion. Once again, I feel like this is the most crucial hero of the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lion is the key to unlocking this, not just the lane, but the game. For the Pipsqueaks, we can see he's starting to make that move towards the mid lane. Puck, not quite yet level 6. Just hoping that they can wait for that, but he steps a little bit too far forward on Abed, and this could be the death of him. Likely
Sticks.
will be.
He's got the wand.
Undying goes down at the exact same time because of that rotation, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Ursa gets both the Undying kill and the tombstone. So, nice little start, and it does mean that you're not having to constantly refresh him with all of this regen that Disruptor has coming back, and he's even going to go for a cheeky little glimpse back here. Puck being in with the invis.
He might not get him if the silence...
Oh, yes he will. Should have silenced.
Okay, I actually thought that that's what he was gonna do, but maybe the plan was to actually go for the Ursa, and then they completely forgot about the glimpse. I think they just forgot.
I think they forgot, based on how they were playing the earlier lane with just Lion TPing back into the middle of the lane. That seems like exactly what happened.
You know what else could have been the fact? The Fly's ward. It's night vision, right? So maybe they didn't expect the night vision to happen. This ward scouts the Undying exactly on the edge. Yeah, it must have been that.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least they won't lose the Wisdom Shrine for it, though, as Gowrie also builds up a little bit of a stack there for Undying to be taking. Of course, core Undying, not going to be going into that Soul Rip, a lot more of the Decay style build. And can look to kind of accelerate his farm after a not so great start to the game. Probably would be wanting the kills to be going back the other way if he
might get
time
one
again. This should be, it'll be dead. Disruptor for sure.
I love the Ursa gameplay. Run in there, take down the tombstone, run away. Sorry, Disruptor.
Run away.
K tanks by, you know.
Yeah.
Good bait, bro. You just gave me $100.
Mm-hmm. More looking to try and open up this map. They know, again, Ursa, one of those heroes that doesn't have that inbuilt farming mechanism, so he's going to be very slow, not so impactful until he comes online with that Battle Fury, so they need to do all they can to try and delay that as much as possible. Make him an ineffective core for some more time. Of course, Park gets the amp damage. The fact they were able to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend previously, even though Puck wasn't the one to get the
Radiant's
kill,
bottom tower
it's just
has
about
fallen.
opening up the game
Dire's
for him
top
to be
tower
able
is
to
under
you know,
attack.
make pretty frequent moves around the map without fear of the Ursa coming in and punishing him for it.
Yeah, do you think they're gonna have some serious catch issues though on Radiant, right? Like Puck is
Until they
having
get
a free
Basher
game,
on,
Morphling as well.
on Ursa, basically.
Yeah, and then you have to bless RNG, you know, for that first bash. Arena. Is used, and Edge just gets blown up easily, at least. That's something that they don't have to worry about. Like, you can. This one of my problems that I have with Overprotector Wisps is they got nerfed, and with that nerf, I feel like if you're gonna die with or without them. They
Radiant's
won't
middle
be
tower is under
as
attack.
effective as they used to be
Radiant
back in the day.
structures are fortified.
They made you unkillable.
It does feel like they've
I
kind
love the
of
rotation, by the way,
drafted
from
around
Orion.
it, though, right? Well, they did. Really putting a lot of emphasis onto taking this, which to be fair is what we said needed to happen for the Pipsqueaks, right? Like we said, if this laning stage doesn't go well, if they're not able to open up the map,
Radiant's middle
it
tower
could
has
just
fallen.
go nowhere for them really quickly. But pre-10 minutes, pre-second siege creep, they've taken bot tier 1, mid tier 1. Those are the main ones that they need to get up to this stage. So now it's really just about setting themselves up in aggressive-ish positions, getting some, you know, somewhat deep wards down there to be able to catch out this Ursa whenever he's farming in a not-so-safe place.
It's not even
Edge probably will die again. One more raise. Yep.
They have drafted to be
She
able
was
to
on the
deal with
vision.
him, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
when you look at these heroes,
Ursa.
you
Middle tower is under
counter?
attack.
Yeah, he's dead. He should be dead. But yeah, like you've got SF,
However,
you've got Ursa,
Puck,
you've got
Ursa.
Hoodwink, and Mars. Surely. Yeah, you should be able to just walk away from this one, yeah? Nothing too bad there for Nundead to be playing around. Yeah, that's
Mars?
smart. My bad.
Well, it's two Marses duking it out. A very manly fight on top lane. My question for you is, what do you do about this blue boy on top lane? Mr. Daynok, the analyst. I'm taking my play-by-play shoes on, pants on. What the hell? How the hell do you... Like, I'm looking at this game from a perspective, I'm a support. Let's say I'm this disruptor. I'm level 6. With what hero do I go top to get this damn morphing out of the lane? Like, how do I take the tier 1 on top? I need to bring like 5 heroes or what?
I think 3 should be enough. Mars, Hoodwink, Disruptor with ulti, I think would be plenty to do it. It's just a matter of correctly placing yourself inside the tree line so that you are getting that static storm off before you're able to have any kind of strength morph happening. Or because it does die pretty damn quickly if you've got a lot of that burst damage. It's kind of similar sort of answer to the Enchantress, right, as to the Morphling. You can just deal the damage really quickly, and there's not too much that you can do about it. When you think about it, the Wisps, Nature's Attendants, are pretty much the same as a strength gain sort of attribute shift.
Dire's top tower is
It
under
might be a little
attack.
bit of time
Yeah.
before they get to that point, especially with some of the aggressive moves that they're making to try and force the people to move defensively from Virtus Pro down to try and protect Tomato.
Yeah. I feel like your idea is correct. I just feel that at the same time, if I was playing this game, I would feel it's almost impossible to execute properly. Mid lane Puck, also the same thing. Once again, same like Morphling. You use your static storm, he's just like, okay, thanks, bye.
Yeah, you need it combined, excuse me, together with the arena and the sharpshooter, right? But that's the thing. Like, a lot of people assume these things are going to happen, and you're just going to have the enemy team sitting back and letting you do them. So I think what Pipsqueaks is doing is perfect, right? Even without their ultimates on the Lion, for example, they're making plays to force a defensive response out of Virtus Pro so that Morphling continues to have a pretty much unhindered game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I do like the Ursa top. I have to say, like, that kind of an idea. Okay, Morphling, we cannot get you out of the lane, but If we plant our Ursa up there, maybe you can't get him out as well and just
Radiant are scared.
trade farm. Still though, like you mentioned for Pipsqueak, even without the ult online, which he does have now, they might just smoke and go for him. Even without that ulti, they had the spells, they had the amount of lockdown and damage to take anyone down.
Oh, they absolutely can. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for a smoke here and started moving towards the Wisdom Shrine, because you've got, like we mentioned, that Finger of Death. You've also got a Witchblade available on the puck, so it's a lot of damage, and in addition to the Dream Coil that they're going to be able to have here.
Yeah, they're smoking up, but Ursa might run straight into them. Let's see. He's gonna go left. For the minute 14 Wisdom. Let's see if Lion plans the ward up. Yeah, he does. Let's go
Radiant
back.
are scanning.
He's gonna go straight into them. He's coming. He's coming. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
They got everything. They got absolutely everything. Both Wisdom, Ursa bullied out of that lane as well. They didn't even get a kill onto Nanda at the time. And I mean, this is the thing with Dahak, right? He is going the right build, in my opinion, and he's seeming to think that they've just been sitting back and doing nothing. He's assuming that the Wisdom rune is going to be up, but nope, not the case. And I think he can't be sitting back on his heels waiting for the rest of his team to make something happen. With this Yule Scepter, he needs to be joining in with the rest of the boys, because Morphling's got it done.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yule's is massive, like it's a really big item for them. It allows them to perhaps set things up even on the puck. It does allow them to get these skills. I feel like up to this point, the game was almost impossible to play. Like if you do your things right, and they do their things right, I feel like it was so much more difficult for VP to play up to this point. But let's see, is this a smoke? Yep.
It's the exact one that they needed to make. It's just about hitting into the right target. Kaori, not the one that you're wanting to be walking into. Probably sees the fact that they just dropped the Observer Ward as well, so that should be a free D ward. Should be a kill. Going back the other way, but it just feels... they feel a little panicked, I guess, with some of this movement. Just shoving out a bunch of wards, shoving out a bunch of sentries. They've got the siege creep as well, I suppose, so they're going to be able to push out this tower, but... Well, they back off before they're actually taking any objective.
Yeah, they saw Undying with
You
the
got
Helm
the
of
Helm of the
Dawn,
Dominator.
just picked up.
Yeah.
They can maybe fight here. Puck is ready.
Yeah, nice little initiation coming through there from the puck. Ends up catching in onto 2. Instantly going for the smoke as well, really wanting to have that follow-up catch, but no disruptor for themselves, so they get a glimpse.
Ursa's so
They
low.
might catch the Ursa though. He is, and you got the Finger of Death available.
Oh,
Just looked the wrong way, unfortunately. Ping's coming out, but it's too late. He's back to the safety of his tier 2 tower, just trying to hide inside the tree line.
that was the last second, like where he could have gotten away. Like if he stays there a second longer, or if he doesn't pop Earth Shock or uses Phase Boots, he's dead. Like literally.
Yep.
Very nicely read by him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So,
Right now we
play
have...
mid didn't really work. Are they going to try for something else? Like, you already are queuing up the Aghanim Shard on the Mars as well, so clearly they're in the space to try and get a few more team fights happening. Maybe even just looking to throw it out into the lanes, just to push with only that, not really revealing your body on the lane. But if I'm them, I need them to grab some kind of tower. Have we seen a single
just
sharpshooter
can't.
this game? Maybe one?
Maybe here. If they kill
Yeah,
her
but-
even, I don't think they roll. She has
Got the
Pavis
attendance off
already. Like you're, and Essence Ring. Like you're just...
Oh,
Good.
Puck might be in a little bit of danger here. Maybe not though. Essence Ring ends up allowing him to just jaunt away. And that's really not
That's
what we're
Static Storm.
wanting, right? We were wanting them grouping together.
That's Static Storm and that's Arena. I mean, you can't really group up together this early on. That's the problem. Like when I said maybe that's the idea, it's gonna get you kills, but you're gonna lose so much farm on the map. Like your net worth will plummet. If you play the game correctly, though, you won't be getting any kills. So right now, VP, to me, they look like they're just gonna have to chill completely, let Pipsqueak do whatever they want to on the map, and wait for their item timings. That's it. Like, Ursa has Battle Fury and Blink, right? Like, he's going for BKB next. That basically activates him. SF also going for Blink. He's gonna have it shortly. These two items, more or less, and the Blink on Mars, of course, which is there in 100 gold, will allow them to perhaps fight the Tormi. Like, I think maybe Tormentor.
Don't
is
get
the
me
next
wrong,
fight for them.
I'm fine with them sitting back and chilling. I just think maybe instead of playing around bottom, they could have played a bit more around mid, since you knew the glyph had already been used. You had, you know, you had Mars ulti, you had everything else, and they have an Ursa that they've caught out as well.
It's very dead. The Blink on Lion reveal.
Ooh, straight into Roche.
It was straight into the pit. You have Morphling as well.
Flesh Golem.
The damage. More than enough damage, of course. To take it down. It's the Vlad's morph, by the way. It's no super late game oriented morph. It's the good old faithful Vlad's Manta.
I mean, taking that away from an Ursa as well feels amazing. How reliant he is on being able to have that second life, considering, you know, the standard build, like we just mentioned, most Ursas like to go. Battle Fury, Blink BKB, Basher.
How do you feel about Antares build, by the way? How's the Hoodwink ranking with the support items in your book?
Not the Dominator. I mean, I'm biased because, like I said before, I suck at micro, so I just see this and I'm like, ugh,
Yeah.
you know.
The way I see it is this game is going so badly for them. I mean, not really in network department, but they can't really do a lot on the map, so maybe he could have
May as
went for
well
some
drag it out.
Gleipnir. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Kaori.
hold on, Lion just walking up behind him. Yeah, he's dead. Okay.
You saw
take
him.
that for
You
free.
saw him getting that swing, right? Like he actually swung with his hand. These players are so damn quick. Like I wouldn't even react. I'd get bushwhacked. Like you can see that quick cast, of course, plays a part as well. But he was almost about to impale both of them.
Here we go.
Blink
Found the puck.
rules.
That's the sort of fight that I've been waiting for the past 10 or so minutes, and they end up TPing straight into the Static Storm, and a glimpse back on the Enchantress as well means that he's not here for the next little bit, but you win the team fight, but they've run out of juice. They can't actually take that next objective, but without the puck, you can't really do too much yourselves either. Without puck is your initiation. Well, maybe not with the Blink up available on the Lion, right?
TP out. That was actually so good from Antares being nearby. Being nearby so that he could use his bushwhack to save the SF for a little while longer. Very nicely done. They don't get the SF kill, even though he was farming so far behind. They waste a lot of time. They are getting that BKB on Undying, so in the future these kind of plays will not be possible for VP.
Dude, look how forward Nanda is. He's just under zero pressure. They're at 21 minutes with just an Enchantress with him. They've taken a tier 2 tower. They're like, alright, well, you don't have Static Storm, you don't have Arena, you might have a Lion, but they might, okay, they do have a Lion. But they're probably not going to be able to get too
Maybe an
much
Undying
more.
as well.
Maybe, yeah, but he's coming towards the rest of his team.
Oh, the spear. The save from Nande was really damn good. Morphling in, replicate, perfect save, and just punishing that overextension happening from VP. As I play some more in my annoying Slavic accent, they are getting the Hoodwink as well. 4 for 1. The Lion was a bait all along. He was not alone. They got baited.
I mean, yeah, the Lion kill was pretty easy to get, but just sticking around for an Undying who's able to get off that Flesh Golem, who has multiple stacks of that Decay, lay it out. And any time, like, he was running left on the Dire side towards the Radiant base. There's a reason for that, right? Like, you know that they just took the mid tier 2 tower, so reinforcements had to be coming pretty soon. And even if they got the kill, he had the what's it called, Ceaseless Dirge available, so it's not like you would have even had some time with the Undying off the map.
Yeah, I think you very often get baited by the SF, right? Like SF usually feels, no matter who you're fighting into, SF feels like you can blow him up, specifically because of your raise stacks. They got baited on the Undying as well. He was not gonna die. Especially now with Enchantress having Solar and Glimmer.
Good luck. Not dying. Level 13. More armor in his enchanted creep. Has an essence ring as well, plus the brawny enchantment. This is a sort of thing where...
BK...
Hold on. I don't know, just BKB on the Ursa, is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, BKB and the smoke. And the Blink Yules on Mars, of course, ready to catch anyone.
On. Can they kill this?
Not the best. Yeah, they can.
She already got off her heal though.
She's gonna die. It's just that that's not what you smoked for, right? Like, this situation, you'd probably like to get someone a bit bigger, but it's really nice that Enchantress was farming so deep, breaking that smoke for Pipsqueak.
You gotta be like, to play a hero like Enchantress, you gotta be a bit of like a masochist, where you just saw his voice line after he died. He's like, okay, you killed me, who cares? Like, I'm happy to do it for the rest of the team. You just revealed so much information about what you're going to be doing.
Basically how you want to be playing Hench, right? Like, if you are having this build on Hench, and this facet, like, you're always playing up front, you're always breaking the smokes, and you're fine with that.
Man, look at Nande and Kaori. They're just waiting for someone to come and address this lane that's just constantly being pushed in by the Enchantress creep. And as soon as they do, they're just going to get blown up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Someone eventually will have to address the lane. The triangle of Radiant is absolutely infested by Dire heroes. Morphling farming the Ancients, Morphling farming top lane, like, he's getting way more out of the map than anyone else. Even though I have to say, Ursa is keeping up.
Certainly
Not too
didn't
bad
have
for
the
him.
greatest start to the game on Tomato, but he's come back in a big way. Going that MKB, of course, very important against the Butterfly on the Morphling, but I still gotta wonder, like, is that... I guess it gives them the burst that they need to be able to take out the Enchantress as well, but I really would have liked to bash her at this stage just to be able to disrupt that little bit further, particularly the puck, but maybe they think that Lamar's plus Disrupt is going to be enough for that.
Do you wait for the MKB before the next fight, or...?
I mean, the thing is, they probably want to be fighting around the next Roshan anyway, right? Like, they've got the better area control, at least in my opinion. Pretty similar, right? Dream Coil plus Tombstone versus Static Storm, Arena, and I guess Requiem. But you'd have to say the Virtus Pro feel very comfortable fighting around Roche Pit.
Yeah, for sure.
They don't have any outer towers.
We are reaching this... We are reaching the stage of the game in which what happened in the laning stage is more or less in the past, and these fights can go evenly, right? Like, it can go very easily in the favor of VP or in the favor of Pipsqueak, depending on how they initiate. I think one big thing that I would like to see from Pipsqueak, I don't know if you agree, even though he's a core, I'd like to see a shard on Undying. I think in this kind of a game it could be just massive, because all you need is a couple of seconds for the puck to pop his BKB or the Morphling.
Yeah, just if he's getting caught by... Well, it's a little harder, right, with the Arena, I suppose, but I guess you can still drop the Tombstone in that general area and it'll give you vision. But certainly if you're just getting caught in Static Storm on its own. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me. Medium Roshan respawn time. minute 10 left, and get a little bit of a XP boost in the meantime. Kaori, sure, is hoping that someone is going to be in position on their Wisdom Shrine to be able to take it, but it's actually Antares waiting there, doing a little bit of pushing of his own.
They're TPing back. With SF pushing out, they want to smoke up. They don't know about the exact timing of Roshan, and they don't have any helms, they don't have any ways of scouting it out, so they actually have to throw their bodies in. Just a hoodwink with Dominator.
Which still, it makes it annoying, right? Because, well, I suppose it's kind of expected that they're going to be contesting around the Roche pit, but it makes it an absolute certainty when you see that no one is responding to this with, you know, the Helm of the Dominator creep plus a full creep wave hitting into this tower. Tier 2 tower
Dire's
now.
bottom tower is under
And they've
attack.
had such a trouble with getting any kind of building damage done on the map. They might just be able to get something for relatively free.
Look at the ward, look at the deep ward. They see the high ground, they see everything. They might even, you know, just go in, Butterfly BKB on Morphling. They can actually force them back. That's another idea, right? Like, just force them back completely. Because of this play being happening on mid lane, I'm pretty sure that
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pipsqueak should know
What
the
is that
general
creep
area
wave on the
where
top lane?
Radiant are. Yep.
What is that creep wave? Holy. I mean, they're trying to double
They
up a
dropped
few
the
things.
tombstone.
Oh, okay. They're happy to commit, but quickly are you going to be able to take Roshan? They're forced to TP back now, but you've already lost your tier 3.
Radiant's top barracks
As soon
are
as
under
anyone
attack.
reveals, you're just going to run away. Smart move by Dahak to TP right into that left tree line, anticipating that they might have vision there, but objective obtained.
This, if they have a smoke, this should be a smoke. They're gonna smoke immediately, go into the pit. There's no tombstone. Like, tombstone for tier 3, Rosh has screamed, yeah. They just need to be quick enough.
Can they do it quickly? Flesh Golem. They waited just half a second to be able to clear out that mid creep wave, and that might be what costs them. Even the Blink Dagger isn't going to be enough.
Maybe they can fight still,
Oh,
let's see.
it's- Looking to try and commit, and they do end up getting the first life, okay. Didn't really pop anything, though, on the Pipsqueak side, and they're happy to keep chasing.
Ursa's in.
Oh, they
They're
might
gonna
catch the
get
puck.
Owen Puck. Is he? Yeah, they kill him. Puck is gone, no buyback. Ursa is absolutely blown up in the middle of everything. BKBs are there strong enough to
Static
keep them
Storm's still
alive and
there.
continue chasing. Static Storm's still there, but what's the damage? Like, can you actually even go after it? Well, Mars is gonna try with the shard.
SF.
Getting to SF, yeah, with the
A one.
raises. Kinda good. Can he get the
More?
moving for the second time? He needs a raise. He needs two
The
raises. He's
supports
not
are doing
gonna
so
get
much
them.
work.
Yeah, Lion there with the impales, with the hexes. Hoodwink trying to, with her Helm of Dominator Aeon Disc, trying to deal some damage. Unfortunately, without the creep, doesn't really do a whole lot. And Morphling will be able to clean up. That's 4 heroes down on the side of EP. Honestly, the fight started in a really good way for them. They caught the Morphling, but that's the hero with the Aegis, right? Like, that's most certainly not the one that you want to go on first. Am I right or no?
Oh, you're absolutely right. And, well, they were able to catch the puck afterwards, right? Very nice Dream Coil to be able to stop the Shadow Fiend, but he still ends up getting away. I feel like Dahak is the one that, yes, he's playing this game pretty greedily, I'd say, which is odd to say considering he's, you know, towards the bottom of the core net worth, but his positioning in a lot of these team fights is so solid, right? He was backing up the Shadow Fiend when he got coiled. He was the one to be the initiator onto the Morphling that set up for the Shadow Fiend, so can't really fault too much about his positioning in a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the arena, the way it started was kind of alright. The only problem that I saw there is that the spells from Hoodwink missed. One extra thing that I'm not seeing from the Hoodwink is a shard. This hero is 50% a hero, 50% a shard. I really think they need it. It's going to just buff up their damage output so heavily. Maybe they're just waiting for the Tormy. Ursa can solo it if they go for it right now, but it might be one of those
I can
things
just
that Lion
imagine-
scouts and they just go for it, right?
With the Shard, they probably win that fight. Like, maybe not at the very beginning, but certainly when they were near the Watcher inside of the Radiant jungle, like, that 25% extra damage was enough to kill the Morphling that second time.
No, absolutely. Just looking at Hoodwink and the item build on Antares, it's... Let's just put it...
I think he's just
it's
trying to
very
delay,
interesting.
right?
Yeah.
He's just trying to delay with the Dominator. He's like built up this big creep wave. Look, in the bottom lane. He's done this pretty consistently with the Warpine Raider. Just dragging it away from the tower, building a triple wave, basically, for SF to just nuke down and look to try and catch up a lot of his net worth.
Or for your team to lose the side, at least the tier 3 tower, like what happened last time, right? That's also a possibility. But yeah, it's gonna be a massive wave once again, pushing it down bottom. This is one of those Dota 2 things from 2013 when a Shaker fissure blocks and makes the
clockwork
creep
cogs.
wave cogs as well. Yep. I see they're
Fly's gonna
preparing
try
for the
and
bot lane
yoink it.
push.
Do it, Fly. Get your money. I mean, not the worst support to be able to give that onto, to be honest. Aghanim Scepter. They don't really have like a Yules on the puck or anything like that. It's BKB though, for him to be able to deal with.
They're congregating around the mid lane like they want to push, but at the same time it's so difficult without the Aegis. Even with this Morphling that has a Skadi, a Butterfly, a BKB, and a double damage rune, which will be scouted now on the bot lane. Maybe with it, they
Just got so much
might
money,
even...
dude.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
he's happy for it
so
to
close to the
stall
axe, right?
Even further. That feels like what this Hoodwink's job is to do, right? If he doesn't go the Shard, they're not really focusing on team fights right now. It's just rat, split push, prevent, wait for them to get into that next little item as they're trying to get the quick pick off onto the Enchantress, but they're not going to be able to do it, just a D-ward.
She's anything but a quick pick off. And they're smoked up with the other heroes as well, trying for a pincer move. Look on the left.
Be able to get it up. Ursa?
Ursa is gone. Yep. It's on the left where
needs
the
to hold
fun
and get
starts.
out.
Nah, he just gets out. It's just the TP instantly. Mars with the arena, but nothing really possible. It's crazy, like you could see the Enchantress, you could see that she's baiting because everyone else was smoked. But the genius idea behind the smoke was they didn't follow the Ench. They went to the left. They cut off their path backwards, and they just found a lonely bear in his den. Straight through the back door.
Enough, right?
Radiant's middle tower
Like,
has
yeah.
fallen.
Straight to the throne. What?
Why not?
Okay.
They've got the banner. They've got
Force
a
a
big rift wave
buyback.
coming.
Yeah.
Are fortified.
They've already used the glyph,
Radiant's middle tower
and
is
even
under
just setting
attack.
up the tombstone for it as well. It's there for another 20 seconds. Huge
Fly
part of
has
their team
axe.
fight is this Mars. He doesn't have life.
Fly has axe. He's gonna buy back. Morphling.
Get one. That's
They're going
a nice
on
little
him.
initiation.
They got him. 90 seconds out.
but do they have
BKB
the
on a
throne,
dying
though?
is there. They don't. The throne is falling. And the throne is gone. Okay, they did delay to get the attacks on Disruptor. But they lost the throne in the process.
Goddamn.
That was,
well, it was certainly a very
yeah.
different style, Liz, compared to what we saw in that first series, right? Pipsqueak, they waited for their time, they bided their time, and then it was just, all right, let's end the game. You know, like, the difference between Nande's behavior and what we saw all throughout that previous series was night and day. Like, he was at a tier 2 tower at 18 minutes, pushing with just an Enchantress, because he knew he couldn't die. And also, that's just the confidence that this man has. You know, you just need to watch a few of his games where he basically solo carries a lot of the games, but that was not a solo carry. This was a solid team effort from across the board. I thought Kaori was so on point with a lot of his stuns as well, really just enabling Nande to consistently dance back and forth between the strength and the agi, survive far longer than he probably should, and that's just what happens when you pick a draft that's relatively hard to kill, right?
relatively hard, maybe even impossible. Like this Morphling with the Ench was able to do whatever the hell he wanted in the lane. It's like I've been in these kind of games so many times. Like you see the Morphling, you know that he's in the lane, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do about it. I know you had some dreams of Static Storm into Sharpshooter into Arena, but these kind of things just don't happen. Like you on paper, 9 out of 10 times when you try to make that kind of a play, he's gonna see, okay, there's 3 guys missing, I'm just gonna wait for him out, or even start morphing much faster. So unfortunate a little bit for the side of Virtus.pro, but I feel like they kind of put themselves in that hole, right? Like with the last pick, they didn't get any catch.
No, they didn't. And Mars did the best that he could, but wasn't enough for this one. And now we've got 0-2 on the SF for the day. I'm not necessarily too satisfied with what we're seeing. You know, just the amount of times that it's died far too easily in the laning stage leaves me with a few concerns, where you don't have that same sort of issue with your spirits or your Monkey King or your Shakers or your Sand Kings. They just feel so much beefier. So I wonder if that's something that these teams are going to take for the rest of this series, as well as later into the quals.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they get some catch going into game number 2, but we'll catch you later after a short break.
With everything you do, I have to tell myself once every day, I really did hear you say, since I heard you say, baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, baby, yeah. I wanna give you all of my love, yes I do, yeah. My love, yeah.
Well, there's this girl that I like, but I know that she's wrong for me. But as hard as I try, you know I can't seem to break free. Well, I don't know what I'm thinking of, but I can't get her out of my mind. When she walks in the room, I take one look at her, and all I wanna do is make her mine. But you know that you don't go messing around with a girl like that, a girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. She's only 5'3", but she's got a little spell on me. All she does is snap her finger, and you know it brings me to my knees. Yeah, I don't care what the people say. She's got everything I need. She makes my heart grow weak with everything she does, right from her head down to her feet. But you know that you don't go messing around with a girl like that, a girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. She's driving me crazy, and I'm out of my mind. But you don't go messing around with a girl like that, a girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that.
Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%.
Welcome back to the DreamLeague Season 27 qualifier. Welcome back to the loving embrace of Danog and myself, and into the Series 2 we go once again. Game 2 of the Series 2, Virtus.pro versus Pipsqueak +4. Now, if you just joined us, you hear Virtus.pro and then you hear Pipsqueak +4, and you're thinking, okay, this is a 2-0 for Virtus.pro, easy peasy. Well, not necessarily. Pipsqueak +4 have already taken game number 1 of the series, and in a quite convincing manner, I have to say. They had on paper and generally objectively, after watching game number 1, a better draft, right, Danog?
Yeah, I think so. I was just really puzzled by that last pick for Abed. You know, the Shadow Fiend didn't really resolve the issues that they had around being able to catch the puck, who it felt like he was able to do basically anything that they wanted. You know, it did force the Mars to go into a little bit of a not perfect item build that Mars like to have building up into. The Yules kind of delays a few of his other timings, but I don't think that was really the main difference at the end of the day. You know, Ursa had a pretty rough time in the lane, and I really liked how active Pipsqueaks got, particularly around those first 2 towers. Both bot tier 1 and mid tier 1 were dead by the 8-minute mark, which is exactly what you're hoping to do if you've got a draft with an Undying and an Enchantress.
Yeah, the rotations were good. The laning stage for the Ursa was kind of rough. For the Morphling was absolutely free. Going into game number 2, I hope that they kind of alleviate the pressure that was happening in those side lanes. And back to your point on Abed, do you think that's basically just him asking for a comfort zone over anything else, or is it?
I don't think so.
What do you think? What was the
Abed Shadow Fiend? I mean, clearly there's a lot of trust between him and Bulba, right? They were on the same team together with EG for quite some time, and you know, there's all the memes about Abed Storm Spirit. Obviously that wasn't the Storm Spirit game into a puck, but I think he's kind of gotten to the point where he's going to trust whatever Bulba's picking for him, and you don't sign a big name like Bulba unless you're going to let him take the reins of a lot of things. I think that's the kind of coach that he is as well. He's not like just hanging around vibes kind of coach. He's the one that wants to be dictating what goes here, there, and everywhere, kind of like playing 4D chess. So I think it was just not the right pick for the situation that time around, but the best thing is it's not a best of 1, it's a best of 3. So they got chances to be able to come back and see what they can do in the later stages.
And looking at this team, guys, they are, like, when you look at the qualifiers, you usually don't even expect these players to be in qualifiers. Usually you expect them to be invited to the main event. So if there is a team that is experienced enough to come back with a better draft, I'm sure that it can possibly be Virtus.pro with their new with their new international squad. So let's jump into the draft. Let's see what they've got cooking for us in this game number 2. Because right now, I heard in the back of the production, I heard some Shaker popping off. Shaker first phase. We get to see it once again. What do you think?
As a response to it, that's the thing that I'm more interested about. Like, normally we see this saved up for the Dawnbreaker. Maybe they're anticipating that it was something that Dahak was wanting to pick anyway. I think it's his 3rd most picked core that he likes to play in that off-lane role in this current meta. So, you know, a little bit of preemptive strike here also takes away a little bit of what Abed likes to play in terms of, like, they haven't necessarily banned out the puck for themselves, but it's not necessarily the easiest game to pick the puck for yourself into either, right? For XNE, just because you're going up against an Earthshaker. There's some legitimate threat of dying, both in the lane and in the game, if that was the avenue you were looking to go down.
Yeah, it's always the interesting matchup for me, at least. Like, on one side you can blow them all up, on the other there is a chance that you get globaled instantly, and like you said, it doesn't really work out that way. We'll see if this is flexible at all. But Pipsqueak plus 4, they had a really strong performance last game on the support duo, and this time around I expect kind of a similar thing with the Silencer. But they snatched the Mars away for themselves, so no Undying this time around.
No Undying this time around, but remember what I said in game number 1. This is a team that likes to play... You've got, in SA, Dark Margot playing the mid-Mars. Nande plays position 1 Mars. So I'm interested to see if that's sort of the avenue that they're looking to go down with this draft. I'm interested because the Helm of the Dominator meta, everyone going the exact same builds, picking the same busted heroes in the same roles. Give us a little bit of variety. Give us something to tide us over until that next big content patch. And 1 Mars would certainly do that.
1 Mars would definitely shake up the day for me when it comes to these drafts. Although, like, looking at Series 1 with OG and Zero Tenacity, and looking at this series, I feel like we have a quite big variety of heroes already, right? Like, look at the bans even. If you remember the first game, it was Beast, Lycan. These kind of heroes were super highly contested, and in game number 2, I'm picked, I'm banned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting to see. I'll just mention this as well, with the just making it much more likely. 2 out of the last 3 times that they've played... I mean, it's Antares, right? Like, this is what I was saying, to combine together with the puck is kind of what I was wanting. That hero that's able to deal that quick burst damage inside of a Dream Coil. Not that they had any issues last game on XNE, but this is kind of the exact sort of thing that I'm looking for. And I guess you could kind of think of the combo together with the Shaker in the same way. You don't even need to wait for a Blink Dagger and a Dream Coil. You can just Fisher and set up for techies in that way.
Oh man, I have to say that I love the Virtus Pro draft so far. Like, techies, for me, is a hero that, like you said, has so much potential in the hands of Virtus Pro, but also it just brings a lot of good things in synergy with Shaker and Phoenix. Like, you can protect the egg, you can combo it up with the Shaker as well. So much damage too. Like, Phoenix into the Mars is pretty damn good. It's not that great into the Silencer, I have to say. All 3 of these heroes are not that great into the Silencer. I mean, on paper nothing is great into the Silencer, but some heroes struggle a bit more than
particularly
others.
Phoenix. Yeah, like, you're fighting against it, you just toss the last word onto it, you can't dive away. You're just going to come back to the original position. Like, that's just something for the general gameplay, not even accounting for Sunray and Egg and things of that nature, so... It's a very interesting choice, but clearly they're doing what works for them. I mean, what's more classic than a fly Phoenix as well, though, right? Like, this is his hero.
Absolutely. You know, another thing, I know this is probably not what we're gonna get versus techies, but Silencer plus Bloodseeker for me is a pub stomping duo on the level of Io plus Marcy. I would really like to see a team test it out and try it out in the pro scene as well. Just the amount of damage. You can basically win any lane with it and just roll off of it, snowball. It's kinda dumb the way the combo works, but what we get is a Lion and Lash, some catch, some damage for Pipsqueak.
Picking the TA into the Leshrac as well is certainly an interesting one. Lots of ways to be able to quickly burst through the refraction. You're a natural, not only Veil, but Shiva's Guard buyer, so it's going to be even more impactful this game with reducing the attack speed of the TA, with providing, of course, armor for yourself, with reducing the healing coming through from the Phoenix. So, interesting choice for Tomato or even Abed to be picking this one up. It could be an off-lane Earthshaker for Dahak, potentially. But we'll still have to wait and see. I'm still on the Mars as 1 train because 3 days ago, Pipsqueak played against Mouse with a Silencer Mars safe lane, and Mars went 17, 0, and 10. So I think this is something that they're pretty damn comfortable with.
I'm absolutely down to see that. But at the same time, they need huge instances of attack. Like, they need hero that hits fast. They need something that can get rid of the egg, and they need something...
10
Okay,
seconds
refraction
remaining.
charges you can deal with. Like, you do have some... You have nice dots on your side.
5
You have
seconds
damage that goes through
remaining.
it. But at the moment, like, there is absolutely not a single hero on this side that can deal with the egg. And you cannot allow a position 5 to win team fights because you didn't draft for it at all. Even with the BKBs, let's say Pipsqueak gets BKBs on their cores. So these supports do not hit the egg ever, and you don't have a way of really jumping him and blowing him up that easily. Like, maybe with some Blink Clash Global Silence, but I would still rather have, you know, like, just a plan B if that fails. What do you think? Is that maybe something that they need, or would you go some other route?
It's certainly a possibility. I'm just sort of looking at
Radiant
the initial
team
thought that I
pick.
had was, do they even need to deal with the egg? And then they can just like Centaur Stampede away, but it's already banned. They get rid of the Gyrocopter because they're just thinking that this is still potentially a Mars 3. I'm just trying to think of offlaners that can actually deal with that egg, you know? Like, there's not really many around. I mean, this Gyro ban is double benefit, right? You can also deal with the Beastmaster. You've
10
got Rocket
seconds
Barrage for the
remaining.
TA.
If the Mars is safe lane,
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think they can get anything for the egg. Not from the offlane, at least. It just doesn't. That kind of heroes, I don't think they are. I mean, some
If they
patches
offlane
Snap was
Ursid,
played.
maybe?
Welcome Amar. They get the
Now
brew.
select your heroes.
It's not an egg hitter, but it's a just run away from the egg sort of game. Like, this is what I was kind of suggesting when I was saying the Centaur, you know? Like, if you can't actually kill the egg, just don't engage with the egg. And I suppose with Brewmaster, pretty decent way to be able to disengage. Lion, never really going to be up in the thick of it. Mars, they're probably going to be banking off the fact that they could just go in and try and blow up the Phoenix in general, but Fly's good enough that he's not going to just be standing there on the front lines, right? So, interesting to see how they take a lot of these team fights. It's certainly... They're not slaves to the meta, Pipsqueak. You know, they do their own thing. I admire that. And they've got the runs on the board, even though it's still early days with this stack to be able to make this position 1 Mars work. But I'm interested to see how it's going to fare.
Yep, absolutely. Same here. I play on paper, when I look at these two drafts, I think that Versus Pro have got everything that they need to take this late and get some good team fights off, run away with it. Like, I just don't see the way that some Shivas plus Refresher Phoenix ever loses a fight later down the line. But at the same time, this is, like you said, something completely different on the other side. Like with the Brew offlane and safe lane Mars, it's different, let's put it that way, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it might be the sort of thing where, kind of similar to what we just saw in that game number 1, they're not going to let it go late. They're going to try and end it nice and early on. I mean, the second item that he goes on Nande's position 1 Mars is a Desolator. So that's just a nice way to be able to more quickly take out towers. Like Phase Boots, Armlet, Desolator, Blink. And then straight into like Satanic BKB and looking to scale off the back of that. It's certainly a very nice way to be able to deal with the Beastmaster boars as well, just to have all of that right-click damage and use the God's Rebuke for that purpose.
So it's like Dezo on your Mars, you just go in and then you have, I guess, a Radiance on Brew. Maybe a Helm of Dominator Brew. What do you think about that? Like, that would be some new tech. No way to activate Brew, Cinder Brew, but would give you a different angle to the game.
It definitely would. What else is it? I think he does do Helm of the Dominator Brew. And Orchid
There
and
you go.
Radiance is some of the other stuff that he likes to build into. So
30 seconds to battle.
But-
interested to see what sort of avenue
let
he
me
looks
check
to go
this.
down.
Let me check this. You okay? This is when I mentioned it. You were like, you didn't like it, but then you kind of had you probably had a tab open, right? You saw it, and then you're like, okay, maybe it works. I heard.
I mean,
that.
I can not like it and think that it works. Those things can exist together.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I'm the same. I'm not. It's not like a perfect brew item. It's just a meta item anyway.
Still hasn't skilled up anything on Fly, and he needs to use the Icarus Dive to be able to get away in time before his death. Ends up popping the Magic Stick and the Tango just to make sure that he gets away with it, but will certainly weaken his laning stage. He's actually getting chased by Kaori as well.
It will weaken it by quite a lot. Sometimes I even feel if it's worth it, you know, like when you get on safe lane when you're a position 5, I think you can justify it. If you're any other position, like any core position, it feels terrible.
Oh, yeah.
And TA will suffer because of it.
Yeah. They know they can just put so much pressure onto this. It's like having Fire Spirits off cooldown for a good half minute at least.
Keep in mind one extra thing, he has hotspot. So he doesn't even have Dying Light in the lane to alleviate that problem of not having Fire Spirits.
Okay. Clearly valuing his positioning, I suppose, in the lane. Feeling like he's going to give him just the tip. Really get the value out of that.
It's kind of cool into Lash, I guess, right? Into Mars, into all these tanky boys to have hotspot. They're just standing as far away as possible. Oh, he used dive. Okay.
Making it the kill, certainly worth it, but much too early days for that sort of thing to be happening. And I always wonder, like, it feels to me like hotspot, it's good, but it's just so much more, I guess, narrow in terms of its effectiveness compared to Dying Light. Like, Dying Light's always effective, but hotspot has a much...
Top lane?
Oh. Tara's
Might be a dead.
Techie's master might actually have gotten pushed away there by that God's Rebuke. Could have been enough to kill him if he got off one more right click.
Yeah, I think so too. He got a bit jebaited. What was it? It was a fairy fire, right? Like, if it got used. Maybe they can even turn it now, because the silencer is low, so is Mars, 50% HP. These lanes are so damn hectic, I just keep on clicking on all of them. Top lane?
Yeah, going back for him though. Gets the first blood before the death though. Important thing. Didn't quite have the level 2 yet on the silencer, so that was without last word, remember. So certainly their kill potential is going to increase now that they've got this available for themselves, and even dropping a couple of Mango and a Clarity in the base for Nande to bring back to the lane.
Yeah, back on
the Dara, but get back now.
There's just so much kill potential on all of these lanes. One of the last game was kinda meh when it comes to that, you know, like Undying lane was definitely solid, but right now these are all kill lanes. Top and bot.
Yeah, certainly. It's gonna get a lot more so, especially when Fly hits up onto that level 3. At least he's got 1 point in the Fiery Spirits now to be able to contest against it, but it's made life a little difficult for Tomato on this TA, just contesting into the Cinder Brew in general. Going to go for just straight up Radiance, or is he going to go just a casual Urn on the Brew? I really wouldn't hate seeing just the Urn.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's gonna go for. Like, Urn is very nice on the hero. It just activates you earlier, like you can create space, you can make moves. But if you can get your Radiance like before minute 15, it's also good. But he's gonna go for Doms. He has the Helm of Iron Will queued up. I like this too. I really think that Brew kinda struggled in the last patch. Just like the amount of work that you can do, it's exactly like Phoenix. Like, you cannot play it as core without the Dom right now, on offlane at least. I stand behind that. Like, I think on offlane without the Doms, playing Phoenix is really difficult. But it kind of feels the similar with Brew. Like, you have those Urn builds, you have the Radiance builds, but maybe this is what activates you when you don't have the ulti. Like, you can actually play the game.
Yeah, it's kind of that substitute might as well. You know, that's just Dom in general, right? But it does make you a little bit more survivable. It makes you more of a consistent threat. You can cut waves a lot more effectively. You can do all sorts of things. Aura itemized to fit the occasion. Carry's being very
I love the
patient here.
list, you know. Mid lane.
It's too good.
Can they get the Lash though? They have so much damage.
Both teams have so much
They
damage.
should be able. Yeah, they do get them in the end. Fly with the dive through. Did you see the Impale? Like, if it was there a little bit earlier, I feel like maybe they can mess with, the techies.
The blast off.
But Oh, it was a bit too late. But I love your list, by the way, of Helm of Dom's benefits, like the pros. And you're like, hey, you get this, and then you get this, and then you get this. Like, okay, the item is definitely good. If you list like 10 things why it's decent right now.
Absolutely. Dahak's about to die on the top side here. No way he's going to be able to get any sort of assistance to be able to get away. The only thing you can say is, well, at least Nanda didn't get the last hit there. Or going over to Kadaro, but he's already got 2 brain drains, so certainly as a Beastmaster you don't have a huge mana pool to be able to play around with. Don't want to be feeding his life away too many times.
Do you know what's
You a little
one thing
surprised
that
with
I'm concerned?
Abed's farm?
Mhm.
I feel like Abed's just very under-farmed for this stage of the game.
I was gonna go there actually. Let's see where he's gonna go. He has the last word up.
Should be fun.
Can he escape? Yeah. I was gonna go there because he has no farm, like you said. It's not that great for him, but he also has almost no stacks. When you have a shaker, it doesn't matter how your lane goes because he goes into the triangle, uses 1 echo, he comes back. He still gets like a minute 10 blink dagger every single game. This time around, they didn't really devoured the ancient camp. Now they will.
Yeah. Indeed, making sure that
But
it's
this is like nothing.
completely
yeah.
secured for himself. He's even... What's he doing? It's not even
I
building
don't
up
think you
another stack
echo
for
this.
himself.
Yeah, and this isn't even worth echoing at this point, I guess. He could have
But it was
stacked.
like-
He will.
It was like 48 seconds in though. Surely it was worth like building up a couple of stacks, bringing them together and echoing, you know?
He stacked. He stacked again. At least the
Yeah,
hard camp.
the ancients as well. Sorry,
The ancients, yeah, unfortunately,
they were sentry,
left
but
untouched.
Not,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh well, recovering somewhat at least. Gonna get him a couple of. A little bit closer towards getting up into that level 7 as a bunch more movements coming from Antares up towards this top side. Another thing as well, just going up against the Mars as there's techies. I mean, the blast off is pretty much useless going into it. You just gotta
Yep.
jump yourself into that wall and not be all that effective in a lot of these team fights. So big reasons that you pick
most
this
of-
techies for this big AoE damage is just gone.
Yeah, most of the times you don't even get to blast off, right? Like you're playing into Mars, he can stop it with 2 spells. It's not that simple to even use it on him. If
Hell,
he's the
even Lion
target
can,
to
right?
go for.
He just missed last time, but it's possible. Oh, it feels like they've already kind of been bullied out of these lanes. I mean, you're kind of forced to, considering Palantimos, he's almost level 7, he's got the ultimate available, I think he's got the completed Helm of the Dominator coming out to him now. Once again, pre-9 minutes, you're putting a lot of pressure in onto a tower. Like, Kaori was comfortable enough to be standing next to a TA inside of the Radiant jungle, just taking his bounty, getting rid of a few of those psionic traps, and it doesn't really feel like VP are doing much to stop all of this from happening. Fly's picking up a little bit of farm, but he'll be able to get away with his life, I suppose, and delay things further, but this is not what I expect when I see a TA Phoenix lane.
Yeah, it's also the Tricore on the other side, right? Like the Tricore of Pipsqueak is
under attack.
very self-sufficient at this stage of the game. On the other side, you cannot say the same, so you have to help them out. You have to, like as a support, you have to pick and choose where you want to pressure. Techies right now is top lane. Maybe Lion can pressure because of that, but with the brew, who's got the melee creep dominated? Not the best. It ain't much, but it's honest work, you know. Going Radiance next.
They've got the Roar, though, for this Mars. They're going to need to combine it very effectively. Only has the 1 point in the blast off at this point, so it's much more into the sticky bomb, which is always going to be able to at least go off onto Nanda.
There's global though. If you
Always.
go with the Roar, you must kill him without anything else.
Yep. Or you've got to start jumping pre-Roar, basically. You've got to be mid-air.
Yep.
Looks like he realizes that threat, though, and he's going to go down towards the bottom side, potentially even putting some kill threat here onto the TA and Phoenix, but this is a level 6 Phoenix, so
They have
I
global.
wonder how killable they actually are. Yeah.
Dire's top
He's going to
tower
back
is
off. He's
under
actually
attack.
right next to the twin gate as well, so he can see. He was just TP'd away.
Man, yeah, they're going top a bit, but nothing is gonna happen, I bet once again. This is the kind of a stalemate that a silencer creates, right? Like every time you have a silencer in the game, you just need to bring so many more heroes, and Invis-Lash might be the one that makes a difference.
As long as you start that cast, that's the important thing. We're actually even just looking to
Never
get rid
mind.
of this Helm of the Dominator creep. A little
Arena.
low one. Oh, never mind. It's the one that's actually low here. Bunch of spells being used, but not for too much effectiveness. Is Fly's also TP'd in here. They still got the global silence though, and they've got the blink dagger. Importantly on our bed.
Yeah, they still have the
Seconds
global,
away
like you
from
said.
Echo.
I think that's it, right? Like you wait for the blink, you probably hide it. If you look at the Shaker right now, he's not gonna take the blink, he's gonna hide it in the trees. Yeah, gonna get it now and might jump instantly.
Jump forward?
Look at this.
Yep. Oh, nice stun. Still no global. There finally comes once everything's basically been used, but that means that there's guaranteed not going to be a follow-up, and oh, luckily enough for Antares, unless he just gets chased down. He will.
He's dead.
Dire's
He has
top tower
he has
has
6 charges, but it's very dead anyway.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, that Echo, the blink dagger, it was perfect, but he didn't blink far enough. Like if he blinks
Radiant's courier
just
has been
an inch to the right, he catches both the Lion and the Lash and they're both dead. But Lion didn't get stunned at all. That's why he couldn't even use the fissure afterwards. Very, very unfortunate for Abed, who now loses the tower as well.
Loses a tower to a Lion and a Silencer. They just let that tower die as well. That's the crazy thing to me. You know, most of the time you at least need a Pugna or an Enchantress or a Chen to do that sort of thing, but probably two of the worst tower hitting supports in the game just got away with absolute murder.
Yeah.
And speaking of murder, see you later, Tomato.
Might counterplay at least a little bit, maybe they can get the Lash kill.
Yeah.
They needed something, at least. This is, you know, some sort of a prize that they got, but it's not that great. And you can see that the game control is, once again, completely in Pipsqueak's hands. This time around, they're kind of making the plays. They're not just chilling and farming. They're farming their Radiance, though, on the Brewmaster, and he's not too far away from it.
Yeah, what do you reckon about, he's obviously playing an amazing game so far,
Play,
but
Roar. Armlet. The toggles are real, man. They have global in 3 seconds. Another toggle?
can they look to turn this one around? Yeah. Why not?
He's dead. Nande with the plays, with the toggles. Those Armlet toggles were real. We're going for the Dezo next. And the global, of course, coming into play. You were saying, by the way, what do I think of?
Radiant's bottom tower
just the way
is
that
under attack.
I guess Virtus
Radiant
Pro
are
are
scanning.
responding to a lot of this, because it's all well and good to be scared of wanting to initiate into... we haven't seen a single Primal split this game, so that hasn't been used. Primal's been used, Global Silence has been used twice now, but at some point you're going to need to flick the switch and say, okay, we're going, right? And I'm just not sure when that point is going to come for BP. Might
Well,
be able to get
this
this
might
kill
be the turning
onto
point.
Xin.
It's a pretty good kill. You get their mid laner who actually tried to make an aggressive move, which basically gives Beastmaster his helm. So they're gonna have some Ancients to play around as well on Beast. It's on Shaker, truly. I feel like he's the X factor on Virtus Pro, right? Like, he's got the Blink, he's got the Echo, these rotations have started at least playing out right for him. He might get another kill here.
Possibly. I was thinking it might be a little bit too deep, but that tier 1 tower already being gone means that you should be able to get a relatively free kill here onto the Silencer. One more rank stick will do it. It's actually
Maybe
Mars
another
coming
one.
in that's going to be in danger.
And the Lion in the back. This should could
Who's here,
be
though?
another one. Brew is here. He has Primal, he uses it, but my question now is... What? They get what with it? I see this Primal Beast, it's level 11 Brewmaster without Radiance. It's literally nothing right now. One of the problems with the hero is that his ulti truly, in some games, is very ineffective. Especially without the Radiance, and he was so close to it. He's got 3k gold.
Incredibly close to it, and I mean that's probably the difference between Earthshaker blinking away, right? The Radiance Burn would have stopped that. They would have been able to chase up. Nice little micro there, coming through from Dahak, making sure to use the Slam from the Ancient Thunderhide straight after the Primal Split, so that 3 out of the 4 Brewlings were slowed down a little bit.
Straight into the pit, by the way. You have the Overlord Helm, and you have Fire Spirits, of course, so Rush doesn't really do any damage.
So I gotta wonder what
will they
Nando was
contest
doing
it?
that far up in the lane as well, right? Like, there's no tier 1 tower, there's no big objectives to keep. Feels like it's a lot more of a safer play to kind of play around this tier 2 tower.
It is. I think both teams were baiting, because both teams had really good vision around that area. But the Mars got baited a little bit harder. Silencer was absolutely a bait. But, they had the Shaker as well in the back, and then the Phoenix, so VP just brought more heroes in the end. And for a good price, now they get Aegis as well on top.
Much faster paced game for sure across the board. Mars still 1,000 or so gold away from that Desolator, so despite the fact that they've taken 2 tier 1 towers, they slowed down a little bit and doesn't have that ease of just walking into a lot of these team fights quite so easily as they take out the Phoenix off the back of not that much really, right? Like, there wasn't even last word used. It's just stuns from the Lion.
Yeah, just the good old Hex. They have the Radiance now on the Brew. No split for 10 more seconds, but this is a level 12 Brew with the Radiance. The next big spike for him, of course, is the Shard. But even right now, they could make a play.
Hold on, I'm just looking at Tomato here. This is a very ballsy place for him to be playing. They knew that there was a smoke going on there because the Warpine Raider just appeared out of nowhere. And it's going to result in his death. That's just not listening to the rest of your team.
Someone was 100% going to die with that Global Silence being used and the Primal Split. But it also allows VP to play the game. There is no Global, no Primal Split. You can do whatever the hell you want to on the map right now.
No finger either. Really just does fall down to Nanda, who's still looking to prioritize his own farm for the next little bit.
It's kind of cool to see the position 1 Mars. I know a lot of teams have experimented with it, right? This armlet Dezo, you pack a punch in fights for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So close. Abed's still suffering though a little bit in that net worth department. Good 1,300 behind even the next closest core. And, oh no, they're going to lose that Observer Ward. They didn't get the last right click onto it, did Antares. So they're sitting out a little bit of gold. But you see the capabilities that it has, right? Like, a single team fight can be turned around just by this Earthshaker, and he's only going to continue scaling stronger and stronger. And, I mean, his role just becomes so much more important when you consider what you're going up against, you know? Just being able to drop the Echo Slam plus Roar onto a Primal Split feels great. You know, you want to make sure that Brewmaster isn't participating at all in these team fights.
Top tower is under
Yeah, and it's understandable that he's suffering. His lane wasn't great. He wasn't given a lot of stacks, and on top of all of that, he's playing with the TA and the Beast on offer. These heroes just generally tend to take a lot of the map. Yeah. One thing that I'm noticing from VP though, even though they had Aegis, that's good. Even though they had the Aegis, they didn't really use it in any aggressive way. Maybe Tormentor at least should be theirs. Antares with the prepped mines.
Mines, yeah. Prepped for it. I think they just wanted to really get into those BKBs. They might look to make a play immediately after it, considering you've got the BKB coming out now for the Beastmaster, so he's just going to put himself on the front lines with that second life available. see what they can make happen. Maybe smoke up into the Dire Ancient area. If that doesn't pay off, then you've still got the Tier 1 tower as a consolation prize.
Sweeping through their own jungle, they might find Lion, yeah. Attempts for
Not
a kill
quite
on
enough.
Techies. Didn't get him. Basically, right now they can sweep the enemy triangle as well, right? Like they are just. You can see the Beastmaster charging through. Still has the roar. Nande.
Nande wants to fight with that Desolator, but he's still halfway towards the Blink Dagger, so it's going to require just a little bit too slow of a movement into a lot of these team fights that we're going to be able to react to it in time on Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they just don't have any initiation. It's basically on their side. Who? Lesh with the blink, Iron with the blink.
Yep.
These heroes, they're great at picking off, but starting team fights that way is very scary.
So even like the fact that, as you mentioned, haven't really made the most out of this Aegis up to this point in time on the Beastmaster, and for VP, they're still kind of happy enough to sit back, at least for this next little bit, right? Like they're just starting on the BKB on TA and Earthshaker. Beastmaster is still a full Sacred Relic away from a Nullifier, which is going to be very effective, particularly against the Leshrac, who I assume is the main burst target that they're looking for here with the Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, for sure, they need a lot of items. They're buying, I believe, double Lotus Orb as well, yeah, on their supports. They're basically making sure that Global Silence... Yeah, making sure that they can deal with the Global Silence, but another way of dealing with the Global Silence is fighting when it's down, which isn't something that they have done. Nande, he might be caught this time. Let's see, they're going straight in. Echo, and Blast Off, and the Hotspot Sunray.
Ooh, that is very late.
That's that's the delay me and you are having between Europe and Australia right now.
We've got an excuse.
Yeah, we have an excuse. He definitely doesn't.
I mean, off the back of that, it was very unlucky. No Global Silence is just like your ticket. That's exactly what you're wanting to be able to open up this map, play around the top side. It is going to be a smoke response, though, coming from Kaori and XN.
They will never expect it, guys. We don't have global.
Right?
Mines are
Up past
scouting them out.
Mines,
Lion!
Back to the fair.
There's just people dying all across the map. What's going on, Liz?
Yeah, they
Giving their lives
do
away.
get techies on the mid lane. What can you do? Like I wasn't. The Lion death is no comment, right? Like he moved. First, the mine hit him from the high ground, from the cliff, and then he got hit by both the mines. But Shaker down bottom is in the arena. Up it. Is this enough? Of course it is. He gets in, and there we go. He gets his first charges on the desert.
He does indeed. Keeps pushing
These
the lane
guys
forward
don't
as
need
well.
global.
Nope. It was all a bait the entire time. It's like the black hole, you know? It's just the threat of the black hole. That's the really important thing. And when that threat is gone, you're like, oh, you know what? We're freed up. We can do whatever the hell we want.
Looking at the map, Global Silence is up. This is basically the spells that dictates the tempo of the game, and it is up in 5 seconds. So with the BKBs or without them on the Radiant, I think the Pipsqueak are ready. They have AC in 50 gold, so AC on Brew. On top of that, with the Global, maybe they can make a play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can they do it without Arena,
Rosh?
though, is the big thing for me.
It will be up. It's low cooldown as well. 20 seconds away.
It's just so value. Like, this next, 5 minutes or so is like where I think Pipsqueak need to be making their moves. Because, I mean, look how close VP are on multiple heroes to being able to pick up that next key item. You know, like 600-700 gold away BKB on TA. 1,000 gold away from Lotus on Phoenix, similar sort of thing for the Techies, and about 1,000 gold away from the Sacred, from the Nullifier, excuse me, on Beastmaster. Like, if you're not making something happen
Man, these
right
mines.
now, they're so good.
These mines are stopping them though. They're trying. You could see the play that was being made on Phoenix, but unfortunately the mines break it apart again. Mars has a blink, like he might go in anyway onto the high ground. Let's see. It's kind of scary without the BKB.
They're just gonna get de-watered by a Beastmaster creep.
Radiant's top
Gets the
tower
kill.
has fallen.
And they get a tower, so a little bit less effective fighting around the Roche pit. In terms of buybacks and TPs in. Still have the outpost, of course, but that's going to take a little longer. Do they have any other smokes to be able to make plays around with? It doesn't really seem like it. And it's still about 20 seconds away from being restocked inside of the Pipsqueak base. So all they can really do is, you know, cut their losses, get to their own next item. Aether Lens coming soon
I
to the
don't
Lion.
They have the smoke queued up. It's gonna be up in a couple of seconds on Silencer, so you can actually threaten to fight. Especially now that the shard is up on Brew. He can be a bit more free with his primal split because it lasts longer and it's much easier to get out of problems if you find them. He's cleaning up the mines. This is Minesweeper Panda right now.
Pretty much.
He's my...
like,
that's the Bosnian Panda right there.
I guess that's another thing you can use Hell Dog creeps for, right? To add to the list, just Minesweepers.
Yeah, it's not that great that you're giving away some gold, but at the same time, better the creep than you, right? Like you can send them in.
I mean, this is why you talk about people having that hero specialty, you know. We already mentioned Antares with his Skywrath Mage, but Techies is certainly on a similar sort of level. Like, how are you supposed to contest into this? They're literally just giving away 100 gold every time to the Techies, and he just walks back in and sets up a bunch of extra mines. They know Roche is up as well because of the Beastmaster board. So they're going to be the ones making that first move, but only when they're ready.
Yeah, I think the plan is send another creep, bait him into the position where he's planting new mines, and then jump him. You can see that Mars has already positioned himself in such a way, but there is a smoke on the other side.
Just looking to play around their vision
Both teams
as much
are
as
ready.
possible as soon as it pops. Wouldn't surprise me to just get that
let's-
instant jump in.
Let's see, Shaker, he has the fissure. It's ready. Illusion will give vision. Will they jump the Brood? That's the only question. It's a hard target to take down with the global. They're not committing. They will not commit on this. One
Use the
singular
global
hero
either.
is posing...
Get it baited out.
Yep. That's the hero, right? Like, that global right now is preventing anything from happening on the map.
But with that BKB now finished up by the Leshrac, the damage potential of Pipsqueak is just skyrocketed, right? Like, you need to use to save the Roar for him now that he's got BKB and Ghost Scepter and level 18, all this damage. So scary to have to face into this, but it just comes back down to these
Arena?
mines, doesn't it? Like,
Global is used,
Worth
but
it?
Mars is so low already. I don't think it is. He's gonna die anyway, it seems like. And another roar on the right side, on the Brewmaster, but Brew should be able to split through. Will he? He will not! He dies as well in Flesh. Yeah, he's trying to run away with the BKB, but that's all he can do is actually run. The Blink Dagger is not there, and he dies too. Damn, that Global Silence and Arena were wasted so hard on a Techies that doesn't even die. He had the Gale card, of course, together with Reactive Taser. He's got the Shard as well. He wasn't... Yeah, they weren't able to take him down, and it was all downhill from there. Brewmaster as well, completely controlled.
not sure where Cowrie was that entire fight as well. As soon as it was over, he was just down towards this bottom side, walking over a TA trap right now as well, by the way, so they know exactly where he's pathing. He didn't want to go for like a solo pick-off up in, so he could.
That was so easy for VP, like, too many big spells got used for a position for techies. Everything was, like, everything was so methodical up to this point. Both teams are saving their spells. They know that they need to use them in a big team fight. And then an arena and global were used without even killing techies.
It was
Rough.
Was it for the techies? I wasn't quite watching the start of that team fight. And speaking of arena, using it again for the techies, and well, they end up taking him out that
Yep.
time with assistance from Kaori.
It was for the techies and the shaker that was nearby, because without controlling the shaker, you're not taking down the techies as well. And the other option was to just try and run, but it was a bit too late for sure. Satanic is up now
got this.
on Mars, so he will be able to stand a bit longer, right?
Absolutely. Oh, he's gone the victory feast facet as well, by the way. So not the the lack of vision.
Radiant's bottom tower
Maybe
is
able
under
to
attack.
play around with, and I mean certainly with that dauntless innate ability as well, it certainly does fit his style of wanting to go in and play this ultra ballsy style, just going in first. They keep forgetting about the minefield, Liz.
Yeah, they're just giving away the fact that they're smoked. It's really nice when you have a drunken brawler. That's what he's doing, right? Like he basically you pop the cinder brew, you brew up, and then you have so much magic resistance that you don't really care.
Get up to what, 80% magic resistance probably.
Yeah, quite a lot. Especially with level 15 talent as well. It's pretty nice.
Dire's middle
So now it's the
tower
waiting
is
game
under
for
attack.
Pipsqueak, right? Like they're all about, again, the same distance away
Dire's
from
structures are
the
fortified.
BKB in terms of the Mars and the Brewmaster. Too many times you see a Brewmaster needing that BKB, but in this game certainly.
Yeah, I think that they had a really good grasp on this game, especially because they had this tricord of semi-cores, right? That are really strong early on, but it's kind of getting away from them right now. TA and Beast taking over the network charts, 10k advantage.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Once again, Dahak is playing a very solid game. You know, we were complimenting his Mars even in the last game, but this time around he's just being a nuisance, being that lane shover. Just hit up onto his level 20 as well, so
Dire's middle tower
tankier as
is
well,
under
can afford to
attack.
put himself on the front lines with all of the assistance that they've got through Lotus Orb, Gale Guard, tossing reactive taser onto someone else, the Sunray with the hotspot.
I have to say, team fights, even with a global, look extremely difficult. Lion is in.
Radiant's
This
top
is
tower
just
under
not
attack.
possible. In the backlines though, TA might cut them off. She goes in, silencer,
Daro.
global is there, the arena is used.
Yep. They stopped
Roar
the
will be
Sunray.
used. Yeah, Roar got used, but it wasn't enough and they have to bail. I feel like the initiation again wasn't really on the right targets. They managed to pop their BKBs, the global was there, and the Roar was a little bit too late. The only thing it did is buy him an extra second to try and run, but yeah, even with
So
the
weird,
H's
right?
they
Like-
lost this fight.
Dire's middle tower is under
It's
attack.
obviously hindsight is 2020, a lot easier to say, but I think against the silencer with that global silence up, the second that you've got, hold on, they're willing to
lane,
go in
they're
to
going
maybe
on
potentially
Nande.
burst down that Mars. Satanic,
Yeah, he's got the
coming in clutch.
Satanic. With the four staffs. Kinda cool, but he should still be falling. Yeah, the Sunray. The four staffs were nice because they moved them out of the hotspot Sunray, but in the end they get him and they get the Lion. Why'd they stick around? What happened there?
Not sure. I guess they were wanting to put a little bit of damage onto the tower with that Deso. Felt like the Techies was just dead for that little bit longer. Not quite sure, to be honest. Really felt
Because
like
Lash
maybe
TP'd
they
out,
could
right?
have...
Like,
He TP'd out a
Dire's
while
bottom
ago.
tower is under attack.
yeah, good punish from VP. It looked like this game is a roller coaster. It looked kind of bad for them after the last fight. Now it's looking quite alright once again.
Holding on to a lot of gold. This
is
XN.
under attack.
4.4k. Obviously has the full Shivas queued up, but I don't really see too many reasons to not just complete the Veil at a minimum. It's going to buff up so much of the damage coming out, because you got to remember, like, it's buffing up your spell damage, not your magic damage, and even though it's physical, Mars's God's Rebuke is going to get that same sort of benefit.
Yeah, maybe he is valuing the Voodoo's Mask a little bit right now, and also the fact that he might not know. Maybe he wants to switch it up. That's also possible. Smoke up coming from VP.
He's the one that's going to get jumped on, potentially. Does he have Shard Gem? Does, and he gets jumped on the Lion. Forcing them back, but it is a BKB used, and that Echo Slam.
Yeah, with the BKB and the Echo, it looks like they will cut their losses.
Not the worst. Like, you just wait 30 seconds for Lion to be upright, and then you go make a play. You'll have a good 30 seconds yourself when that Echo isn't available. So I suppose the play for VP is, even though it hurts to give up a little bit of this map control, as Nande is deep as hell just trying to cut that next wave.
He has a blink, should be able to get away. Never mind, he's taking the Lotuses. Okay, they're not gonna hunt him though.
He is
Seems like.
being punished at all. I think any sane person has surely TP'd out by now.
Dire are scanning.
I swear that's exactly how they're feeling.
Yeah.
That has to be it. But he sticks around, gets another wave, and will be one step closer towards his BKB because of that.
Flesh ended up just buying the Shivas outright. So he still has that Voodoo Mask in the backpack.
They smoke up.
That's higher for himself. We'll reveal on the lane though briefly, so they know that Shivas is available. It does mean that even if he gets nullified, there is... walks into the mine.
Yeah.
They're going to walk into another... Cowrie, not again. He's learned his lesson. And they're all going to back off, but the thing is, with all of this time, Shaker's Echo Slam has come back available once again.
Yeah,
He's going
it's...
to play uber defensive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Once he gets the 25, you can
walk
just count
anywhere.
that... Yeah. With a 25, Echo is always online. Basically, you can count on it.
I almost wondered if they just backdoor that tower. It's low enough. You've got Deso on the Mars. Would make it a lot easier to just move around the map without fear of getting TP'd onto. Hangstrewn up top. He will be the one to scout it out, but Shaker's the one to take it.
Yeah, not the worst rune. Could have been better, of course, for them.
They're just on a D-Ward run right now, sticking together as a team. Make sure that Shaker with that gem
Double
move
impale.
side is going to be able to do something. Ooh, just gets the techies.
The roar in the back. They are going
Can he
on.
ult?
He can. He should be able to.
just
There
does.
we go. He does.
Buyback
They're
as well
going
from the
back in.
techies, and they've actually found the Phoenix. Willing to commit onto it though. Just using the Void Spirit, the Void Bruling, excuse me, to be able to pull
Yeah, a
the track
lot of-
away.
A lot of big spells were used without basically any kills. It's just Antares that dies in the end.
And Roche is
And
up.
it's basically it's by the way because of that haste, right? Like Shaker actually managed to get out with the haste before the arena was used. And I was just saying how DD probably would have been better, but haste was perfect for the circumstance.
Once again is on a knife's edge, and the thing is, with them just making a little bit of a more passive movement, I guess you would have to say they're much more ulti reliant on Pipsqueak, whereas you can just walk in, place a few more proximity mines to protect the Roche pit, and I mean, TA on her own is enough to be able to very easily take that Roshan. Second Aegis going their way.
If you don't have Brew ult, you cannot fight. I think that's as simple as it is for Pipsqueak.
No Brew ult, no Silencer ult, no Mars ult at the time. Really wasn't too much that they could do. Should be able to get a backdoor on this tower. It's on 7 health. The right click will do it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Don't think he wants to hang around too much longer, so we'll get away. It's all about delaying once again. Cowrie with buyback available. I was wondering if he might just choose to stick around and cut one more wave to slow down this Aegis push that Tomato is looking to try and do.
I must have them all.
He's just mining up. Just once again, techies with the mine up in the dire side of the map. But they now have full control. He's no longer mining up in a way that he's protecting his own team from smokes and stuff. I feel like he can finally start mining up aggressively. In a way that you're taking away all the farm from Pipsqueak.
Would love to be able to have the buyback available, plus that next item from Nande in the Overwhelming Blink. Just buffs him up so
I think
much
level-
more.
Dire's bottom tower is
Level
under
25
attack.
as well, right? Like, that's the
Oh yeah.
big one for Mars. When you're playing a position 4 of Mars, at least that's what you're waiting for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to need to wait a little bit longer though as the push to the base. It's now from VP. Gotta be careful about just grouping around all of these creeps. I mean,
No,
gotta-
Mars!
what?
Lord.
What? Nande?
Global is there, but he's
He
dead
just blinked
already,
forward.
it seems like the Echo.
What?
Yeah.
What? That is a massive throw. What is going on? He blinked into all of them.
Oh, it was a plan that should have been followed up by Global immediately, but it truly wasn't, and he died way too quickly. The plan was to blink in and spear someone back, but he misses and the Global comes like 2 seconds too late, and they just don't get the kills. 4 buybacks.
Tried for it
Another
there.
attempt.
Just gets caught on the low ground though.
She has
gonna
Aegis,
get out.
killing
This is
off
an
the TA.
Aegis.
Yeah, she's gonna
Used
respawn
everything.
and straight into... Arena is there though, under the tier 4s. Can they take her down once? The cheese is there.
Oh, the cheese
Lotus
bust.
is doing so much work. They're going back in with the techies. That's a dieback on Mars, on Silencer, on Brew. Lesh is trying to fight alone, but this is a losing battle. GG's our call. We're going to game number 3.
Radiant's top tower.
I'm just having a look at the the win probability graph, and there was a long period where no one died, and then about 20 heroes died in the last 3 minutes of that game. It's ridiculous the amount of patience that they were all having, and well, at the end of the day, it was just a big flicker of the candle at the very end there. It started going very wild at the end, and it just felt like Nande was thinking perhaps a couple of seconds ahead of the rest of his team, because he went in and there just wasn't that same level of instant response from the rest of his team.
Yeah, game number 1, they looked super connected. They looked like they're sitting right next to one another when it came to decision making. And game number 2, like we mentioned earlier, it looked like they're on different continents, so a little bit more difficult of a game for Pipsqueak. I do like the draft though, because it's a little bit out there, but this kind of a draft always falls off eventually if you don't play everything right. And that's what VP, I believe, were waiting for. And that's something that techies gave to them. Like that Antares techies was really good at breaking all the moves, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they actually did a pretty decent job of taking towers, for all things considered, on Pipsqueak, right? They took all 3 tier 1 and I think a tier 2 tower on the bottom side of the map. The person that did the most tower damage was Palantimos with barely over 2,000. The next highest was Nande with like less than 900. So it was still a very glaring issue that it just felt like outside of their ultimates, they couldn't really do anything. Whereas TA can do anything with BKB up, basically. That's the only restricting factor that she had. So perhaps just going a little bit too heavy into the big teamfight ultimates with the Global Silence, with the Arena, with the Brewmaster ulti, and it was just too much at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they had some really cool ideas, though. I have to give it to them still. Like, these big ultis were quite cool. I feel like Mars carry as well is an interesting approach to the game, something that you don't really see very often. You see it from a couple of carries and that's it. The strike core in general, where everyone is kinda given their own way to carry the Brew, the Mars, the Lash. It was cool. It didn't work out this time for Pipsqueak +4, but after a short break, we'll see if something similar might work for them in game number 3.
Can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been in and out of trouble for much too long. I can't remember the words to this song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. Sure I'm glad she's mine. Hey. Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening. Round and round noontime, round about noontime, baby. camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's my late in the evening, baby. Ride around new times, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, yeah. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain.
Welcome back to the game number 3 of DreamLeague Season 27 series of Virtus Pro versus Pipsqueak plus 4. A series that many have expected to maybe go 2-0 for Virtus Pro, the new stack, the international stack. And so far, I have to admit, things are not going to the script, let's put it that way. Because Pipsqueak in game number 1, they looked absolutely unstoppable. It was a clean game from them. To bring you up to speed, if you didn't watch game number 2, in game number 2 they also looked very strong, but in the end they did falter to a arguably stronger draft from Virtus Pro. Game number 3, I'm not really sure what's in store for us, but I'm sure that it's gonna be very competitive, right?
Absolutely. I think Skywrath doesn't necessarily change the way that you need to play the game, but Techies does. And I feel like Antares was a big reason as to why Virtus Pro were able to win that game number 2. There were a few times where Pipsqueaks were in a prime position to be able to contest Roshan or to, engage with a big item timing where you were about 1,500 gold away on 4 or 5 different Virtus Pro heroes from getting that next big item for themselves, and just because you couldn't walk through the minefield undetected, they ended up getting away with murder. They delayed it long enough, they picked up that next big item, they took the next 2 Roshan victories, and they ended the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Techies definitely was a big part of VP's win. Maybe they're still, of course, forming their own identity, and usually the identity is very easy to form when you have star players on certain heroes, right? So Techies helped out. Do you think that hero is a worthy ban right now, or do you just kind of, ignore it?
They banned his Skywrath in game 1. I would rather they ban his techies if you're going to use one ban on Antares, you know?
Okay, yeah. By the way, get back into the lobby. For everyone watching right now, there is a short delay because Dota just crashed for a couple of players, so we needed to remake the lobby for everyone. Yeah, I mean, banning out the techies is an option, like you mentioned, though, probably just maybe figuring out a different path. Like, there's just, like, if you're gonna go and ban out the supports, and if you ban out their big heroes, there's just so many things, right, that are left in the pool right now that are perhaps a little bit too strong. And I feel like on the other side as well, Fly had a pretty good Phoenix game. Is that something to look into? Or like Beastmaster as well. First phase ban, by the way, in previous series. This time around, just ignored and last picked for VP.
I feel like I've said this for like 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer, that there's just not a bad Beastmaster game. It's always good. Like, something is going to be able to make it work. Even in the days where, you know, you were going straight into the Drums of Slum, you could go the Axes build so that you can take a bunch of stacks for your team and, you know, make that a factor. Or if you were laning against a Terrorblade, you can still make it work because very vulnerable to the magic damage from that. Or now there's this Helm of the Dominator build, Helm of the Overlord build. You just go full Zoo once again, and always having a BKB piercing stun, always having just various different avenues to be able to make plays just feels so nice and reliable. Like, there's really no bad game for a Beastmaster, and I think that's... Can you think of any other hero that can slot into literally every draft and make work?
There
Nature's
aren't
Prophet,
many,
maybe?
for sure. Yeah, there aren't many that... especially because he can play on any core position as well. I guess Prophet can play on any position, which kind of puts him up there as well. I know when I'm playing Beastmaster, I hate playing games in which I know that my roar doesn't lead into a kill. Like, those kind of games for me are rough. Like, I'm playing a decent amount of Beast, and in most games when I was drafting, if I'm drafting a Beast, I'm making sure that there are no clear easy saves on the other side, right? Like your Shadow Demons and stuff. However, right now I feel like most of those heroes that are good at saving aren't really good into Beast in general, so you're losing too much map control, and that's another thing that makes him strong, besides the his just flexibility when it comes to item builds and his flexibility when it comes to the laning stage. So I personally, if you have first phase, I think it's almost always good. If you don't have, it's just a sure ban for me.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like a lot of these saving style of heroes, right? The classics, the Oracle, the Pugna, the Shadow Demon. These days, the Ringmaster as well, which might have a little bit more flexibility than a few of those other heroes. Omni Knight really hasn't picked all that much lately either, but I kind of want to see the Ringmaster as a bit of a response to it. I've seen Escape Act do a lot of work in recent times against that, and you do have a reasonable amount of like lane presence as well as that Ringmaster, and a great ult as well on top of everything.
Yep. No, Ringmaster for sure. We'll see. The draft is ready. We're gonna hop straight in. Ringmaster definitely not a hero that has been picked quite a lot, but some teams do dabble. Some teams do try it out because of multiple reasons. Not only because of the saves. I feel like that hero is one of the best ones at dealing with Helm of Dominator. Right? If you take the other facet, I think you should be able to insta-gib it. The only thing that insta-gibs it.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
I'm a big enjoyer of Ringmaster as well. The
5
heroes got
seconds remaining.
tweaked a little bit, not picked a lot afterwards. His, I believe that his daggers are probably one of the best things against boars as well.
Yeah.
Like, you can almost one-shot them.
Just in general, like being percent
Dire
damage as
team
well
back.
feels so good. Like you're not one of these supports that it feels like your impact is only one thing in the later stages of the fights, whereas it feels
10
like, you know,
seconds
let's say an
remaining.
Oracle, for example, is very much like, alright, I'm standing on the very back, and I'm
5
waiting, and I'm
seconds
ulting at the
remaining.
exact perfect time, and then
Dire
that'll make
team
us win the team fight.
Radiant
Whereas
team
with
pick.
Ringmaster, sure, the escape act is important, but you've also got a way to respond to illusion heroes with the spotlight. You've got the Wheel of Wonder, great teamfight ultimate. You've got that percent damage that's constantly ticking and getting rid of blinks. Like, there's a lot of things that a Ringmaster is able to do that a lot of these other saving styles are not. And there is still no Beastmaster ban, and clearly Virtus Pro are valuing this Earthshaker over that. Understandably, but very surprised. Okay, I mean, that's another way to respond to the Phoenix, like I was saying before, right? You could just choose to run away from it, and in the previous series, I think VP banned the Centaur at this phase of the draft, so they're just wanting to get in ahead of time.
Yeah, they love their Scent. I think Scent is probably one of bigger winners of TI as well. Like when it comes to the way that it's used, a lot of teams have recognized the potency of the Aghanims on Scent, having that extremely low self-stampede with a very nice save to pick people up and get them to safety or to allow them to hit is always nice. It was always a hero that needs a couple of covers though, right? Like when you're playing Centaur, you'd like to get rid of a couple of heroes that can get you back, like a Glimpse. Disruptor isn't that enjoyable to play into because of kinetic field as well. Mars isn't that amazing to play into because of the arena. All playable, of course, but
5 seconds remaining.
maybe these are the ones that you might consider banning.
I just saw the center and then I saw the banner behind that's like a horse. I just started laughing a little bit. And it's like the team mascot. I don't know if you mentioned the puck as well, but that's another great answer to it, right? Just Dream Coil, prevent the runaway until you get into those BKBs. Of course, Mars kind of in a similar sort of scenario. Even just like you could potentially look to address it in the lane somewhat as well. Monkey King's already been banned out, but you know, things like, not that it's picked all that much, Lifestealer. I've even seen Snapfire being run as a position 5 just because of Mars's quite low armor pool to be able to start things off, and you just little shredder with a Blightstone and just absolutely rip him apart.
Yep, and the reason why some scents start off with 1 or 2 rings of protection, right? Like one of the ways that you can alleviate a lot of pain in the lane. So far from Pipsqueak, 4 bans, 4 supports, really aiming our boys on Virtus Pro here at Skyrat and Techies, of course, and Enshin Naga. If you want to go this route, then just ban out the Phoenix as well. But I think this is enough. Like after this point, maybe Disruptor as well, but that's it. There's you gotta start banning out some cores. Or are you really saying that you don't really care about the cores of VP and what they pick up?
I can see a value of not really caring. I'm fine with the Phoenix being still in the pool. I think you can get your own answers to that. The other option would be ban Phoenix, pick Disruptor for yourselves. I think that would be perfectly viable as well. A bit of a block pick, and it's not necessarily bad into the Centaur either. You've always got a way to be able to catch.
They instead ban out the Medusa for now, straight into the Silencer, so the same answer, more or less. Last game it was Shaker and Silencer
the
instantly.
Phoenix, though, into the Silencer.
Yep.
That Beast is still in the pool.
Dire team pick.
The way that Global was used last game wasn't really awe-inspiring. So we'll see how they combo it up, mix it up this time around. It's nice, like as long as you can press it fast enough into a shaker, you should be able to combo break. But last game I really didn't see it. I'm not sure what happened, but a lot of those echoes were followed up by a roar, by another spell, and then Global comes out, which is the point of time where it's a little bit too late.
And even like, I guess it's kind of a pseudo answer to what you were saying, right? Like I keep talking about this Beastmaster, but if you are on point, there shouldn't be that follow-up, at least in the very early game, right? Or you're going to force out BKBs. But I mean, we're talking about early game. Can't find too much better than a Chen, who's finally slipped through into the draft, and it's something that Fly plays incredibly well as well. So should be able to get a little bit of pain onto this Centaur, especially if he's able to get even something like a Ghost Creep to be able to start dishing out a lot of the hurt in the lane. Ursa's still in the pool, which could be a decent answer to the Centaur.
It's kind of cool, right? Like you get the Chen snap. Even these two supports. Like when I see a Chen, to some extent Tench as well, but Tench is a bit more self-sufficient. Chen, however, I feel like his rotations are always with the team. And I like to see a support that kind of combos nicely with the Chen, and Snap is one of those. Even just a cookie on a creep can change things a little bit in fights and make some rotations and early ganks a bit more possible. Silencer hates playing into creeps as well, so Chen is one of those that can rotate behind the tower and start pressuring. And whenever I do see Chen, whenever I do see a lot of these creeps, I like to have heroes that can at least have some built-in mobility to get away from the zoo once it starts rotating behind the tier 1 tower. And Puck is a perfect example, right? Like you are playing Puck into Shaker, but you don't care about the Chen, you don't care about the Snap. The only catch that they truly have is the Shaker.
Dire team pick.
And particularly there's one of the saves. Particularly BKB, that's going to be so much more impactful, right? Having Puck be the real initiator, the one that's looking to try and take out Snapfire in particular. Just because if you are able to get onto the backlines, there's not really too much that a Snap can do. You know, like Chen is probably going to be the one buying the mech this game. So what is it that Snap's actually looking to try and purchase here? You know, they're not really going to get a huge amount of value from 4-staff, I would imagine, just because, you know, Dream Coil, you're going to get caught in place anyway. Stomp doesn't really save too much of anything. Stampede, they're still going to be able to catch you. So is it just a bit more into that self-sustain? Do they go for perhaps a ranged position 1 where you really want to start building into the Solar Crest for him? It's much more about that. But you're against a Shadow Demon as well, right? So even the 4-staffs, the Glimmer Capes, the Solar Crests aren't going to be all that impactful.
Yeah, this is the item that you usually look at from Snap, so maybe something like a Lotus will be purchased instead. It's a really good Lotus game. You're playing in Silencer as well when it comes to supports. When it comes to the carry, like, Shadow Demon is a problem. It always is. Whenever you're picking a position 1, Shadow Demon can completely sway the way that you think about the game. Ursa is still in the pool. That's an option for the Centaur, I guess, and brings you some catch later on with the Basher. But again,
against
Shadow
that
Demon
against the
is a
SD
problem.
doesn't feel great, right? Like
Nothing feels. That's I think the bottom line is nothing truly feels great in
10
SD
seconds remaining.
as a 1.
maybe like a Sven wouldn't be too bad. Like something that really needs that big steroid to get impact out of the disruption. So if you're able to just 2-hit people, you might not get the reaction speed out of the Silencer or the Shadow Demon that you're wanting. And even if you yourself get disrupted, like you don't build Manta, so those aren't going to get disrupted. But you're not going to have the God Strength on the illusions. The only other option I can think of that kind of fits that boat is the Gyrocopter.
It's a decent option, I have to say. I don't mind it. Their damage is not like massive in the lane as well, so Gyro could be played. Gyro is nice, your Sven call as well isn't that bad. They are still
10 seconds
lacking
remaining.
good lockdown for the puck. But what they're not
5
lacking
seconds
is
remaining.
just map control and map pressure between the Beast and Chen. These two supports will feel like they're in a jungle and there's no one there to guide them. They need to hold each other's hands and hope for the best. The only worst thing for Shadow Demon and Silencer that I could imagine is like a Lycan running them down, but it just isn't as good of a Lycan game. When it comes to Beast, at least what's good for Pipsqueak is they do have that disruption into Roar, so you have some saves. The Gyro that you mentioned is banned out, so maybe the Sven is really the best option for them. But you're opening up the Shaker for the other side then maybe. So you have Beast for it, I guess you should be fine.
I'm just thinking as well, like, is there any universe where this Beastmaster is played as a 1 and they just try and pick something else for the offlane that maybe is able to just a little bit more easily catch the backline? It's not meta at all, but I've always been a Night Stalker fan when you've got like these really backline
it's good.
supports.
What I like about Night Stalker is all the supports and puck. It's great against them. What I dislike about
5
Night Stalker is the
seconds
Centaur. You pop your ulti, he pops the Stampede, and it kind of cancels each other's out. But I wouldn't mind it. Your other call, the Sven, was, I mean, very straightforward, simple, you know. Their draft this time around from VP is just well-rounded, straightforward. But at the same time, it leaves Pipsqueak with something to play around, maybe. Maybe they can find a way to...
I mean, Ursa's in the pool.
5
Yep.
seconds remaining.
That's what we mentioned earlier, right? Like on one side the Sven gets picked up, on the other most likely Ursa should be the follow-up.
They left it until the very last second and instead go TB. Okay, yeah, it's not the worst, right? You've got a good way to be able to answer this, like, death ball that's going to be coming their way, and secondly, it's much more of a Nunde style hero. You've got the Shadow Demon illusions that you're going to be able to use a lot more offensively because, I mean, realistically, what are you saving now other than the raw target? So earlier on, I'm expecting to see a lot more spams of the TB illusions into that lane in particular. Do you think this is enough to make Dahak want to go axes, or is it still just going to be, we're going to go full zoo and we don't really care if the TB has a decent enough start to the game?
I think this is kind of a game where you can go for axes for the lane itself, if nothing. Like, you don't have... I'm not saying max the axes, but you don't have to go like 0-2-2, you know? Like, just that extra magic damage can come in handy in the lane. You cleave through the illusions and the Terrorblade as well, so it might not be that terrible. We'll see what he opts to go for. It's all like situational. Sometimes it's just not having enough mana or wasting some mana here and there can sway you from going for axes into going full beasts. It all depends on how the lane goes. I feel like
the other thing as well,
in general, versus TB, it's not bad.
The other thing as well that I'm really looking at is that you've only got so much farm on the map, right? I know there's more farm than ever on the map, but you're playing with a Shaker who's going to be echo slamming ancient stacks, and you're playing with a Sven who's going to be taking a bunch of stacks as well. So I don't know if you can like go that full wild axes build and look to take a few of them yourself. So I think, yeah, if they were going to go down that route, it would just be just for the lane, like you were mentioning, just to kind of not give TB the easiest time, even if it slows you down a little bit, just so that, you know, the TB isn't quite as potent in those earlier stages.
Back to the fountain. Back to the
I'm just listening to all the spam right now. The voice lines are pretty good this year, I have to say. A lot of really good ones.
People are taking them more seriously, which is always great. Not too much time left to buy them, by the way, so get on Lizard's voice line.
I'm sure you can buy better ones.
30 seconds.
But 5 smokes on one side and 5 on the other. But they're kind of separated. It's not like one big play that's happening. Instead, they've kind of separated in multiple groups. It looks like Pipsqueak, they do not want to fight right now, so they're dodging.
A little bit of time left on that smoke. They're going to potentially run into the Sven here, but there's no real kill threat at this point. Looks like it's going to be a 2 for 2.
2 for 2? Yeah, 2 for 2. Silencer might actually fall here, though. With the blood grenade, my dear Kidaru, Silencer has strayed too far from safety. That's a perfect start for Beastmaster, because he can basically choose what to go for now. Maybe he can save up and buy Iron Will immediately, or go for Crown. We'll see. I think you actually wait for
the Iron Will pre-purchased as well. Like, he's got the right click to the second that he gets that gold. He knows the way that he wants to play this game.
You're playing into
Very
TV.
important that they still...
You're playing into a lot, a lot of right clicks, so it's really good to get that armor and region immediately.
Daro is taking a beating though from Antares. Using that full bore facet to its fullest potential, just to try and more easily trade against the silencer. Still yet to have a point in the metamorphosis. Maybe a 1-1-1 build to start here from Nanda, just to have that kill threat there. Of course, reflection 1 point is so insane value still.
Mm-hmm.
The images.
It's really strong with
be a factor.
silencer as well, right? Like Arcane Curse plus reflection is very annoying.
You know, how do you get away from that? A little surprised at Cowrie being this low already in the lane. Oh, they got the Satyr Mind Stealer. That's part of the reason why. Just preventing a lot of the last hitting potential that they've got at this stage, and either himself or more likely the Centaur, yep, are just going to get mana burned, and there's not really too much that they can do about it to stop him. You're not naturally buying into a lot of this mana regen or a soul ring or anything like that as a Centaur.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going to get pretty frequently beaten down.
Both of these heroes lost all their mana before they even hit level 2. Like the Centaur and the Shadow Demon. Chen is already having a lot of impact on the top lane.
He's got Clarity and a Mango coming out to him at least on Cowrie, so as a way to be able to respond somewhat to it. Instantly looking to use that, and they might actually look to get aggressive, but a little bit short on the mana because of that that Satyr Mindstealer creep, so ended up using a Mango as well for that purpose, and Cowrie's not going to get anything as a result of it.
That top lane, I feel like, is a bit more difficult to make a play. Bot lane is... I kill Central. The way I see it, even though they're all very healthy right now, anything can happen. Like if Silencer is just a little bit out of position, he can die. Beastmaster, by the way, as well went for 1 point of wild access, 2 of Call of the Wild, so maybe they can go for a kill here.
Fast enough to be able to get away, it seems. Plenty of farm to be able obtained under the tower. Having a quick look in the mid lane as well. Xen doing a fine enough job against the Earthshaker, of course. Still in danger of one of these right clicks just coming in his way, but certainly making the most out of this frequent harass that you're able to get away from the Shaker. Hasn't really copped too many right clicks himself.
Yeah, even if the Shaker is this low and you're full HP, you gotta be careful as Puck. It's still... like, the stun lock potential is still there. He's got a Raindrop, he's got a Magic Wand and Fairy Fire on Shaker, so he's kinda healthier than he seems at the moment.
Do you think Puckish needs to be in the game? I think it's a little bit too good. It's almost able to. Whoop,
He went a bit
taking
deep.
a lot of damage here. I don't know, just walking under a
probably
tower
would
and
have been
using
wo-
phase shift
Yep.
to be able to get a little bit
Yeah,
of
that-
mana and health back. Just it's so obnoxious.
Yeah, that thing alone really bothers me. I feel like Puck is right now... He's been good for a couple of patches, but he just keeps on getting stronger and stronger. I don't know if you played against this hero on mid lane, but like one thing is when you watch how strong he is in games, but when you play against it, when you play against a good Puck, it's goddamn so annoying.
What can I do? Like, I literally cannot do anything. Ended up getting right-clicked from the low ground there. Once again, a little bit more of a passive start to the game. Just the one kill thus far. It was a silencer really early on. Can't really expect
maybe
too
I
much to be
expected-
happening on this bottom side of the map with the Hawk now into that Helm of Iron Will, right? Already has the crown. 700 gold away from being able to get into the full Helm of the Dominator.
I don't know, I feel like this lane is still... I don't know, I think this lane has a lot of kill potential on both sides if they commit. They just haven't committed yet, and also Snap didn't have Cookie. He went for 101, now he has, of course, all 3 spells and is still gonna go back, make a lot of stacks, I guess. Might seal
A
the
little
fate of
careful
Beast,
now.
though.
Yeah, now he's dead. Oh, unless TP ends up wasting the clarity as a result, though.
He TP'd all the way base. He's gonna have to
Yep.
run back to the lane.
Kadara doing a nice job of just blocking up a few of those stacks. I don't think that Observer Ward has spotted him out just yet, having moved into the area, but the sentry actually covers that range as well, so they got the sound from the stack, so I wonder if that's going to put them off a little bit, maybe think that there isn't a sentry being built up there, because we've already mentioned how important all three of Virtus Pro's cores are going to be utilizing stacks to be able to try and accelerate their farm.
When you see a Shaker in your game, the triangle is his. I've said this a few times, because I see it in pubs as well, that people aren't really respecting this hero enough from the mid lane and taking away his stacks on his own team. There is no way you can justify it on any other hero. If you have a Shaker in the game, he's taking the stacks. It's as simple as that. Later down the line, sure, Sven can maybe go into the triangle, and he should, but this first impact needs to be from the Shaker. Like, he needs to get it.
And Tara's just called him away, basically saying, let me get one more stack off, but doesn't quite get the glimpse that both of those wards is taken out. And Tara's even called the sentry, fix this ward, please, as they make a bit of a play here onto the Shaker, but he's got that invis rune that's going to get him back to safety. Plus, of course, Antares coming through with the save.
Yeah, a little bit of divine favor as well, and this should probably mean that he goes back and echoes, right? It's always so satisfying.
Ooh!
A bit too close. I love how he popped everything he had, you know, like in that moment when he got attacked.
Yeah, fairy fire. Ooh. Ooh. Just far enough away. That'll actually be in range to be able to clear out both sentries. And Taurus hasn't cleared the one covering the hard camp yet.
Coin for me.
It's a sneaky ward, right? Like, it's kind of hard to see it unless you really go there.
Mm-hmm.
Beastmaster?
We'll see flies.
Should be fine. I love how teams aren't even contesting the stacks anymore. They just realize that making your own stacks, maybe blocking them, that's it. Like maybe sub-sentries, but that's it. Like no one goes in and truly contests any longer. You just, most of the time, you get a couple of trades off, and that's it. And you lose so much time that you could have been farming on your own side instead.
You have to be some kind of exceptional stack taker for you to even be considering it, right? Like the Shrek, TA, those are the sorts of ones where it's just in and out, not too much time spent wasting with sticking around for all that long. Because like you mentioned, time is precious.
Dude, this small centaur is very annoying. The big centaur is sending his bro.
Oh, they found the
Sven might die for it.
Here. Will die. Did you see, he even didn't get the last hit on that Helm of the Dominator creep. It was the Ancient Black Dragon that got it. So he ended up spending a lot of time up there just to get himself killed.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. Because it's not like Centaur was perfect with his micro and that he was using Helm of Dom on some other target. Like you said, it's the Ancients that got it in the end instead. Nice kill in any case for Pipsqueak.
TP comes down to the bottom side here from Palantimos, really just wanting to be in a position to be able to defend against the eventual Beastmaster push, realizing that he is in a much better place to be testing this versus a TB who is given the top side, let him take the tower, with Sven being pushed out of the lane. It's much more reliable. nearly into the Blade Mail as well for Palantimos. He's having a great start.
There's a dagger though, and with a Shaker, with a Cookie, and with Mortimer's Kisses, they might be able to take down Scent. The only problem is the same problem we had in game number 2. Exactly, there's the global silence.
Particularly for the Kisses, right? Like, that's, you can't rely on more than maybe 2 globs to be able to come out here.
Well, it depends. If the silencer is played like in game number 2, maybe the full set of
5
kisses will fly through. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was some delay happening for sure. They can kill Puck though, like he dies fast enough, I feel like, if they combo it up with an extra hero.
Sure. Just having a look at even his item build, he's gone the Spark of Courage. So I wonder how much of that is specifically in response to the Earthshaker, right? He's anticipating getting Blink Echoed into an Enchant Totem, and once he's below that 50% HP, wonder how much that 5 armor is going to actually be the difference there for keeping him alive.
Helps versus Snap, right? Like Lil Shredder is annoying. So getting some extra armor against that, if nothing else, is value. What I really like about some players right now, not everyone does this, but this casual Sage's mask that people started going for, just like usually it doesn't feel that great. Like 0.7 doesn't feel like it sustains you. Like you need at least 1.2, 1.5, so your Urns or Bassies, something like that. But 0.7 together with the raindrop, that already feels good enough. And
yep,
most players are just
I'm a
keeping
big,
it like this, It's value.
big time raindrop enjoyer here. Like that, it is the best value item in the game, in my opinion. Like you just get so much out of this. 6 different charges of it, the regen, the block. It's saved me so many times, and it just enables you to stay out on the map. And I can see why people are looking to combo it together with something casual like that Sage's Mask. I'm anticipating Abed and Taris about to go for a bit of a play here. He's got the smoke available for himself. Magic wand in the backpack.
They should know though, right?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I agree that Puck is by far the squishiest for them to be able to take out, but is that necessarily the right area for them to be playing at this stage of the game? They're starting to potentially move towards the top lane to the tankiest hero that there is. Can you kill this Centaur? I'm really not sure. 2000 HP, Sister Shroud, Healing Lotus, Blade Mail, a pretty juicy magic wand, into the Global Silence as well, so the kisses, you can't really account for those.
Maybe a Twin Gate play. Go through the Twin Gate, find a TB. He's also very squishy. Just like the Puck, he isn't. He's actually sitting on like what 1300 HP with edgy boots.
Still
Another
pinging
hero
the
that you can go
Centaur.
for. Yep.
Got
They
the
were
silence,
baiting
and they
it
haven't
out.
actually used any ultis. They haven't used ultis though. That's
They
the
were
big
baiting.
difference. No echo. No Mortimer's
They were
kisses. So
baiting.
now that's enabled.
They were baiting it out for sure. Sven though,
He's dead.
I'm not sure if he caught. Like maybe there was some misunderstanding because Shaker TP'd bottom immediately after, because they want to go on the TB now that Global is gone, and TB might fall. He popped meta. Yeah, the two carries of the teams, I feel like they're not really. Yeah, they're a bit greedier than you'd expect. Let's put it that way.
Not in the same Discord call, maybe.
Maybe they're just super next level. They expect that we're gonna go there, so I'm gonna stay here because they're gonna go there as well to follow our move. Maybe something like that's happening, but in any case...
Keep an eye on this mid lane. I'm just having my eye on XN, really wanting to force him to try and commit into this fight, and I like the fact that Snapfire is playing around this lane so aggressively, just because you're not going to get too many instances where you've got the Mortimer's Kisses available and the Global Silence is on cooldown, but just makes it all the more impressive that XN has that presence of mind just to never really show himself on the lane. He's been constantly casting things from the tree line, and now he's backed off into the ancient camp area and just looking to try and take that, so needing to change priorities was Antares just to force a response elsewhere on the map, just by shoving out the lane.
Yeah, he's farming quite a lot on Puck. Do you like that though? Like, do you think that maybe Turblade died because of that kind of a play? Or is he
think
just
Terribly
fine
died 'cause
pushing
he
out with
moved a little
illusions?
Too far forward. I think it's fine to delay for just a little bit further, right? Like Puck, 1500 gold away from the Blink Dagger, and when you look at it, like, keeping your towers is pretty important, so I don't think there's too much that XN can do away from this mid lane for now. I mean, you're up against a Beastmaster who's 500 gold away from Helm of the Dominator, you're up against a Chen with, you know, army already starting to build up, he's got the Dark Troll Summoner building into that mechanism. So it's really just about getting your farm while you can in a relatively safe space. And I think that's the most that they can do for now. Maybe they look to get a little more aggressive now that you've got the global silence.
To that, I'll just add one question then. Are you worried that maybe VP are, if you're Radiant, do you think that you can out-farm this team? Like, because I'm seeing a Beast, a Chen, a Sven. Like, they're all kind of scaling.
It's a pretty farm-heavy lineup, isn't it? I mean, when you think of supports that have that ability to A, farm and B, be a lot more effective solo into the later stages of the game, I don't necessarily think the Silencer and the Shadow Demon, and speaking of the Chen, who's wanting that early game impact, he's just going to fall pretty damn easily. They take out the majority of his army as well.
Yeah, all of it, and that was at least the smoke reveal, right, that happened, but you're happy with it if you're Pipsqueak. They are TPing in, they want to fight after this, it seems like.
Just get this one pretty cleanly. Sven is here. Where is the Shaker though? Just a little bit too far behind was Abed. Didn't TP in. Was just farming along the top side of the map. Had that Blink Echo level 2 available, and they've just gone a little bit too far forward. Still 3 minutes away from the Tormentor, so they're not going to lose that on the top side of the map, but just buys them that little bit of extra time to get into that next item. You know, now I believe you've got the Blink Dagger coming out for the Puck.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're probably not gonna go on anyone without using Roar anymore, right? Like, even on the SD, like, he was an easy kill if they used Roar, but they didn't, and instantly got punished for it.
So it's Carry looking at trying to
Okay.
up inside. Hearing a bit of a jump in here with that Blink Dagger reveal with the God
Radiant's
Strength.
middle tower is under attack.
Just wiping Carry off the
Radiant
map, and
structures are fortified.
they should be able to transition this into another objective. Maybe even starting to move a little bit more down towards the bottom side with Shaker still hanging around.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Signet. Shove in these waves a little bit further. Left on the God Strength. They're just about to wear off.
They want to fight, Puck is in. Puck is in, and Snap probably will be the first one to fall here. Has a...
nice
okay,
heal.
with the ult from Shen. They don't get the kill in the end. Pretty nice save. Fairy Fire as well from Snap, saving her life.
Definitely is a value Glimmer Cage sort of game, Snapfire. Just to... I mentioned before how frustrating it's going to be for the Puck, for the Snap going up against the Puck. It's just one of those heroes that you really can't do anything against until it gets to like the uber late stages of the game, where you might be able to get into something like a Scythe of Vice or, you know, things of that nature. But I also don't think you're the target that
Radiant are scanning.
is going to have the Demonic Purge used onto you, right? Like, so sure, it takes away that Glimmer Cape save potential for someone else, but you know, you've got the mechanism, which doesn't need to be targeted. You've got the Hand of God, which doesn't need to be targeted. You've got the armor from the Sven, which is actually purchasing up the Aghanim Shard straight after the BKB, so
Radiant's
seeing the
top tower
value
is
for
under
sure of
attack.
protecting not just himself, but the rest of the team from the TB damage.
Yeah, it's really cool that it
Dire's
becomes
bottom
undispellable,
tower
right?
is
Like,
under
it's
attack.
a very cool shard. Puck is in again, but he catches two. Dream Coil now as well, and there will be no saving the Snapfire.
I'm just a little worried once again. I mean, Abed, he's dropped off a little bit in farm. He has used maybe 2 Echo Slams so far this game, and just looking to farm into that Kaya, it seems, but certainly feels like he could be getting a little bit more active, particularly around his Chen. You know, with that mechanism available, Morty's Kisses available, God Strength available. You don't necessarily need the BKB to make a lot of these pickoffs happen. I just need to see perhaps a little bit more playing around this top side, particularly now that it's right on the 20-minute mark, and it should be a pretty quick and easy tormentor for them.
Can they contest this after? Let's see, they're kind of wrapping behind them. But TB might show here. He's smoked up for now.
Still 10 seconds left on the Dream Coil. Puck just grabbing the remnants of that smoke as they see everyone trying to retreat onto that high ground. They'll be happy enough just to be able to take out that Helm of the Overlord creep. 250 gold going the way of XM. Doing a good job of protecting that tier 1 tower. I mean, I've said how important it is keeping control of these ancient camps just because of the farming potential that Virtus Pro have, but and we've seen XN, that's a big area that he himself has kind of restricted himself to, is this ancient stack. Just trying to
Yeah,
not
he's been
reveal
farming
himself,
here
not
forever.
make himself an easy kill. Yeah.
I mean, he's not an easy kill by any stretch. I guess I actually take that back. Sven has hit. He's not in the critical mass, but he has that mass that, at the moment at least, if he pops GDS, just goes in with a stun, he can probably kill off anyone, even through global.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Sure. He's also got 4 levels on the TV, by the way, which pretty nice for him to be able to open up such a big lead so early on into the piece.
They kind of farm in a different way, right? Like TB is all about the illusions and shoving the waves, yeah. Meanwhile, Sven just farms the stacks and everything on his own. Gives him some level advantage as well. And also the last hits, like there is like 100 creeps almost of difference between the two.
BKB now finished up for the Sven. Feels like a smoke about to break out here on the entire team. Not purchasing up any components towards that Glimmer Cape for the Snapfire. You've already got the some of the magic resistance stuff to be built up by Chen, but potentially prioritize that Aghanim Shard for the Snap. Fight again.
Centaur?
The Centaur. Okay.
Oh, the disruption
Delays
is
a
so
little bit.
good, it saves him. Yep. God Strength is used. Roar is
Snap
used,
is in
and now
no
they're
man's
falling
land
back
here.
because TB is sitting from behind. He hits the Chen. Chen is dead, but
Oh, big damage!
now the TB is dead. Big echo, big turnaround again with the Sven. He didn't use BKB in the initial go, and there was no Centaur, so TB might have been a little bit overzealous there.
Certainly, clumping together with everyone else, you see the value of just having that patience on Antares in particular, just holding that Mortimer's Kisses until the very last second. Just gets completely blown up on the TV. Basically all magic
smoking
damage
up.
being thrown his way.
They want to contest this.
Maybe they can.
There's no
Centaur's
BKB.
pretty beefy. Beefy enough, it seems.
Yeah, maybe they could have,
Be
but
also starting to move. I mean, they're not committing to Roche on VP either.
there's 6 stacks, 7 stacks now on Rush. Kaori wants to blow it up in one go, but
Just one-shot him.
Unfortunately, of course, it stopped scaling exponentially after 5 stacks. He's just gonna weaken the rush for Beast.
Yoinked it at the very end, though.
Radiant are
That's a possible play as well, yeah.
Got strength being popped. It's got the vision,
Let's
but
see.
it's got their own vision.
Nah, it's not nearly enough damage.
fallen to the dire.
Pretty Free value one to pick up, and quite an even game up to this point. I mean, the Sven is certainly on an island at the top of the net worth here. And they're bringing up the rear on his Earthshaker in terms of the cores, but pretty even other than that across the board. And I think XN is really starting to realize how difficult of a time they're still going to have killing him in general. So he's like, you know what, I'm going to itemize a little bit more selfishly for myself. Going straight into that Aghanim Scepter, getting hit by the Dream Coil AoE damage. I mean, he's already got a Parasma, so why wouldn't you look to try and maximize that as much as possible? Beast very deep and very dead.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this is a good choice from the puck. It's not only that he's itemizing selfishly, it's just the fact that they don't really have a lot of ways of killing him. Unless some great echo is used on top with a fissure. It's an easy puck game. And I feel like when the puck game is easy, just go for what's the best. The ultimate scaling. Parasma, Aghanim, sometimes Mjolnir. It just all feels so nice.
Nice little pick off there.
He's just playing with them.
Oh, that's a nice little save as well. So even if you are looking to try and use everything onto the one unit, all it takes is a blink in plus
SD.
workhorse as see ya, Kaori. Well, it was nice knowing it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
Yeah, at the
bottom
moment it
tower
really
feels
does
like
feel like
BP are...
It could go both ways, couldn't it? Like, it's just
Yeah.
on the initiation.
is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit easier, of course, if you're blowing people up in 2 hits, if you're a Sven. At the same time, there is global to cover for any follow-up. I guess if you're Pipsqueak right now, you're much happier with taking this game further, right? Like into the depths of Aghanim's
Radiant's
puck
top tower is
with
under
Parasma, with another item on top of all of that.
Level
Them
25.
actually taking
like
the
all
fights
these
right
sorts
now.
of
Yep,
things.
level 25.
Just continuously scaling, but again, like, this is where, with the Snapfire, like, he's starting to purchase up an Aeon Disc now, which, I get it, but I'm also... I really wish he would have gone towards something that was actually going to address this puck directly, you know, like, Chen's going to build auras, the Beastmaster, you're going to roar, I guess, the puck if you can, but you've got global, and you've got the disruption to be able to save after the fact.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think he can get Hex. Like, if Snap isn't, maybe Beast can do it. It's not
Radiant's
out of this
middle
world to
tower
see a
is
Beast
under
with a
attack.
Hex, so it won't be that bad.
Dire are scanning.
He can either itemize like that for a catch into the puck, or a bit more selflessly with some more utility SD.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just popping the God Strength to be able to take him out. I was wondering if they might even catch the TB after the fact, but won't be that lucky. We'll get a D-ward off though. And Antares.
They made a mistake of
I
not-
think it would have to be that next item though, wouldn't it, Liz, in order for you to really get the value out of that Scythe of Ice, I think, because Puck is really going to become an issue, even more so than she already is, right? She's been participating in 7 out of the 8 kills so far, 3rd on net worth, level 18, so certainly not lacking in terms of the farming and scaling potential, and only 1 item away from that Aghanim
Radiant's
Scepter
bottom
already.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Radiant
I-
structures are fortified.
They might... Never mind. I was thinking maybe a fissure catch on top, but it's just not gonna happen. Yeah, I think so too. I think Hex on Beastmaster as next item would be probably the best idea for them. Because that's the hero that is giving you most headaches at the moment. If you're not doing that, what are you going for on Beast right now? Like, other option that is more common is an AC. I think it's a bit too late for it. And maybe it's not as necessary. It's not bad, but you have Warcry already as a shard. And another option as well is Refresher, of course, on on Beast for the double roar and double BKB. Which also
Refresh
isn't
is
bad
definitely an
because you're
option.
playing into global. Yeah.
I think one of the previous games Dahak went Nullifier, but it doesn't really seem like a Nullifier game this time around. SD's gone Eighth Lens Blink Dagger. TB has nothing, basically, that's going to get dispelled. Same with Centaur, same with Puck, and it's really just a Solar Crest that's doing that. It's going to have effectiveness against this game, so really much point.
Oh, the smoke is broken by a hidden beast. Unlucky smoke by SD and Sent. A very slow game. I really feel that Silencer is the main reason why we are getting these slow games. Like, if you eliminate this hero from the game, and suddenly every smoke is just being used on cooldown. You can get all these pickoffs. Terrorblade on top lane. Even if you catch him here, the global is there. Never mind, it's the Silencer.
Well, they found the Silencer.
Kill him instead.
Just want to pop the BKB, not necessary.
If you want to get this one, there's a
Chase
blink
going.
on Shadow Demon. Not really.
So is it now... Like, he's purchasing into the refresher on Silencer. Makes a lot of sense, for sure. I also see value in just going an Aeon Disc first. Not that, you know, you're the most likely to get a ton of farm sort of hero by any stretch, but you got to get to that late stage. You know, if you're just dying... I was going to say constantly, but what number death is that? Just number 3. It's not really going to affect you that much.
Look, I don't think Aeon Disc is that necessary on him. Like, he's got greedy plus 100 GPM bonus on Silencer. At this point, you might as well, like, if he didn't have to ward, he could literally just stay in base. You know, and just pop the R when necessary.
Radiant's top tower
You
is
should
under
be far
attack.
enough not to get killed. Like, when you look at the enemy team, like the team of VP, if you're getting killed as a Silencer, that's because you are in a position in which you know you might get jumped, and that's fine.
Yeah, for sure. As long as he's positioning himself slightly ahead of his cores, you know, when they're looking to take some of this lane farm, then happy to do it. But it's just... It does enable them so much. The big thing for mine is, though, like, outside of the Beastmaster and I guess the Kisses, is there really anything that the Global's actually stopping? Like, I think the Echo Slam is still going to be good enough, and you're going to have the BKB afterwards on the Earthshaker as well now.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Up to the point when they didn't have BKBs, when they didn't have these items that get rid of global, it was great. Now that they have them, it's absolutely not as much value, which is why he's buying Refresher, right? To use that secondary global after the BKBs are popped.
But further to that point, that's what's really got me puzzled about why VP are kind of just sitting back at this stage of the game. Surely this is the time where, before you can let that greedy neutral item kick in and really give him what he needs towards that second refresher, this is the time to be maybe making the most of it. Maybe they just want level 25 on the Sven, maybe they want the Satanic on the Sven, so that they've got a secondary way to be able to get out of the global silence.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, and the Hex that Beast is buying, by the way, we talked about. Maybe they're worried of this Puck scenario in which he's just not killed through the fight. You clean everyone else, but he destroys you. Oh, the nice initiation from the Centaur. Double stun into the BKBs though, and the roar is used. They on this one snap, trying to get away from the TB, from the Stampede. Well, the Carty at least. Beastmaster
Sven
will fall in the end.
He's watching,
And they
but
counterplay
it
this.
seems like he's happy enough to join in. But was a lot used though.
Spectating.
But for good reason, right? Roshan available right here. They've still got half duration on the Metamorphosis, so gotta give it a good shot.
They have DD on Shaker.
You know? Force out the global, but gonna take the bait. Gives themselves a little bit of vision as well.
My gratitude.
They just
I was
forced
saying
them back
before,
with
like-
Mortis? No?
I think so. I was mentioning before that the nullifier wasn't going to give them massive value on the Beastmaster, and I'd much rather something like that Scythe of Vice, but wouldn't you know it, Puck is going for the Aeon Disc, so nullifier now suddenly becomes that much more necessary for them to be able to take out. Well, maybe it's still just like, well, he's used a lot of net worth to not die, so that means he's not dishing out as much on this Puck, so let's just try and focus someone else down and really utilize the Scythe of Ice in that capacity. But again, the SD and the Silencer are doing something seriously wrong if they're in a position to get caught out by something like that.
This is a good scan. They scan that they might be in the pit, but they aren't. Instead, they smoke up, and TB, if he shows himself on this top lane...
SD is very deep here.
Yep.
Okay. Wants to buy back. Back line?
Silencer as well.
Silencer is also caught very early. This positioning.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
going for the
they end up catching them though.
Shaker? Turblade? No
Died
karting
before
for
he
you,
got
my
in the
friend.
card.
Yeah, Uber was late. An ultra kill for Mr. Swan. Maybe a rampage if Silencer is caught, which he probably should be. Just give him the rampage.
Here.
Yep.
Was one by one
think-
single file lizard.
One by one, and every man for himself, I feel like. Shadow Demon on the right side. Silencer completely on the left. Turblade as well, trying to go for a kill without meta, at the beginning at least. And at the end, just popped the BKB and died without even the cart being able to save him. I mean, it's one of those blunders, I guess. Yeah.
SD in particular, right? Like, he had Centaur right there with him. Surely the Centaur should be the one at the top of the stairs breaking any kind of smoke attempt, but... Look to regret that one, because this game was pretty damn even up until that point, and now off the back of that, a Rampage to the enemy Sven, an Aegis on top of that.
It was just such a good smoke. And they got baited out by the scan, like their own scan baited them into thinking, okay, these guys are probably GDS rushing. Sven can take it in a second, so let's fight. And Shadow Demon was on top of the stairs to try and use the Shadow Poison, which is something that you usually do. If you have Aetherland's Blink on SD, like, you can be there, right? Like, you use the Poison to scout rush, but he wasn't aware that they're actually already on top of them with the smoke. Very nicely done by VP.
And that was, I mean, mostly without Echo Slam as well, right? Didn't really see that big impact coming through.
Didn't use a lot of things, like they just blew them up with the Sven mostly. By the way, double hex.
expended a buyback.
Snap buying one.
Yep. It's an initiation. You'll have the BKB to be able to play around with on the Sven. No real point in popping it with the Demonic Purge on it.
Centaur is in as well on the left. He caught Chen, but Chen truly isn't the target. Hand of God.
The Echo though.
Fissure. Yeah.
There it is.
It is. It's good. Puck is gone. The buyback instantly after. But you can just bail now, right? Like, you don't have the Echo for about 70 seconds. You don't really have to fight. Very nicely baited out by VP. Yeah. If they wanted to, they could continue hunting. This Chen is massive, by the way. One of the main reasons. He's literally playing like an Ench. He's up front and no one can kill him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Should be. Maybe. Aeon Disc was
should be.
already
There's no
used, so
follow-up.
has to be very careful.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I feel like Beast did not believe in that play. He was all the way to the right side. Even though he has a Blink and the Hex and the Roar, he didn't believe in the Puck kill. I don't blame him. The hero is so damn slippery.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm sure that Antares is basically saying to them, just give me that next little bit of farm. He's only 600 gold away from his own Hex as well. Gets the gold for that D ward. I'm sure he wants a lane or a few neutral creeps for himself.
Yeah, they have a nice shard on SD as well to help out, so he can purge his teammates as well top lane, BKB and TP out from TB. I like out of all the heroes in this on this map, I feel like the carry diff is the one that I'm seeing. That's most apparent to me, at least. The amount of work that Sven has accomplished to do, and the amount of work TB is doing, the disparity is quite apparent.
Radiant's top tower
Sure,
is under
and
attack.
I mean, you're kind of the ones that are forced to make a bit of a change happen, as Sven is looking to just
Radiant
verge onto anyone that might be revealing for half a second. I mean, look at all of the vision that they've got right now on VP. It is littered throughout the map, and it's almost gotten to the point where you've already got the gem on the puck, but he's once again spending the majority of his time just in the jungle, away from prying eyes, wanting to get into that next item for himself, or even better if he could get up to level 25.
I think they have to TP. They're kind of fake TPing with some defense, but especially with the banner.
Tower.
Terribly, it has no
Tanky with
TP
his
for 10
ancient
seconds, by
Granite
the way.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
And hasn't really progressed in his items either, this time being spent down here. Ooh, nice.
Another go from the Sven.
Save attempt.
Yeah, he still has Aegis for 30 seconds. Even if they kill him, it's not really the end of the world, but he wants to keep the hits going, and another tower is gone. Oh, that disseminates.
Use of the SD, yeah. Potentially force them back, but again, they've still got everything available with the exception of the God Strength. There's no real need for them to hang around too much longer. They'll end up securing that Wisdom Shrine for themselves, Beastmaster ending up claiming it.
Yeah, at this point, Sven hurts quite hard, even without God's Strength, but they're gonna take it slow, as most teams are at the moment. A refresher is completed on Shaker as well.
Daedalus coming soon for the Sven as well. 1400 gold away, as every other component. And they're going to get the last torment of the team. Chen has
Chen.
so even more ancient creeps.
It's quite nice, by the way, for other things too. Like leveling up the spells that you get from the small creeps is... usually you don't think about it too much, but it's not too bad. Like Hurricane Ice Armor as well, being level 4.
Radiant are scanning.
Pretty cool.
So we've talked about how VP have done a great job. I'm just trying to theory craft how they could potentially come back on the pipsqueaks here. Is that a Scythe of Vice completed for Centaur? I mean, that'll help. Go a long way towards it. But again, like, you just got to think who are the people that they're putting onto the front lines. It's very rarely the Snapfire, and even if it is, she's got the Aeon Disc. Beastmaster, tanky as hell. He's got a Pyrrhic Cloak, and he'll probably have an Ancient Granite Golem.
Just look at Puck and what he's purchasing, what he has in Quick Buy, and you'll understand. He's going for Rapier. And this truly is the... And it's also a hero that can absolutely change how these fights look. Like Puck, if he initiates well on Sven with Aghanims, once he gets this Rapier, he can chew right through them. He's also very close to level 25.
Dire
Going in. They found out the
Terror
TB.
Blade. Can he live through the BKB? Is there a target?
Beast
Sunder?
Sunder
There
something.
is. Beast is sundered.
Found Beast. They've still got the Workhorse available as well.
Sven healing through.
Puck's the one.
He's alive
Puck's
for
trying
now.
to take him out. The Parasma's putting
He
in
should
work.
be able to, right? Oh,
No!
he isn't! He tried so hard. Terribly, this well falls in the end. Man, he
That'll
just
be
needed
it.
a little bit extra help control for the Sven, but Divine Favor as well, working in overtime to save the Sven. Satanic, of course, the last hits. GG is called.
And GG's coming through. Pretty clinical at the end there by VP. I mean, it was a game that I didn't think Pipsqueaks were in a bad position for either, as, well... It will actually end with a VP win 2-1, so a little bit longer of a journey than what a lot of people might have been expecting. Pipsqueak's taking them the distance and really just showing once again how even Dota is across the board these days, Liz.
Yeah, Dota is even, and most teams are, like in tier 2, tier 1.5, tier 3 scene even. It doesn't really matter anymore. Like, no matter who you're facing against, you have to bring up your A game. VP and Pipsqueak, like on paper, maybe you see some, of course you do see some more popular players on VP, but this was not an easy series for them. Like, they won 2-1, but that second series, if Pipsqueak played just a little bit cleaner, they could have easily 2-0'd this one. But as it usually goes, if you don't win versus guys that have experience with a clean 2-0, it's usually the team that wins the second game that takes the series as well. I would love to see the stats on this, but it's also the morale boost that you get from winning that second game that plays a part. This last game, they did feel a little bit disconnected, right? Like, I don't know how you felt, but it never felt that Pipsqueak, to me at least, Pipsqueak, they weren't really making any plays on the map. They were just kind of waiting. Most importantly, the Puck, whose game feels kind of free, he was just chilling in the triangle waiting for stuff to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's the one that needs to be making the stuff happen, though, right? It really felt like the Centaur. A couple of nice initiations, actually, coming through from Palantimos, but it wasn't enough at the end of the day to be able to get them the W, and it's twice now that the Silencer hasn't really worked out for them as well. Once laning together with a Mars, you can kind of give them a pass. They were trying something a little out of left field, but that time, yes, it did drag the game a little bit, but it also felt like outside of that, it was just doing straight up nothing. Where you compare that to what Fly was doing, you're being a lot more proactive with the way that you're able to play. You're able to play so much more on the enemy's side of the map, and outside of that global silence, it kind of felt like, you know, Pipsqueak, and you could honestly even put the Shadow Demon into a similar sort of boat. It kind of felt like a 3v5 situation because the supports just had to keep themselves hidden because they were so key to every single one of their team fights, whereas, yeah, Fly could just do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, he had like some Ghost Scepter with, I believe, Pipe, Agnum's Shard, Greaves at some point. He was untouchable, basically. And the difference in most of these, I don't know, do you feel the same way? If you have like this ease of execution to just jump in and blow someone up, most of the time the game feels so much easier for you than for someone like TB that is like, okay, I'm gonna use my meta and you need to stand right there while I hit for like 5 seconds. It doesn't really usually work out. Yeah,
pretty much.
That's something
that was a big reason behind me saying the Sven in the draft, right? Like, it's just so easy to be able to blink in and two-hit people. We talk all about this ease of execution with, like, the flowchart of Dota and what needs to happen. For a team fight or a pick-off or whatever you want to call it, that is the easiest of execution that you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, absolutely is. And what's also very easy for you guys to do is to come back tomorrow at the same time and at the same place, because that's when we will continue with DreamLeague Season 27. But for today, from my friend Danog and me, that is it. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
So scared, eyes wide shut from pain. This fight, this poisoned land of fools and too.